Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If. This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku awakened Ultra Instinct at birth? Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Izuku POV. Hiya. Izuku Midoriya introduced himself and prepared to tell how he became a hero. About 11 years earlier, at a doctor's office, the doctor told them that it was not going to happen. Izuku's mother answered in shock, asking what he meant. Izuku said nothing at first, stunned, his black hair with green highlights hanging over his face. The doctor explained that the child was not going to be born with a quirk. Izuku's mother began to cry. Izuku finally told them that he knew what the doctor had been about to say. He knew they were implying he could not be a hero. He went on to point out that most people in the world were born with gifts, and how those gifts could be used to make heroes or villains. He asked what would happen to the rest of the world if those without quirks still wanted to become heroes, and he declared that no matter what anyone said, he would pursue that dream. Izuku looked up with determination and promised that he would become a hero, a pillar of hope, and the next symbol of peace. His mother and the doctor were stunned, then smiled. His mother hugged him and proudly called him her boy. The doctor told him that if anyone could do it, it was him. The next day at the playground, Katsuki Bakugo, known to Izuku as Kaken, sent Izuku tumbling to the ground. Izuku tried to get up and asked why. Kaken taunted him with explosions, saying that Izuku could not become a hero without a quirk and calling him worthless. Izuku began to fade in and out of consciousness, remembering the previous day, learning he was quirkless, giving his speech to the doctor and his mother, and preparing to train. Heat began to build in him and his body started to move on its own. Izuku told himself he no longer cared what others thought and that he would be the greatest hero. His movement became blindingly fast in a way he could not control. He struck Kaken with a blow that knocked him unconscious in an instant. A shimmering aura of heat-colored light surrounded Izuku, his eyes flashing silver and his hair lifting in the energy, and then everything went black. 2 days later, Izuku woke in a hospital with his mother holding his hand. The doctor told him that he was awake and that his mother had been worried sick. He turned to the woman with long black hair and dark brown eyes who appeared to be in her mid-20s. He asked where he was and what had happened. The doctor explained that someone had found him unconscious on the playground and brought him to the hospital. The doctor said he had been extremely hot, was exhausted, had suffered burns on his skin, and had a fractured arm. The doctor added that it was a miracle a child had managed to pull through such serious injuries. Izuku struggled to breathe and to make sense of what had happened. His mother stirred and embraced him, crying that she had been so worried and apologizing incessantly. She asked if he was okay and whether he was hurt. Izuku's mother kept rambling, grateful he was alive, while he focused on breathing and trying to piece together the events. Later, during the car ride home, Izuku told his mother that he thought he had gotten a quirk. His mother was shocked and speechless for a long moment. Izuku described the feeling: intense heat, a sudden loss of control as his body moved on its own, and an overwhelming awareness of everything around him. His mother was surprised but happy. They agreed that he should learn more about this new ability before revealing it to others. 3 years later, while most 7-year-olds were playing and using their quirks casually, Izuku trained. He trained enough to work up a real sweat, focusing on understanding the state he had experienced. The ability was difficult to enter and stay in. It required a clear mind so his body could act on instinct. His personality made that challenging, and for now he could only maintain the state for about 30 seconds before becoming exhausted. He had learned that the quirk relied on instincts. So that's how he trained. He trained so his instincts would react to movement, so he could be fast enough and strong enough without relying on his quirk, at least until he could control it. He found the human body capable of much more when instincts guided it. He had become surprisingly strong and fast for his age. He still could not react instantaneously. That was technically not possible without his quirk, but the goal was to sense danger and have the speed, power, and agility to counter it. His quirk remained his ace up his sleeve. After all, the possibilities felt endless. He decided to keep his strength and training under wraps. Kaken still bullied and beat him up along with his lackeys, mostly because Kaken did not remember the day he had thoroughly defeated him, But he turned the bullying into endurance training to make his body stronger and more resilient to the heat his quirk emitted. There was a lot to do, and he intended to aim high. He flew through the air using energy from his quirk and thought back over the past. He had grown so much, and he was eager to prove it to Kaken. The idea of shattering Kaken's inflated ego felt satisfying. He smiled at the thought and increased his speed toward Yu, a faint blush touching his cheeks as he wondered if Ochako would be there. He normally would not use her first name, but to him it was beautiful and he planned to use it as a compliment. He had promised her that the next time she saw him he would be number one. He could have entered UA through recommendations, but he wanted to scout the competition and hoped the future OFA successor would be there. He felt it was his responsibility to help train them. Ochako had untapped potential, and he wanted to unlock it so she could become a top hero. UA came into view and he landed a short distance away to avoid drawing too much attention, though his attempt at subtlety did not go as planned. His training had reshaped his body. He carried a lean, athletic build, well-defined muscles barely contained by his clothing, designed to enhance speed and agility. Years of training had also made him more aware of others' attention. He could feel admiring glances as he walked toward the entrance exam location, and he chuckled at the recognition. After training with all might, he had been advised not to flaunt his quirk. As powerful as he was, doing so would raise suspicion and could make him, the school, or his friends and family targets for villains seeking his power. He intended to heed that advice. He walked up to the building and surveyed it. This was it. Then his senses flared and he turned to see a girl about to trip. His body wanted to move, waiting for his command, one of the perks of extensive training of both his quirk and his instincts. The girl stumbled, and before she hit the ground he reached her and steadied her. He was relieved he had saved her. She had been quite a distance away. He felt a brief exclamation from her, and he pinched the bridge of his nose, thinking he still needed to learn how to dial back his power. He mentioned that the last time they had met she had been screaming as well and told her she had not changed much since then. The girl looked puzzled at first that he knew her, then recognition flooded her face. She smiled and pumped her fist in the air, clearly happy to see him. He noted that she seemed to remember him well and offered a teasing smirk. She blushed and pouted in response. She explained that she remembered him because he had shown her what a true hero was that day, and that she looked up to him. He returned her earnestness with a warm smile that made her blush further. He playfully referred to her as his #1 fan and pretended to be touched, wiping a mock tear. She responded by playfully punching his shoulder, pointing out that he had used her first name without permission. He told her that he thought her name was nice and that he used it as a compliment, which made her turn even redder. They spoke about UA and whether she thought she was ready. She said she had been training hard and that he often motivated her to try even harder. He teased briefly about whether she was falling for him, which made her flustered and cross her arms in mock annoyance. She playfully retaliated and touched him, and to her surprise he began to float briefly in the air. She demanded to know how he was floating when she expected him to be higher in the sky. He smiled and explained that he could float, and she reacted with disbelief and excitement, asking if he could release his quirk. A short pause followed as they prepared to continue, and then the exam preparations drew them onward. If she stopped keeping herself grounded, she might really float away. She nodded and released her quirk, and Deku admired how cool it looked. Ochako smiled modestly and added that was only part of what she could do. Deku was amused again by her surprise. He complimented her and reassured her that she was not weak. He put his hands on her shoulders, looked into her eyes, and told her firmly that she had what it took to be a great hero. He reminded her that, despite having neither the flashiest nor the strongest quirk, she had made it to the entrance exam at the most prestigious high school for heroes and that he believed she would become one of the greatest. He promised to help her and to make sure she could support her parents. Ochako blushed at his encouragement. When she asked how he knew, Deku explained that he had a sort of intuition about people. Grateful, Ochako hugged him tightly. He smiled and teased that she was starting to fall for him, which made her blush and lightly tap him on the shoulder as she protested. She urged him to hurry so they would not be late. Before she left, Deku carried her bridal style to move them faster through the crowd. She flushed with surprise, but they found their seats quickly. Ochako watched him with wide eyes while Deku shrugged with a small, smug smile and she pouted playfully. Present Mike began explaining the rules of the exam. Everything went smoothly until a tall blue-haired student interrupted. Deku made a few jokes to Ochako and she giggled, whispering things to him. The blue-haired boy overheard and started to call out to Deku. Deku cut him off, snapping at him to mind his own business and to let Present Mike finish, warning him not to insult Ochako again. The crowd fell silent, Present Mike looked uncomfortable, and the blue-haired student shrank back into his seat. Ochako asked if that had been too much. Deku admitted he got protective of people he cared about, especially since he had not had many friends. Ochako told him not to worry and that she would be his friend. Deku thanked her. After the announcements, students were sent to their respective fake cities. Deku and Ochako ended up assigned to the same area. As Deku moved toward her, the blue-haired boy tried to intervene again, but when he reached out, he yelped and withdrew his hand as a wave of heat rolled off Deku and made him step back. Deku told him he was just going to wish Ochako luck and that he was in a good mood. Deku went over to Ochako and wished her good luck. She returned the sentiment and said she knew he would do well. Present Mike started the exam, and Deku took his stance. The gates opened and he ran at about 20% of his speed to avoid drawing suspicion, but he still moved so quickly he appeared as a blur, passing through the course and returning with his hands in his pockets after 10 seconds. The other students stared. Deku called out to get everyone moving, and the competitors snapped into action, though many obstacles were more difficult because Deku had already cleared a number of them. He earned 130 points and spent the remainder of the time helping others in danger. In the judges' area, voices noted that this year's students looked promising. One commented on the green-haired young man and his speed. All Might and Midnight exchanged observations. Midnight recognized Izuku and remarked on how he had grown. Back in the course, Deku had already assisted several classmates when the ground began to tremble and revealed a massive zero-point robot. Everyone instinctively retreated, but Deku stood his ground. He saw Ochako trapped under rubble and moved toward her. She struggled and spoke to herself, reminding herself of Deku's words about strength not depending on quirk. With fierce determination she managed to lift the rock pinning her leg and began to crawl away, but the robot loomed and seemed about to crush her. The leg of the robot hesitated, and Deku was there, holding the machine up with one arm and smiling. Ochako called his name in surprise. Deku praised her resolve and told her she had what it took. He asked if he could finish dismantling the robot that had tried to hurt her. She nodded. His smile sharpened into a focused expression as he declared that he would not let it harm her. Deku swung the robot away and launched himself into the air. He struck with a decisive, powerful blow that sent the machine spinning and caused it to break apart in a dramatic shower of sparks and metal. Presented in a non-graphic, cinematic way. The crowd watched in awe as the remnants fell apart and the threat was neutralized. He walked back to Ochako and lifted her in a bridal carry. He told her they would get her a nurse and that he would personally train her, promising she would become one of the strongest. Ochako agreed eagerly. He then walked away as if he had not just destroyed a gigantic robot, while everyone watched in stunned silence. Man, today had been too easy. Midoriya barely broke a sweat. He had scored 130 points, picked up extra rescue points, and the zero-pointer test had not been a challenge. At least he had saved Ochako, or so he thought. He sighed as he headed toward the beach where he was to meet All Might. Despite how dull the entrance exam had been, Midoriya was glad he had found a suitable successor in Ochako. His suspicions had been confirmed. Partway there he remembered with a grin that he could fly, and prepared to take off. A voice called from behind him. Midoriya turned and saw Ochako approaching. She caught up and thanked him for saving her, marveling at how he had caught a giant robot with one arm and had not looked tired. Midoriya smiled and explained that he had promised to get stronger and that he intended to help her grow stronger as well, since she had incredible potential and being the successor would help both of them. When Ochako asked what he meant by successor, Midoriya told her that it was better to go to the beach, where he could explain. She agreed and climbed onto his back. When she realized he could fly, she sputtered in surprise. Midoriya reminded her that he had mentioned he could float, and implied it also meant flight. After she steadied herself, he took off. Ochako shrieked as they sped through the air, clinging tightly while Midoriya reassured her that she would get used to it. After a few minutes of rapid travel and a lot of panicked yelling, they landed on the beach. Ochako's hair was windswept and wild. Midoriya tried to stifle laughter but a little slipped out, earning him an annoyed glare from her. A man in a trench coat approached them, and Midoriya recognized him immediately as All Might in his weakened form, although Ochako did not. All Might greeted Midoriya and noted that he had brought the new successor. Ochako looked puzzled and asked who the man was. At the sight of All Might's full heroic form, she gasped in surprise. All Might proclaimed that Midoriya had found a new successor to inherit his quirk and asked if Ochako was indeed the successor. Midoriya nodded in confirmation. All Might then asked, somewhat bluntly, whether Ochako was Midoriya's girlfriend. Ochako flushed and lightly smacked Midoriya on the back of the head to scold him for answering. Midoriya grinned and teased her, offering playful suggestions for greetings. Ochako turned even redder and stuck out her tongue. Midoriya reached for a hug. Ochako protested and told him to stay away, but Midoriya hugged her before she could fully object. She resisted at first, then relaxed and returned the hug with a laugh, eventually surrendering to the moment. Midoriya released her and she pouted, earning quiet amusement from All Might as well. All Might asked Midoriya how certain he was that Ochako was ready. Midoriya examined her briefly and declared that she was ready in spirit, though she would likely not be able to control the power yet. He decided that in the 4 weeks before UA started, he would train her to control the quirk and help her grow. All Might praised Midoriya and began explaining the nature of One for All to Ochako. He asked her if she was ready to take on his quirk. Ochako looked up with determination and pledged that she would make him proud. Then All Might took a small strand of hair from his head and offered it as the token for transfer, explaining that it was the way to pass on the successor bond. Ochako paled but, after a moment of hesitation and looking to Midoriya for support, she accepted the token and followed All Might's instructions. As soon as the ritual was completed, All Might's heroic form suddenly slipped away and he reverted to his thinner, weakened state with a surprised sound and a cough. Midoriya immediately burst into laughter at the unexpected change in timing. Ochako reddened in embarrassment and lightly kicked Midoriya in the side to scold him, but he remained laughing on the ground. When she tried to kick him again, she was surprised that he still seemed unaffected. Midoriya steadied himself and reassured her that she simply was not strong enough yet to hurt him seriously. He announced that he would be her trainer starting immediately and warned that he was impatient, so she would either become the strongest among their first-year group or she would not meet his standards. Izuku said that it was simple as that. Ochako shuddered at what he might ask and he smirked. Week 1. Ochako began training with One for All and quickly discovered she could not control it. The training led to serious injury and they had to call Recovery Girl, who was clearly displeased with how things had gone. Week 2. Izuku put Ochako through exercises aimed at increasing control, meditation, balance drills, and steady conditioning. Week 3. Ochako learned to channel One for All to a limited percentage and into specific parts of her body. Izuku pushed her relentlessly, following the harsh regimen he had endured himself because he believed it would help her. During one session she repeatedly collapsed from exhaustion and injury, each time Recovery Girl treated her and Izuku allowed her to rest before sending her back into training. By the 4th week Izuku admitted to himself that his methods had been rough, but he explained that was how he had been trained and how he thought she could gain strength. He reminded her of Kaken's ruthlessness to sharpen her resolve, and found himself feeling deep care for her determination. Izuku announced that Ochako had mastered 20% of One for All and expressed pride in her progress. Ochako credited him for being a tough but effective trainer. Izuku pointed out a weakness in her fighting style, explaining that relying on a single powerful strike left her vulnerable if an opponent dodged or blocked. He demonstrated by having her attack with 20% power through her arm. He caught the punch, countered quickly to unbalance her, and then guided her momentum so she landed with him pinning her down and holding her arm to control her movement, keeping the action firm but non-graphic and controlled. Ochako asked, wide-eyed, how he had managed to turn mid-air. Izuku said it was a training technique he would teach her later and praised her for improving the way she used one for all. He suggested she let one for all flow through her entire body instead of concentrating it in one limb, and she began to follow his instruction. Pink energy shimmered as she worked on synchronizing her whole body. Izuku noted that they would address controlling the electrical output later and told her to come at him again. She rushed with improved speed and surprised him with a sweep. He caught her punch and allowed her motion to continue, using it to demonstrate control and to teach her recovery and redirection techniques. He declared the approach a new way of using the quirk and called it one for all, full cowling. Ochako smiled and agreed to continue. For the rest of the week they trained with full cowling to reduce strain and make the technique easier to use. They worked on increasing her usable percentage. She reached 25% briefly, but it taxed her. 20% became comfortable. After a long session, Ochako collapsed to the floor from exhaustion. Ochako complained that she felt like she could barely move. Izuku offered to carry her home. She accepted, resting her head on his shoulder as he used a light controlled flight to take them back. At her apartment, Izuku knocked and Ochako's mother answered. She resembled Ochako, older and smiling. Izuku introduced himself and explained that he had been training Ochako for UA and that she had been making great progress. Ochako's mother recognized him warmly and told him that Ochako talked about him a lot, even as a child. Ochako blushed as they entered the living room. Izuku sat and tried to set her down, but she held on to him. He decided to let her rest as she needed. Ochako's father soon entered the room and asked who the young man was. Ochako's mother identified Izuku as the person Ochako admired. The father, intrigued, said he had been wanting to meet him. Izuku downplayed the title of hero, saying he had only done what was right the day he helped Ochako and that his real goal was to become the greatest hero, a pillar of hope who would make people feel safe. Deku smiled and told Ochako's parents that it had always been like that for him. Ochako's father smirked and noted that was quite the ambition, then asked what about their daughter. Deku replied that she would be right there with him at the top and that he would make sure she became one of the strongest heroes. Both parents smiled, and Ochako's father gave Deku his permission to date their daughter. Ochako flushed, and Deku promised to train, protect, and care for her. Ochako's mother mentioned that the stove was broken and she would not be able to make noodles. Deku offered to heat them up, went to the kitchen, and returned with the noodles ready in a minute or two. Ochako's mother asked if that was part of his quirk, and Deku confirmed that it was. They all hit it off. Ochako pretended to be asleep so she could stay close to Deku, and her parents liked him enough to offer that he stay the night since the first day was tomorrow. He accepted and carried Ochako to her pink bedroom. The room had a regular-sized bed, a dresser, and drawings scattered on the floor. Deku noticed a drawing that included him and chuckled as he sat on the bed. Deku told Ochako that he knew she was not really asleep. Ochako lifted her head from his shoulder, smiled, and made herself comfortable on his lap. She explained that she had pretended to sleep because she did not want to interrupt his conversation with her parents. Then she asked if he really meant his promise and whether he truly loved her. Deku looked into her eyes and moved close. They shared a quiet, affectionate moment and affirmed their feelings for one another. Ochako told him that she loved him, and Deku acknowledged that he knew she did. She giggled, settled into a comfortable position, placed her head on his chest, and fell asleep. Deku kissed her forehead, smiled, and fell asleep too, silently vowing to protect her from anyone who might harm her. Deku woke with the biggest smile on his face, feeling oddly cheerful. He thought about the upcoming challenge against his rival and squinted at the sunlight filtering into the room, noticing an abundance of pink around him. He felt the weight of bedding on his chest and initially worried he had slept with weighted clothes again. Looking down, he saw Ochako's brown hair curled against him and realized he was still in her room. He pinched himself to be sure it was real and smiled wider when it was. The alarm clock read about 7:15 a.m., and Deku realized he had 45 minutes until the day began, so he had missed his usual morning workout. He resolved to train twice as hard later and considered asking Ochako to join him for morning exercises. He was interrupted by the soft sound of Ochako snoring. He smiled and gently tried to wake her. Ochako stirred but kept her eyes closed and mumbled that she wanted 5, maybe 10 more minutes. Deku sighed, not minding that she found his chest comfortable but knowing they could not be late and that he needed to return home to get his uniform. To rouse her, Deku plucked a strand of her hair from her head. Ochako yelped and woke up, demanding to know what that was for. Deku explained that she would not wake up otherwise and took the chance to tell her about a quirk-related technique he had been meaning to share. By taking a small sample of someone's DNA and applying controlled heat from his quirk, he could make them more resistant to burns. Ochako's surprise melted into appreciation as she said that sounded very useful. Deku gently helped her sit up and stood, ready to get ready for the day. While holding the hair in his hand, it went up in smoke and a pink light flashed around him for a moment before everything returned to normal. He wondered what had just happened. He explained that his quirk had reacted to her DNA, and she thought that sounded really cool. He said he should go because his uniform was at his house and they needed to get ready. She tilted her head in confusion and asked why. He replied that he needed to get ready and that his uniform was at home. She blushed, which made him laugh. After a brief, awkward moment, she hugged him and said she would see him at school, asking him not to let anyone take her spot. He smiled and promised that no one would ever replace her. She returned his smile, hugged him back, waved goodbye, and he left. After saying farewell to her parents, he flew back home. By 7:50 a.m., he arrived a little later than he intended. The uniform fit awkwardly but he managed. In the hallways he searched for Class 1A. He stopped at the sight of a comically large door and wondered who would be inside. Knowing his luck, the blue-haired student and Kaken would be there. He opened the door and found both of them arguing. The blue-haired student scolded someone for putting their feet on the desk and for disrespecting those who had come before. Kaken snarled back with his usual blunt insults. The narrator sighed inwardly at the familiar tension. The blue-haired student introduced himself as Tenya Ida from Sumai Academy, and Kaken responded with his typical pride and aggression, claiming he would enjoy crushing him. The narrator interjected with a warning about Kaken and how he had been called the Boom Boom Boy, which made a few classmates chuckle. Kaken reacted angrily, demanding to know who the narrator thought he was. The narrator shot back with a biting remark, which made the class laugh even more. Kaken then demanded to know who the narrator was, irritated and suspicious. The narrator addressed him as Kaken, which made Kaken pause and then laugh wildly while calling him a loser, reminding everyone of a previous encounter where the narrator had been on the ground. The narrator sighed and shook his head, noting that Kaken was as childish and ignorant as ever. Ida intervened, explaining that the narrator had actually achieved the highest score on the entrance exam and had become the freshman representative. Kaken went silent and became wide-eyed at the revelation. The narrator added that he was indeed the top scorer, which made Kaken glare and then sit back, seemingly deep in thought. Ida approached the narrator and explained that he had observed him during the exam and found him fascinating. He had initially guessed different types of quirks before asking whether the narrator had multiple quirks. The narrator clarified that he only had one quirk and had not used it during the exam. What people had seen were his skills beyond the quirk. Ida found that hard to believe, and the narrator insisted that his quirk would only reveal itself if he deemed someone worthy. Before the conversation could continue, someone jumped onto the narrator's back, covered his eyes, and pushed him forward. He recognized the giggles and pleaded for the person to get off. The invisible presence on his back refused. He realized it was Ochako and prepared for a bit of embarrassment. The class watched with amused expressions while a pink student whispered and giggled with some floating clothes, which drew attention to the narrator's tight shirt. He felt Ochako growing more persistent and slightly flustered. A monotone voice interrupted the commotion, telling anyone who was there to stop messing around. The class turned to see their teacher, Shota Aizawa, pro-hero Eraserhead, known for his erasure quirk that could cancel others' quirks temporarily when he looked at them. The narrator identified Aizawa and explained his ability and reputation to the surprised class, and Aizawa noted the narrator's knowledge with a sly smirk. Aizawa handed out coveralls for everyone to wear and instructed them to meet him outside. When they assembled, one student asked about the opening ceremony. Aizawa explained that at UA he would run the class as he saw fit. He announced a quirk apprehension test to assess each student's limits and potential, warning that whoever ranked last would be expelled. The class gasped in unison except for the narrator, Ochako, and Kaken. One student protested that it was unfair, but Aizawa responded that the world was full of unfairness and that they needed to learn that the next 3 years would not be easy. The teacher asked Bakugo what his farthest throw in middle school had been. Bakugo replied that it had been 67 meters. The teacher then instructed him to try using his quirk. He grabbed the ball and glared at the narrator. The narrator smiled to provoke him, and it worked. Bakugo shouted and unleashed his quirk. The ball shot out with an explosive burst and traveled 800.5 meters. The class reacted in awe. Bakugo smirked and glanced over to the narrator, only to find the narrator and Ochako yawning loudly. The whole class turned to stare. The narrator finished yawning and asked what was wrong. A blonde student with a lightning bolt streak suggested they should have been impressed. Another classmate noted that Ochako had yawned too. The narrator said there was no reason to be impressed and asked Ochako if she agreed. She shook her head. The class looked dumbfounded. Ochako tilted her head and said it was simply the truth. A student asked if the two of them thought they could do better. The narrator replied that they definitely could. The crowd reacted with surprise at their confidence. Someone in the crowd made a crude remark about Ochako's appearance. The narrator dropped the act. Fire filled his eyes and the pressure from his power forced everyone except Ochako to their knees. In an instant, the student who had spoken was sent tumbling across the field before anyone could react. The narrator laid down the rules in no uncertain terms. Ochako belonged to no one else, and anyone who tried to touch or bother her would face severe consequences. The entire class, including the teacher, backed away and nodded. The narrator relaxed and turned back to Ochako, who had been giggling the whole time. Ochako told him he did not have to scare people. The narrator said he wanted to make sure things were clear. Noticing the boy getting to his feet, the narrator moved so fast it seemed he had vanished and reappeared in front of him. The boy nodded furiously and ran away. The narrator walked back toward the class with a smile. When the others recoiled again, he ignored them, returned to Ochako, and gave her a brief, innocent gesture of affection. He then told the class to get back to the test, and they snapped out of their daze. Long story short, Ochako and the narrator dominated the test. Ochako scored infinity on the ball throw. The narrator tried to restrain his power to avoid harming anyone, but still registered a distance of 524,829 meters and took first place, with Ochako in second. Apparently, the rumor about expulsion had been a ruse to tap into their potential. The rest of the day passed normally. As the narrator prepared to leave for training, Ochako jumped on his back so he could fly and train her too. Before they left, she shared a brief, affectionate moment. Everyone else tried to avoid the narrator, which made him snicker. He carried Ochako and flew off to train. While flying, the narrator asked Ochako if she thought people would be scared of him. Ochako laughed and said they probably would, but at least she would have him to herself. The narrator teased that she was possessive, and she reminded him that he had just sent the rude student flying. He said the student deserved it for making such a comment in front of him. Ochako held on tighter and said it made her feel safe and happy that he cared and trained her. She smiled and touched his cheek, and he returned the smile and told her she was welcome. They continued flying to train, waiting for their next UA activity. The faculty member expected an update and asked Aizawa what he had found out. Aizawa replied that the student in question was not using his quirk at all. Principal Nizu expressed skepticism and asked whether it might be super speed or super strength. Aizawa explained that he had tried to erase the quirk but could not. If the student had speed or strength, he would have been able to erase it. He added that the student had outperformed everyone on every test except the ball throw, and Aizawa believed the student had been holding back. Nizu found this interesting and, after a moment's thought, told Aizawa to cancel the planned hero basic training. Nizu said he had a better idea. Midoriya left for school after an intense morning workout, exhausted and smelling of sweat. His mother pointed him toward the shower without looking up. Afterward, he ate breakfast and prepared to leave. His mother teased him about a supposed new girlfriend and suggested they might meet her family someday. He hurried out the door with an embarrassed promise to consider it and flew to school still weary, hoping nothing difficult would happen that day. When Midoriya reached the school grounds, he felt a familiar swell of anger nearby and recognized Bakugo immediately. The explosive blonde charged at him with his quirk fully active. Midoriya sidestepped as Bakugo slammed into a wall, and the class laughed. Bakugo recovered and charged again, throwing a flurry of explosive punches. Midoriya moved calmly, catching Bakugo's arms and restraining them, then executed a quick spinning maneuver that knocked Bakugo unconscious without causing serious harm. From the outside it looked like Bakugo had simply fallen after a sudden turn. Midoriya took his seat, planning to catch a few minutes of rest. Ochako Uraraka sat beside him and remarked that he looked tired. She chatted with him briefly and smiled. Their exchange was warm and friendly but not described in detail. Midoriya mentioned that he had pushed himself hard in training because he expected there would always be someone stronger and he wanted to make them work for it. He settled back to rest while Ochako kept him company. 10 minutes later the teachers entered the classroom. Aizawa, All Might, Midnight, Present Mike, Ectoplasm, and Principal Nizu. Aizawa greeted the class in his usual monotone. Ochako asked why all the teachers were present, and Aizawa indicated it was because of Midoriya being used as a makeshift seat. Ochako turned to Midoriya with a puzzled expression. Midoriya, startled by her sudden shout of his name, jolted upright and panicked about whether he had ruined his breakfast, then realized it was a misunderstanding. The teacher's attention made him uncomfortable. All Might waved, and Midnight flashed a knowing gesture that made him shiver at the memory of past lessons. When Midoriya asked what was happening, the teachers announced that they would be monitoring the next activity, a 19-on-1 handicap match against Midoriya. Nizu confirmed that the entire class would face Midoriya. Midoriya sighed inwardly at being awakened for this and tried to go back to sleep, promising himself he would make amends later. Later, Midoriya walked into the training ring and faced the rest of the class. Some students looked nervous, others overconfident, and a few were indifferent. Aizawa explained that the match would start on his command and that victory could only be achieved by knockout. Midoriya stood expressionless as everyone took their stances. As soon as the match began, Bakugo charged like a bull, preparing a massive explosion and aiming it directly at Midoriya. The classroom held its breath. Everyone assumed the attack would decide the match, except for Ochako, who watched with worried determination. Izuku walked through the cloud of smoke as if nothing had happened. He yawned and said that he was too tired to take them seriously. Everyone raised an eyebrow at him. Izuku acknowledged that they only wanted to see what he was capable of, and as a parting gesture he decided to show them a fraction of his power. Without much effort he extended his arm and released energy equal to about 15% of his usual strength. The blast sent everyone at least 65 meters away and knocked most of them out. Only Ochako Uraraka remained semi-conscious, accustomed to some of his power and able to hang on with a small reserve left. Izuku flew to Ochako and transferred energy until she recovered fully. She smiled up at him and teased that he could have at least made it more fun. He replied that he had been tired but that it had been entertaining, joking that he had sent the Loud One his nickname for one of their classmates flying the farthest. They spoke about what to do next. Izuku observed that the class still did not understand his abilities and that their memories of the demonstration might fade, but he made it clear that he wanted everyone to improve. He explained that he had noticed weaknesses holding them back and intended to help so their generation could become the best heroes the world had seen. Ochako pumped her fist in agreement. Izuku mentioned that his mother wanted to meet Ochako. Ochako said that would be wonderful and hoped she could make as good an impression on Izuku's mother as Izuku had made on her own parents. Izuku laughed and hinted that Ochako would see for herself. Ochako reached out and pulled him into an affectionate hug. After they separated, Izuku took her hand and led her away from the school grounds. Unseen by the pair, several teachers had been stunned by the display of power, some even fainting from the shock. The staff exchanged concerned, whispering thoughts. That the student was frighteningly powerful. Later, Izuku walked home with Ochako at his side because she said it was more fun than flying together. He did not mind the slower pace. As they arrived at his apartment door, he hesitated and explained that his mother could be overwhelming. Ochako encouraged him, bright as ever, and Izuku warned her not to say he had not warned her. They opened the door and were immediately enveloped in a crushing, enthusiastic hug from Izuku's mother, Inko. She exclaimed with excitement that Izuku was home and that he had brought his girlfriend, praising Ochako's appearance exuberantly. Ochako struggled for breath and managed to say she could not breathe as she turned a bit purple. Izuku chuckled and reminded her that his mother's intensity was part of his upbringing. Inko beamed and admitted she had been training him, which explained her own strength. When Izuku suggested gently that if she wanted grandchildren she should be gentler, Inko sheepishly apologized and released them. Ochako, red-faced and stunned by the idea of grandchildren, reacted louder than expected. Izuku laughed openly, teasing that her reaction proved she had some thoughts on the matter. Ochako punched his shoulder repeatedly in embarrassment and denial, but the impact was lessened by the training he had given her. Ochako turned away, crossed her arms and pouted, asking him not to joke about things like that. Izuku lowered his head and pretended to be contrite while hiding a smirk, teasing that she did want children after all. Her face flushed even deeper. When Ochako's fierce side honed in training surfaced, Izuku felt the need to retreat. She gave chase around the apartment, shouting for him to come back as their playful quarrel continued with Inko watching amusedly. After a minute or two of running, Izuku turned and saw Ochako charging at him. He caught both of her hands to stop her, bringing their faces close together. She pretended to be angry but could not hide her soft expression. They shared a brief, tender moment together. It lingered just long enough for both to feel the warmth between them. Ochako then masked her smile with an annoyed look and turned away, arms crossed, while Izuku could not help but laugh quietly at her act. Izuku could still sense Ochako's overwhelming happiness, so he chuckled softly. He then apologized, explaining that he liked to have fun with her and teased because he did not often interact with many people. He usually did what kept him entertained in hopes of being interesting enough for others to stick around. He assured her he had not meant to make her upset and stepped forward to hug her from behind. Ochako held his arms and leaned back into him. Izuku thought her reactions were priceless, and he winced when Ochako flicked his forehead in return. She smiled, brought him closer for a brief, affectionate moment, and thanked him. Their conversation continued as his mother got to know Ochako better. Ochako explained her fondness for Machi and her ambitions as a hero. They ate dinner with light teasing and the occasional playful tap on the forehead. When it was time to leave, Ochako thanked Mrs. Midoriya and bowed. Mrs. Midoriya asked to be called Inko, and Ochako replied that she would. As they walked away, Izuku used a light hover to carry Ochako toward her home. Ochako seemed unusually clingy, which puzzled him, but he chalked it up to affection and focused on flying. At her house, her parents were out, and as Izuku turned to leave, Ochako grabbed his arm and, with a trailing voice, asked him to wait. She then pulled him inside and led him to the couch. She invited him to stay for a private conversation. They shared a quiet, affectionate moment, and Izuku agreed to stay the night. Before they fell asleep, Ochako whispered that she loved him and thanked him for everything. Izuku heard her and went to sleep smiling. They both woke up with huge smiles, and the brightness carried them through the morning and all the way to school. Classmates stared but did not press. Many still remembered how Izuku had demonstrated his strength on the first day and kept their distance. School itself was mostly routine. Ochako preferred to sit close to Izuku and argued that being near him helped her focus. Their teacher Aizawa looked mildly annoyed but left it alone and continued the lesson. After school, Izuku took Ochako to the beach for training. While stretching, he noticed she looked a bit down and stopped to ask about it. Ochako admitted she felt like she was not getting stronger. She was improving her control of one for all and could push herself to 30%, but it still felt insignificant when matched against Izuku. Izuku raised an eyebrow and reassured her that she was making excellent progress and was being too hard on herself. He reminded her that he had been training for 11 years and encouraged her to take things in baby steps. Ochako brightened a little and asked hopefully whether she could match him once she mastered one for all. Izuku answered bluntly that she would not be able to match him, but clarified that dominance had never been the point. He explained that mastering one for all was essentially pre-training. Once she had that control, he planned to teach her how to use a level of his quirk he called instincts. He described instincts as an enhanced awareness and coordination of the body that relied on senses and reflexes, allowing the body to perform beyond its usual limits when guided by instinct. Ochako listened, surprised but attentive, as Izuku went on to explain that the body could accomplish much more by trusting its senses and instincts alongside quirk training. He warned her that it put an incredible strain on the body, a strain that could be fatal. Ochako paled at the warning. He hurried to reassure her, then softened his voice when he admitted uncertainty. He gestured for her to follow him to a bench. She sat beside him and leaned against him for comfort while he wrapped an arm around her shoulder. He told her that there was a lot she did not know about his quirk and that he had not given a full explanation before. She shook her head. He explained that his quirk was called Ultra Instinct. At full capability, it allowed the body to move and fight without conscious thought, manipulate and control energy and heat, and grant extremely heightened senses. He emphasized that the quirk required enormous power and far greater control. Without that control, the power could leak out and cause destruction to the surroundings or to the user, sometimes both. She trembled at the thought. He tried to calm her and held her tighter, then continued. He said there was a reason he never used his full power, even he could not handle it yet. He estimated he could manage 30 to 40% without dangerous leakage, and he could intentionally let a little energy bleed out just to intimidate an opponent. Any higher and the results could be catastrophic. Her eyes widened in shock. He smiled faintly and reiterated the need for control so he could eventually handle full power. He explained that he had not taught her the ability because he wanted to be sure her body could endure what the instincts demanded. He added that if she could tap into instincts she would gain incredible strength, but without control one of two things might happen: severe injury to herself from uncontrollable energy, or an uncontrolled release that could devastate the area. She went pale again. He added that since she did not have his quirk, certain risks were different, but there was still a significant chance of a dangerous outcome if she tried to use instincts without proper preparation. He explained that because she currently lacked the control, speed, and power the quirk demanded, they would focus on instincts training rather than the usual OFA routine so she could at least begin to learn how to tap into it. She adopted a determined expression, which made him smile. He gently took the weighted training clothes from his bag and offered them to her. She accepted, then nearly fell over with the garments, muttering something about a clumsy partner as he laughed. He composed himself and explained that she would train in those weighted clothes to sharpen speed and strength as she put them on. She complained that she could barely move, and he warned her that she had better be able to move or the training stones might make contact too often. He demonstrated by tossing a training stone at her. She narrowly dodged. He continued to throw more, testing her reflexes and encouraging her to stay light on her feet. The stones were specially made by the support course to adjust weight and impact for safety. She asked why the stones did not do much damage, and he explained the two reasons. He was not throwing at full force, and the stones were calibrated to be safe for training. He told her to be prepared to work hard since they were effectively skipping pre-training, and she swallowed audibly. He began a steady, demanding sequence of throws to hone her dodging and timing until she called for a pause and he stopped. She looked confused for a moment before asking another question. He explained the technical details and reassured her about the safety measures. Later, after another day of intense training, he brought Ochako into class together. She had asked for the hard regimen and refused his offers to make it easier. He thought he might be influencing her more than he expected, but her cheerful personality remained intact. He set her down at his desk and she rested her head on his shoulder. She was still wearing the weighted gear but seemed to be adjusting to it. She sighed with exhaustion and acknowledged that his earlier warning about pre-training had been correct. He smiled at her acceptance. She gave a small, affectionate gesture, but there was nothing suggestive, only a quick, content expression of camaraderie, and said she did not regret pushing herself. He noticed a student staring and turned to meet the gaze. The student flushed and quickly looked away toward a girl with notable ears. Ochako mentioned that the duo in question had recently awakened with no memories, and that the narrator had earlier flattened Mineta in an encounter. He scowled at the memory of the inappropriate remarks that Mineta had made about Ochako. Aizawa entered the classroom in his usual monotone. He informed the class that they would be deciding something that could drastically change their path at UA, which drew the students' attention. The teacher announced that they were choosing a class president. Bakugo grumbled that something normal should happen and told them he did not care how they did it as he settled back into his sleeping bag. Izuku Midoriya heard murmurs about who should be class president but did not care much. Ochako Uraraka sat beside him lost in thought, tightening her grip on his arm. Izuku smiled at that, then shook himself out of his reverie. Ida asked everyone to take a democratic approach and cast their votes as paper ballots were handed out. Izuku did not have a strong opinion and voted for Ochako. She had voted for him. When the votes were counted, Izuku Midoriya had 10 votes, Ochako Uraraka had 8, and Momo Yaoyorozu had 1. Most of the class smiled sheepishly at the results, except for 2 students who looked clearly displeased. Izuku asked why he had been chosen as class president. The nervous student with an awkward elbow answered that since Izuku seemed strong, they had assumed he could be a good leader. He admitted they had also voted for Uraraka because they were afraid Izuku might hurt them otherwise. Bakugo erupted, insisting loudly that he was the strongest and insulting Izuku, but Izuku ignored him and absorbed the explanation. He suspected he had intimidated them. Izuku turned to Ochako and said they needed to make an announcement. Together they went to the front of the class. Ochako beamed, radiating positivity and easing the tension in the room, while Izuku stood with his hands in his pockets, eyes focused and expression serious. His presence felt intense but not hostile. Izuku opened with a stern tone that made several students gulp, then softened into a smile as he explained he was not there to hurt anyone. He reminded them that his goal was to be a hero, not a villain, and that he wanted the class to be friends. He even teased, lightly and with a smile, that people like Bakugo could have a good side, which drew nervous laughter and left Bakugo fuming. Izuku and Ochako told the class they had noticed a problem brewing among them. When a well-developed student asked what problem they meant, Izuku cut through the hesitation and bluntly stated that the class had weaknesses that had gone unaddressed. He addressed Uraraka first, telling her that she tended to be too light-hearted when situations required seriousness and that her quirk could be a greater force if she trained to withstand pressure. He moved on to Denki Kaminari, saying that Denki's flashy behavior sometimes overshadowed the need to build stamina and control for his quirk. He needed to spend less time on appearances and more on refining technique. He addressed Momo Yaoyorozu next, noting that she had the potential to lead but struggled with self-doubt. She needed to expand her repertoire, understand her limits, and then work to surpass them. Izuku glanced at Bakugo with a tired shake of his head, then turned to Shoto Todoroki. He said Todoroki's habit of holding himself back made Izuku angry because Todoroki had no valid reason to limit himself. Izuku suggested that personal issues, family pressure, perhaps might be causing that restraint, and he urged Todoroki to stop letting those things dictate his growth. Izuku told the class that these unspoken weaknesses put them and their comrades at risk when facing real villain attacks. As a unit, they had to be ready for anything. He called on them to push beyond their current limits and show UA what they were capable of, invoking the motto plus ultra to rally them. Kirishima stood and, teary-eyed, expressed admiration for Izuku's resolve. The majority of the class brightened at the determination in the room just as their homeroom teacher, Mr. Aizawa, woke and dismissed them for lunch. On the way to the cafeteria with Ochako, Ida approached and praised Izuku's speech, agreeing that they needed to become stronger to be great heroes. Izuku returned the smile and assured Ida everything would be all right. They sat together and ate the lunch provided by a hero known as Lunch Rush while talking and getting to know Ida better. An alarm suddenly sounded through the building, and the room went into a flurry of worried voices. A student announced that someone had infiltrated the school. Ida and Ochako looked concerned, then glanced at Izuku, who remained calmly eating his lunch. Ida asked if Izuku was not worried. Izuku shrugged and, with a casual confidence, said he was not concerned because he sensed it was only a media disturbance. Only Ochako understood, and Ida seemed confused but did not question it. The narrator glanced up from his food and told Ochako and Ida that he could sense a trace of evil nearby. Ochako asked if he was serious. The narrator confirmed that it did not seem like anyone was acting yet and suggested they would not make a move as long as the villains did not. He stood to help calm the growing crowd, with Ochako and Ida following behind. Back in class, Mr. Aizawa announced that they were going to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, USJ. The narrator worried that this might be when the villains would strike. They boarded the bus to the USJ. Upon arrival, they saw the pro hero 13, and Ochako immediately became starstruck, which made the narrator smile. Inside, 13 explained how to use quirks for rescue operations, and the narrator picked up a trace of malevolent intent in the air. A portal opened, and hundreds of villains emerged. The narrator turned to see 13 and Eraserhead preparing to intervene, but he insisted on handling the situation himself. Eraserhead argued that the pros should go because the narrator was still a student. The narrator replied that this was precisely why he should act, to minimize injuries and to test his power and control. He gave a 3-minute limit and told them to send the pros if he failed to return in time. Hesitant but reassured by his previous competence, they agreed, and the narrator found himself alone facing hundreds of villains. A man covered in hands declared that they were the League of Villains and that they were there to kill All Might. The narrator called out the man and demanded to know what he was doing at UA. The man rasped that he and his friends had stopped by to say hello. When the narrator asked which friends, the narrator immediately realized that the hundreds of villains lay unconscious on the ground. When the man questioned how this happened, the narrator asked the better question: how did they plan to kill All Might? The hand-covered man boasted that his Nomu had been engineered to kill All Might and belittled the narrator as someone who could never understand. The narrator fired back with sarcasm, pointing out the absurdity of the villain's entourage and mocking the Nomu's grotesque appearance in a sharp, mocking tone that only increased the villain's anger. The hand-covered man ordered his Nomu to attack. The creature charged, but the narrator, mindful of the time limit, evaded the blow and delivered a swift, decisive strike to the Nomu's head, incapacitating it without any graphic detail. The creature collapsed, clearly defeated. The hand-covered man cried that the narrator had cheated, but the narrator quickly disabled him and another villain with fast, efficient moves and a sigh of boredom. So much for the League of Villains, the narrator thought as he stepped out carrying the 2 leaders who were now unconscious. He ignored the shocked stares of his classmates and stopped by Ochako. The narrator asked Ochako how long it had taken. Ochako replied that it had been exactly 2 minutes. The narrator lamented missing his personal goal of 1 minute 30, then handed the 2 unconscious villains to the pro heroes and described them as the leaders of the so-called League of Villains. The pros nodded and took them. The narrator told Ochako it was time to train. He gestured for her to come along, and she quickly followed, pausing only to say goodbye to the others as he waved them off. Before taking off, he asked if she was ready to increase her training for the upcoming sports festival. Ochako responded confidently that she was always ready. The narrator wrapped his arms around Ochako in a brief, affectionate hug. Ochako blushed, smiled sheepishly, and returned the embrace for a short moment. The narrator explained that his awareness had given him the opportunity to support her. They parted, both determined to push their limits as they set off to train together. Ochako was on her knees trying to catch her breath as Deku leaped into the air to strike. Her fist met his, and for a brief moment a faint silver glow passed through her brown eyes before they returned to normal. Deku noticed the change and felt a small surge of pride. Deku noted that she had progressed and was nearing the level he wanted, but he forced his way through her guard and landed a blow so powerful that the wind picked up afterward. She flew across the beach and crashed onto the sand, barely conscious. Deku appeared at her side and told her it was not good enough. His intention was to push her past her limits rather than let her settle for what seemed sufficient, so he had pushed harder. Ochako protested weakly while fighting to stay conscious. She insisted she would succeed, then vanished and reappeared behind him with incredible speed. She launched a powerful punch, silver light flickering in her eyes, but Deku intercepted it without turning. She began to faint from exhaustion. Before she collapsed, he caught her and carried her in his arms. He looked down at her tired face and felt a deeper pride. Deku observed that she had developed some aspect of the power he called instincts, though she lacked full control. He placed a gentle, reassuring hand on her forehead, channeled enough energy to heal her, and then flew them back to her home. He told her she was amazing inside and out. The next day they walked to school together. Before class, Deku asked Ochako to remove her weighted clothing so they could be more comfortable. She misunderstood his earlier words and apologized for the embarrassment. Deku reassured her he was not upset, and she offered a quick, grateful hug. When Ochako asked about his past, Deku hesitated but then explained. He said he had initially been diagnosed quirkless, but the doctors had been mistaken. He simply could not control his ability at will at first, and using it nearly cost him his life on the first try. Because of that, he had been bullied by students and ignored or dismissed by some teachers, earning the nickname wannabe hero. He described being attacked repeatedly, sometimes by groups who used their quirks on him, leaving him severely injured until an adult passing by intervened. He had subconsciously used his energy to heal himself and avoided the hospital, and the cycle left him quietly depressed even as he kept pursuing his dream. Deku said that on one particularly bleak day, he saw Ochako and felt inexplicably drawn to the warmth and determination she carried. That feeling gave him the motivation to train harder so he could protect that light and share it with others. He told Ochako that he loved her because she inspired him. She began to cry, hugged him tightly, and rested her head against his chest. Deku thanked her and reminded her to remove the weights so they could head to class. She nodded, and he turned away briefly to give her privacy while she changed out of the weighted clothing. Once they arrived at school and took their seats, a sudden wave of hostility swept through the room. Many students shivered or widened their eyes at the shift in atmosphere. One student looked visibly shaken. Deku noticed Ochako standing beside him, holding his hand and staring directly at Bakugo. Ochako glared directly at Bakugo, and Bakugo picked up on it and demanded to know what she wanted, calling her round-faced. Ochako lifted her arm, pointed at him, and her eyes darkened. Her voice dropped as she squeezed my hand tightly, making it throb slightly. She warned that the moment she got a chance she would come after him and make him feel true pain, declaring it a war. The venom in her tone was unmistakable. I paled and chuckled nervously as the rest of the class shivered. Bakugo scoffed and claimed that Ochako couldn't touch him without Deku rushing in to save her, and that Deku still wasn't stronger than him, so she had no chance. I put my head down, sighed, and wondered whether Bakugo had been sexist, stupid, both, or simply being himself. Those thoughts ran through my head while Ochako began to charge up one for all without realizing it. I stopped her before she could do any damage and guided her back to her seat to help her relax. Once she had calmed down, we waited for Aizawa. Aizawa entered and informed the class that the UA Sports Festival was coming up in 2 weeks and that it was a very big deal. Kirishima asked what the sports festival was. Kaminari explained that it was the biggest event of the year, something like the old Olympics before quirks had appeared. Aizawa confirmed that explanation and added that the festival was 1 chance a year and 3 chances in a lifetime, and that aspiring heroes could not afford to miss it. I smirked with excitement, and Ochako did the same. We both thought this would be our chance to really test ourselves. As class ended, Ochako opened the door and found a large crowd of students gathered outside. She screamed in surprise. I explained that they were the other first years, just there to check out the competition. Some students in the crowd were upset by my earlier boast about defeating the up-and-coming League of Villains, and several accused me of lying or shouted at me. I rolled my eyes and tuned most of it out. Then a purple-haired student with tired eyes stepped forward and observed the class, saying he did not see what the fuss was about and that, from what he could tell, they seemed stuck up and in need of a reality check. I asked if he looked like Aizawa and whether they were related, which only made him more frustrated. Ochako giggled, and he composed himself. He introduced himself as Hitoshi Shinso and explained that he had wanted to be in the hero course but had not been allowed. The sports festival was his chance to make it. He warned us that if we did not give it our all, he would take our spot. I, as class president, offered that if he wanted into the hero course he could have asked and that we might be able to make room. I then suggested, half teasing, to kick him out. He responded with a frustrated retort, briefly protested and lunged toward Momo, but was quickly stopped by the student with the emo demeanor. He shrugged and turned his attention back to the crowd, then reminded us that talk was cheap and he preferred actions to words. I cracked my knuckles and told him he would have to prove it. He smirked and walked away with a promise to see us during the festival. A blonde student from Class 1B then stepped forward with a crazed look and proclaimed that Class 1B was superior to us in every way. Ochako muttered that they were lacking in proper sanity, and I chuckled. The blonde demanded that we say that to his face. I kept my cool and proposed making it interesting. If he could land a single hit on me within 30 seconds, then Class 1B could claim superiority and we would drop out of the festival. The class reacted in shock, and I assured them to trust their class president. The blonde laughed and called it the easiest bet ever. He agreed and shook on it, hurling an insulting remark at Ochako that targeted her appearance. I stopped my hand midway through the handshake and set a new condition: for the sports festival, my classmates would wear what I told them to wear. He nodded and we formalized the bet. As the confrontation escalated, a tremor of power began to ripple from me. My bangs fell over my eyes as energy built around me. The ground seemed to vibrate with the force. The classes nearby shivered in response, and Ochako allowed herself a small, satisfied smile at the prospect of revenge. I announced the new rule with a hard edge to my voice and made it clear that I expected everyone to follow my direction for the festival. The blonde activated his quirk, unleashing a surge of power that seemed to draw on the same intensity one was feeling. Heat rose and energy flowed outward, pushing people back as the classroom braced for impact. He screamed in pain and collapsed, falling unconscious and badly scorched. Everyone stared in shock while the narrator covered his face in disbelief. Some classmates moved quickly and carried the injured student toward the medical staff. The narrator reminded them to learn more about the quirk next time they stole it and shook his head. He added that they should not forget the bet and that he would tell them what they were wearing. They nodded quickly and ran off. The class remained stunned. Ochako approached, placed a brief, affectionate kiss on his cheek, and hugged him. The narrator cheerfully suggested they head to lunch. On the way, All Might suddenly arrived and announced loudly that young Midoriya and Uraraka were present. Ochako greeted him and All Might invited them to lunch. After they accepted, he led them to the teacher's lounge. All Might then explained that he had called them to discuss the sports festival, emphasizing that it was an important opportunity to show themselves to the world. He turned to Uraraka and urged her to be proud and to strive for the top. She met his gaze with pure determination and nodded, which made the narrator smile. All Might then addressed Midoriya and explained that some special regulations had been set for him. The narrator tilted his head in confusion, then reacted with disbelief and outrage when he heard the details. According to Principal Nizu, the narrator was prohibited from floating or flying, prohibited from using energy and heat in any form, and prohibited from using any trace of his full power. He was limited to 10% of his normal power and was required to put himself at a disadvantage. Victories could not come easily and matches had to be close or losses. All Might finished by reading the unusual conditions and stepped back. The narrator and Ochako stared wide-eyed in silence before the narrator burst out in astonishment. Later, the narrator paced in frustration, loudly insisting that these were not slight regulations. Ochako gave a nervous, embarrassed smile and reminded him that they had been told all that. The narrator ranted about how unfair it felt, then took a deep breath and calmed himself. He clenched his fist and resolved to treat this as a challenge, recalling All Might's words about those who settle versus those who strive for the top. He vowed to overcome the odds, to go beyond, and to push himself despite the restrictions. Ochako relaxed and offered support, promising she would not make it easy for him in training. The narrator returned the smile and said he would not want it any other way. They parted to focus on their preparation for the sports festival in 2 weeks. He advised her to keep working on instincts and to get used to removing weighted clothing during training. She nodded. Over the next 2 weeks, the narrator pushed himself hard to make his 10% count. He prioritized control and kept his focus on strengthening within the imposed limits, determined to put his name out there even while held back. 2 weeks later, he entered the locker room confident and ready. He found Ochako sitting at a table and stood beside her. He asked how her training had gone, and she responded that she could ask him the same. He explained that he had trained with his situation in mind and felt prepared. She smiled and nodded. Their conversation ended when Todoroki approached. He addressed Midoriya in a measured tone and observed that, from an objective standpoint, Midoriya seemed stronger. Todoroki claimed he knew Midoriya had been holding back and said he would prove Midoriya wrong by defeating him at the sports festival. The class turned to watch, and Midoriya met Todoroki with a bored expression. He noted Todoroki's bold statement with a smirk, called him righty in a teasing way, and walked past them while saying he would only say something once. Izuku declared that no one in the room would ever beat him, telling Todoroki that he would be going for the top and inviting anyone to try as he walked away. He left Todoroki grumbling, Bakugo fuming, and Ochako smirking. He wanted them to try to stop him. He thought that if they did, he would be pushed to overcome the odds. Now it was time for the sports festival. At the arena, Present Mike announced the festival with his usual bombast and introduced the first years, inviting Class 1A to the stage. The students walked out with pride, though a few glared at Izuku. Ochako stood beside him, holding his hand and bearing a giant smirk. Izuku leaned in and asked what was on her mind. Ochako replied in a low, eager voice that she wanted a chance to face Bakugo. Present Mike hesitated before introducing Class 1B. The other class appeared in ridiculous outfits and embarrassing accessories bearing taunting slogans that blamed Izuku for whatever prank they had staged. Faces went red with embarrassment and the crowd erupted in laughter. Ochako doubled over laughing while Izuku found himself laughing harder than he expected, and even Todoroki cracked a smile. Present Mike continued introducing the other classes. Midnight made a dramatic appearance in her usual flamboyant costume that drew attention. Tokoyami shook his head and wondered whether that was appropriate for a teacher. Midnight then called for a few words from the freshman representative. She greeted Izuku warmly and offered an overly familiar congratulatory gesture, which made some of the teachers exchange awkward looks and left a few students jealous and flustered. At the same time, Ochako fixed Izuku with an intense stare that sent a sudden tense wave through the crowd. Izuku felt his face go pale but managed to clear his throat to draw attention back. Izuku introduced himself as Midoriya and announced that he was aiming to win the festival. He warned that he would not be stopped and called it a spoiler rather than a prediction. He walked off the stage with his hands in his pockets, taking the usual glares and muttered complaints in stride, and moved quickly to avoid becoming a target. He hurried to Ochako, who was still glaring, and tried to explain that the teacher's behavior was simply part of training someone who had helped him develop his senses and instincts to avoid danger. Ochako demanded repayment for whatever embarrassment he had caused, and when Izuku asked how she wanted to be repaid, she asked for a simple favor in return. They resolved the matter quickly and returned their focus to the festival. Midnight explained the rules for the first event, the obstacle race. Before the start, Izuku thought he heard a discreet message that the first 3 minutes would be the hardest part and that he would shine once past them. Ochako appeared to understand what he meant, and he braced himself. Midnight signaled the start, and everyone surged forward for the obstacle race. Izuku remained still, squaring his shoulders and waiting through the 3-minute window with gritted teeth and a focused tremor to his concentration. As he listened to present mixed commentary, he caught that Todoroki, Bakugo, and Ochako were taking the lead. A small smile flickered across his face and then hardened back into determination. When 3 minutes had passed and the others neared the final stage, Izuku let out a triumphant cry. He assumed a running stance, looked up with a confident smirk, and resolved to prove them right he would win even without relying on heat, energy, floating, or flight. He would show them exactly why he had made his claim. I thought I had no idea people were laughing at my confident claims. They assumed I was all talk. Oh, how wrong they were. I wasted no time and sped down the course. Spectators went wide-eyed at my speed, and the ones who had laughed before choked on their surprise. I pushed forward, ignoring the zero-pointer decoys because the race was nearing its end. Present Mike announced that Izuku Midoriya, who had been standing and doing nothing, suddenly bulldozed through the zero-pointers as if they were nothing. Everyone who heard that went silent in shock. Todoroki thought Midoriya? Bakugo swore he would not let Deku beat him. Ochako worried that she had to hurry or Deku would win. Meanwhile, Deku destroyed the robots and raced toward the next obstacle, pits with platforms and ropes that seemed bottomless. Deku was not in the mood to stop. He ran and jumped from platform to platform, landing and pushing off with precision, scaling the pits like they were nothing. Present Mike shouted that Izuku Midoriya had passed the second obstacle in seconds. The crowd grew more unsettled. How could he catch up in less than a minute? Todoroki declared he would win as he avoided mines. Bakugo exploded himself forward, furious. Ochako resolved to hurry and charged one for all further. Someone announced that it was too late. Deku decided that if he could not fly, he would do the next best thing. An enormous explosion rang out and everyone stopped to look. From the smoke and light, a figure glided through the air like a bird, a wide grin on his face and his eyes fixed on three rivals. Present Mike exclaimed that Izuku Midoriya had leapt from last to nearly first, heading straight for first place. True to that, Deku flew right over Todoroki, Bakugo, and Ochako. He declared that this was how to take first place. The others watched with their jaws dropped. Deku detonated a burst of power with no protective brace and emerged unscathed. Bakugo charged forward at Deku, shouting in fury. Todoroki thought the ice path might still help others later, but he wanted to win now. Ochako focused on finishing strong. All three surged to catch up as Deku fell rapidly toward the ground. They were neck and neck, about to pass him, when Deku planted his feet briefly on Todoroki and Bakugo, braced a hand on Ochako's back, and slammed his right hand into the ground. The impact produced a massive burst of force that launched Deku forward at incredible speed. He shot past the minefields, through the hall, and landed face-first on the stadium grass, sliding about 20 feet before coming to a halt. Present Mike declared that Izuku Midoriya had won. The crowd paused for a heartbeat and then erupted into cheers. Deku groaned, pushed himself up, and wiped off grass and dirt. The ending had been less than graceful, but he had won, and it had been close. He smiled at the crowd and challenged whatever came next, confident that anything thrown at him could and would be overcome. Later, Deku stood basking in the excitement of his flashy win when he heard running footsteps and light panting behind him. Ochako ran up, breathless and bright-eyed, and exclaimed that his performance had been amazing, that she could hardly believe he had gotten first place, and that she was a little jealous, jumping up and down with delight. Deku smiled and rubbed the back of his head, pleased despite the handicap he had overcome. He noticed Ida looking shaken that he had taken first place after a 3-minute pause. Bakugo was fuming and muttering about luck. Todoroki looked slightly frustrated. From what Deku could tell, Ochako had just barely taken second, Todoroki third, and the others trailing behind. Midnight returned to the microphone to congratulate the students on finishing the obstacle course and announced that the next event would be decided. She revealed the next event as a cavalry battle and explained the rules. Students would team up in groups of 2 to 4 and work together to capture points from other teams. Lost points could be recovered before time ran out. The point values would be assigned based on finishing order, with lower places earning smaller values. Then Midnight added that first place would be allowed 0 teammates, and Deku widened his eyes at that proclamation as others smirked. Silence settled as he stood frozen. He could feel the hostile stares, hungry for victory, tracing his figure as he remained locked in an invisible block of uncertainty, too stunned to move. Their eyes seemed to burn with a single purpose. He felt like prey in a lion's den, like a prize on a platter. Midnight wore a sadistic smirk and announced that it was survival of the fittest, wanting to see how he would handle the challenge. Around him, students began moving to form teams while he stayed rooted, mind racing. He should be able to handle this, he told himself, steadying his breath. Remember the training. Be in control. He needed a way to stay competitive without relying on his quirk. Uraraka approached with a warm smile and wished him luck before returning to her team. He returned the sentiment with determination and prepared his strategy. Midnight checked whether the teams were ready. Bombs for Brains flashed a sinister grin, Todoroki wore a focused expression, and he rose to tie the 100 million point headband around his forehead. He opened his eyes with resolve and confirmed that he was ready. Midnight grinned and signaled the start. As expected, everyone surged toward him for the points. He kept his eyes closed and head slightly bowed, assessing the rush. He felt the ground change beneath his legs solid underfoot one moment, then shifting and trapping them the next. He looked up to see a student with a strange quirk and his team accelerating toward him. Recognizing the quirk, he readied himself. When they closed the distance, he lifted his legs and launched himself into the air with an enormous jump. The crowd reacted in astonishment at the height of the leap. Present Mick's excited commentary amplified the roar of the audience. While airborne, he noticed several of Jiro's earphone jacks aiming to connect with him. He twisted his body, slipping through a narrow gap between the jacks, caught them, and used them to propel himself toward Jiro. Spinning through the air like a corkscrew, he reached her, saw her eyes widen in surprise, and took her headband before landing in a crouch with the points secured in his hand. Present Mike and the judges praised the maneuver, and Aizawa acknowledged the skillful move. Jiro stood stunned, struggling to process what had happened. He allowed himself a brief smile, thinking that more headbands might be useful for future strategies. The smile faded as several teams moved to surround him. He noticed Shoji running alone toward him. He narrowed his eyes, sensing two more signatures very close to Shoji, nearly overlapping him. He realized Tsu and Grape had teamed up with Shoji to use his size for cover. It was a clever plan if no one had a longer-range quirk. He dodged the coordinated attacks gracefully. A purple ball sailed past to his right, forcing him to sway left just as Tsu's tongue strike came in. He ducked and leaped, evading the flurry. He decided to gain vertical advantage and sprang upward to avoid further assaults. That advantage almost held until Bombs for Brains lunged at him, charging his explosive quirk and shouting his intent. As the explosive strike neared his face, the protagonist kept a calm expression and, in an instant, redirected the attack back toward its origin. The attack backfired and sent the student tumbling until Siro caught him. No one sustained serious harm. It was a messy, chaotic failure that left the attacker sputtering. He landed a moment later and saw that Bakugo's headband had already been taken. The fellow who had boasted about his plan earlier stood nearby in an absurd state of disarray, shirt askew and an attempt at intimidation undermined by his odd appearance. It turned out that Class 1B had orchestrated a scheme to win the event, a fairly well-thought-out plan except for underestimating Bakugo's temper. With that team out of the way, his immediate threats were reduced. As Class 1B fell back, his odds improved without needing to fight more. He allowed himself a brief assessment before he was snapped back into focus by Todoroki's penetrating stare. Todoroki stepped forward and asserted that he would be taking the headband now. The protagonist's grin widened at the sight of Todoroki's team formation. Ida in the center, Yaoyorozu on the left, Ochako on the right, and Todoroki poised above. He mused silently that it was going to be a challenging matchup. He taunted Todoroki to come forward, prompting the team to charge. Todoroki ordered Uraraka to clear the opposing teams, and Uraraka charged her support quirk, swinging to disrupt the surrounding students and push them back. The clash became a fast, intense exchange as the teams collided, each move fluid and dramatic in the style of an action-packed match rather than anything graphic. He drew on training and timing, maneuvering to keep possession of the headband while the arena erupted with movement. The battle played out with dramatic dodges, well-timed counters, and high-flying efforts, the kind of cinematic combat seen in dynamic tournaments. With no lasting injuries, only the exhilaration of competition and the push to outthink and outmaneuver one another. Todoroki froze the others and took extra headbands. Yaoyorozu formed a weapon as the ground turned to ice. Todoroki charged with ice attacks while the narrator rolled under the ice and leapt away as ice struck the ground repeatedly. When Todoroki closed in, Uraraka readied herself and Yaoyorozu created a metal bat. Both closed in. The narrator brought up forearms to block, which had no effect. Todoroki tried his weapon, but the narrator front-flipped over it, reached out, steadied Uraraka by the shoulders, and gave an unexpected, friendly forehead touch before landing and yawning. Ochako chuckled and touched her cheek, drawing curious looks from her teammates. Ida asked what was going on. Ochako explained that the narrator was toying with them, not really trying to win. Todoroki growled and seemed ready to fire more ice, but the narrator stopped him with a taunt. Todoroki scowled, realizing that firing risked hitting Ida and moving left him exposed. Ida then declared that he would do something that would render him useless to Todoroki and urged Todoroki to go for the headband. In a blur he charged and stripped the narrator's headband away. Everyone froze, shocked. Ida panted, smirked, and said he had proven he could beat Midoriya. The narrator's eyes widened, then he rushed forward. Todoroki prepared his fire, but the narrator fainted, causing Todoroki's arm to swing aside, and the narrator snatched a headband in triumph. He then realized it was the wrong one. Yaoyorozu remarked that they would not put the valuable band on top and accused him of underestimating them. Members of the opposing team surged forward to contest the points. Boom Boom Boy changed direction and shouted his trademark as he charged. Both sides raced, but a call announced that time was up. Exploder Brains fell forward as the buzzer sounded. The narrator bowed his head, bangs falling over his face. Todoroki observed that the narrator's confidence had been his downfall, and Yaoyorozu and Ida agreed. Ochako looked unsure. The narrator stood and, with a small smirk, revealed a second headband. He had been twirling 2 headbands and then tied the one with the 100 million point value around his head, declaring that Yaoyorozu had underestimated him. Everyone, including the teachers, stared. Yaoyorozu sputtered in disbelief. The narrator calmly explained his trick. When Ida made his sudden move, he had anticipated it. When Todoroki grabbed at a headband, the narrator had swapped it for a decoy, hiding the true value. He had played along to lure them into complacency, then taken back what had been taken. The others watched in stunned silence. Todoroki growled at having misread the situation. The narrator said it had been fun, but he was hungry and walked off. Present Mike called everyone to lunch, but Todoroki pulled the narrator aside with a cold look and told him they needed to talk. The narrator attempted to break the silence with some nervous small talk about the weather, a new All Might comic, and the second round, but Todoroki remained silent and unblinking. The narrator mentioned that he had heard Momo had noticed him, then quickly corrected himself and said he must have confused her with Ida. Todoroki's expression softened briefly and a faint blush touched his cheeks, but he soon returned to his usual cool composure. Finally, Todoroki spoke about the cavalry battle. He said he had felt something odd. The narrator had been holding back, yet power radiated from him in a way Todoroki found familiar, somewhat like All Might's presence, though not identical. He added that Uraraka's power reminded him more of that same quality. Todoroki suggested that the narrator and Uraraka's shared success and their powers implied a connection, perhaps involving All Might's influence. The narrator reacted with shock and anger at one of Todoroki's more wild hypotheses and insisted emphatically that it was offensive and impossible, clarifying that he did not have a sister and would never be involved in something so inappropriate. Todoroki flinched at the outburst but quickly regained his composure. Todoroki dismissed the distraction as irrelevant and stated bluntly that, whatever connections there might be, he cared only about defeating the narrator. He explained that his father was the number 2 hero, Endeavor, and that because of any connection to All Might he had even more reason to beat the narrator. He then asked if the narrator knew what quirk marriages were. The narrator explained that those were marriages arranged to produce children with powerful quirks. He confirmed the definition and went on to say that a quirk marriage had been arranged for his parents. His father had wealth and used it to secure his mother's family so he could gain her quirk. He said the narrator could only remember images of his mother crying until one day she could not take it anymore. She lashed out and injured the left side of his face, leaving a lasting mark. The narrator's eyes widened at that, realizing he had suffered abuse as well. He declared that he would defeat the narrator using only his ice, to prove to his father that he did not need a fire quirk. He turned to walk away, and the narrator suddenly appeared in front of him to stop him. The narrator told him to wait. He looked up with a bored, cold expression. The narrator said that if he refused to use his fire quirk for that reason, he had no chance of winning. He narrowed his eyes in response. The narrator reflected that they were very similar. Both had experienced mental and emotional trauma. Both had been driven onto paths of pain and despair. The narrator pointed out the difference between them. The narrator had rejected parts of himself because of his pain, improving only what he chose and settling for half his potential. The other had embraced and honed his full power, determined to make it better than anyone else because it had been the source of his pain. That, the narrator said, was why he would lose. The narrator finished and walked away, leaving Todoroki standing there. Later, the narrator went to find Ochako and saw her with the girls. He decided to listen in and heard them talking about their outfits for the upcoming event. Jiro explained that apparently they were supposed to wear the cheerleading outfits Americans wore. The girls reacted with shocked gasps. Ochako asked who had said it. Jiro reported that Mineta had told her Mr. Aizawa mentioned it. The others blinked in surprise and asked if she had really believed him. Jiro defended her source, saying Kaminari had been with Mineta and was trustworthy. Ochako, blushing, protested that she did not want to wear those outfits because they showed too much skin. Mina tried to cheer her up, saying to look on the bright side. She teased that it would attract Midoriya's attention. The narrator mentally scolded himself for letting that thought show, and Ochako's blush deepened. Ochako insisted firmly that Midoriya would not act inappropriately without her consent. Momo asked what made her so sure, and Ochako said she trusted him. Even when his mind faltered, he always put her before himself. The other girls squealed at that confession and teased Ochako about being in love. Ochako denied it hastily but admitted, shyly, that she cared for him a great deal. The narrator smiled inwardly at her obvious affection. Jiro asked who everyone thought would win the sports festival. Mina favored Kirishima, while Tsuyu suggested Tokoyami for his powerful quirk. Momo gave a quiet vote for Todoroki. Jiro mentioned Kaminari as a contender. Ochako declared with confidence that her Midoriya would win. Mina teased that Ochako only picked him because he was her boyfriend. Ochako clarified in an embarrassed but earnest way that she trained with him and trusted his strength, and that her vote came from that trust as much as affection. The others blushed and looked away. The narrator quietly entertained the thought that several girls had crushes on classmates and began to chuckle to himself, counting feelings and noticing matches among them. Mina suddenly asked who was there. The narrator paled, fearing he had been caught spying, and imagined the consequences if they found out. He forced himself to come up with an excuse, cleared his throat, and walked out to greet them casually, saying he needed to talk to Ochako. They demanded to know what about, narrowing their eyes. The narrator said it was about the final round and, when pressed, said he wanted to give her advice. The others questioned why he would give advice about something he did not know, expressing suspicion. The narrator grabbed Ochako's hand and pulled her away, saying it was time to go. Once alone, the narrator breathed a sigh of relief, and Ochako asked what advice he wanted to give. The narrator tensed, realizing he had promised guidance and needed to figure out what to say. A short pause bridged the moment as he gathered his thoughts. He stammered that he wanted her to be careful with Bakugo and not get carried away. He asked her to make sure she beat Bakugo. He warned that Bakugo was a tough opponent and would not go easy on anyone, especially since she was dating him. She nodded and promised she would do her best. He then asked her to refrain from using one for all so she could learn to fight without it and he could see her new strength. She smiled and hugged him. He returned the embrace. After they separated, he added that Mineta and Kaminari had been lying, and she snapped her fingers, saying she had suspected as much. He explained that he had said to leave and go prepare, then ran off while she called after him. Lunch ended and they learned that the final round would be a tournament. Kaminari and Mineta had been lying about whatever they had claimed earlier, and he laughed about it until he felt the glares of the other girls, which made him sweat because an angry girl was the last thing he wanted to face. 16 people were scheduled for the tournament until Ojiro and another student withdrew. People tried to convince Ojiro to stay, especially Toru, but he would not budge. It was a matter of pride. Midnight made an offhand comment that left most people confused and him feeling uneasy at how often she had said similar things to him. He studied the brackets and found he was listed first, jumping in excitement and earning a few odd looks. Ochako was matched against Boom Boom, which did not surprise him. The student next to him asked who Uraraka was. He clenched his teeth but kept his composure. The opponent he was facing was Hitoshi Shinso, the same student who had challenged their class and who seemed related to Mr. Aizawa. Shinso appeared behind him and asked if he was Izuku Midoriya, which would have startled him if he had not sensed him beforehand. Before he could answer, a tail covered his mouth and Shinso smirked as he walked away. Ojiro warned him to say nothing to that boy, explaining that when Shinso had questioned him, his mind had gone foggy and he had felt as if he were being controlled. He acknowledged the danger and prepared for the final rounds. After some last-minute stretching, All Might approached and offered encouragement, reminding him they were putting restraints on him and to remember what it meant to be a hero. He smiled in response. Present Mike announced the start of the final round and introduced Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A, the winner of the last two events. Izuku walked out to the crowd's cheers, feeling it was going to be a good day. Shinso from the General Studies program entered with a bored expression. Both fighters signaled they were ready and the match began. Shinso asked a question about whether the girl with the round face was his girlfriend and mocked her family, implying insults. He reacted with anger. He did not care how it was said, only that it had been said, and no one insulted his girlfriend without consequence. Before he could move, a sudden stillness overcame him and he froze, his expression blank. Shinso explained that he had to win for his own reasons. The announcer noted that Midoriya had stopped moving. Ojiro, Ida, and Kaminari reacted with concern and confusion. Ochako watched intently, trying to understand what was happening. Mr. Aizawa pointed out that entry exams tended to favor flashy power-type quirks and could overlook someone like Shinso, whose mind control quirk was subtle but very useful. Although Izuku's quirk was impressive and still not fully understood, he had fallen under Shinso's influence and seemed to have lost the match. Shinso ordered him to lose, and Izuku's body began to walk toward the edge of the ring. Mina and Kirishima protested loudly. As his foot moved beyond the out-of-bounds line and seemed about to land outside the ring, everything held for a moment. Then he stopped, breathed out, and returned his foot to the ground inside the ring. The crowd erupted as reporters and coaches reacted in surprise. His classmates cheered and sighed in relief. Ochako shook her head with a smile, telling herself he needed to stop keeping her so worried. Shinso demanded that he surrender his will. He scratched his head and revealed that his body could move on its own, though he had chosen not to demonstrate that ability, at least, not yet. A brief neutral moment followed as both fighters reset and prepared for the next phase of the match. He wondered who. Izuku Midoriya explained that the control Shinso had over minds could be overpowered by his heightened senses. He raised his hand and sent a gust of air sweeping across the field that knocked Shinso back and came close to catching Midnight as well. The announcer declared that the winner was Izuku Midoriya, and the crowd cheered. Izuku walked over to Shinso, who got to his feet and glared. Shinso asked why Izuku had not won earlier and whether he had only wanted to embarrass him. Izuku shook his head and explained that he had wanted to demonstrate what Shinso's quirk could do so more agencies would be willing to recruit him. He believed that with Shinso's ability and appearance, some people might doubt his potential as a hero, and exposure would help. Conversations in the crowd about recruiting Shinso made Izuku smile. Shinso's expression softened and he thanked him before walking away. Izuku looked up at the sky, worrying about Ochako. He thought about how, when the time came, she would have to stand up to tough challenges. He urged himself that she needed to step up, because if she did not, she could be seriously harmed in future encounters. He caught himself worrying he might be overreacting. He reminded himself he would not harm Ochako. After all, she was his girlfriend, and it would be wrong to think otherwise. His concern was that if she did not get stronger, other far less scrupulous people might put her in real danger. He returned to the stands where his classmates were waiting. Kaminari congratulated him. Ida complimented his performance. Ojiro gave a thumbs up. Izuku thanked them. Ochako gave him a quick, cheerful peck on the cheek and told him she had known he would win. He smiled and scratched the back of his head. Sheepishly, they turned to watch the other matches. Todoroki looked off-center, clearly angry and sad, likely due to a last-minute confrontation with his father. Izuku felt sympathy for him and noticed Ochako watching the arena with a frown, her fists clenched in anger. He reminded himself that he was trying to keep her from acting on that anger. When she was provoked, Ochako gained an intense focus and strength that made her fierce and unpredictable. Todoroki created a mountain of ice to trap Zero, a dramatic move that overwhelmed his opponent. In the next match, Shiozaki surprised everyone with a graceful and decisive performance, easily overpowering Kaminari and his quirk despite an odd outfit choice she had worn earlier. Izuku found the match amusing, especially given Kaminari's flustered state. Aoyama tried to use his laser, but Ishido danced around his attacks and demonstrated marked improvement. Aoyama fired more lasers than before, showing he had trained, but Ishido's speed and skill had advanced significantly. She managed to disrupt his footing and landed a decisive blow to win the match. Izuku looked away to spare Ochako from seeing the awkward aftermath. Yaoyorozu faced Tokoyami next. Tokoyami released Dark Shadow and went on the offensive, but Yaoyorozu quickly produced a shield and then a staff to fend it off. She created a bright flash to temporarily immobilize Dark Shadow and followed with a heavy bat that sent the shadow flying. Using a great deal of energy, she charged and struck, but Tokoyami dodged and Dark Shadow recovered with him. Together they pushed Yaoyorozu out of the ring, making Tokoyami the winner in an excellent match. Support course student Mei Hatsum matched up against Ida and turned her appearance into an elaborate demonstration of her gadgets. She persuaded Ida to use some of her support gear and then stepped away, leaving him surprised and the audience amused. Izuku could not stop laughing at how convincingly she had staged the demonstration. The next match was announced, and Izuku found himself particularly eager to see how it would play out. No doubt Ochako would be the underdog in this matchup. She was strong and fierce, but she had a cute, cheerful exterior and an airhead streak that made people forget how capable she could be. I made sure she used her main quirk in school and saved one for other situations. We did not need any suspicion about All Might's relationship with the two of us, and this approach kept things balanced for her quirks. Though the secret part did not hold up completely, Todoroki had nearly found out. Tsu informed him that he was muttering again. He stopped and smiled sheepishly, admitting it was an old habit. He thought he had changed many things about himself, but muttering was one he could not fully suppress. Kaminari told him to stop muttering in frustration. He turned and realized Ochako was gone, guessing she had gone to prepare. Present Mike announced the 8th and final match, Bakugo Katsuki vs. Ochako Uraraka, and he added a joking remark about Ochako's non-repulsing shirt. Tsu wondered aloud what would happen. Jiro covered her face and said she could not bear to watch. The others looked to him for assurance. He told them she would be fine. Toru asked how he could be so sure. Mineta insisted Bakugo was a SDST and that she could not survive without severe injury. He explained that he knew Ochako better than anyone and that she could be frightening when she was angry. He pointed toward the ring, where Ochako walked out with her fists clenched so tightly they were white, tick marks visible across her forehead as she ground her teeth. He felt himself getting ready to step in if things went unexpectedly. Present Mike began the match. Bakugo started by telling Ochako that if she was going to quit she should do it now, and that he would not go easy on her like Midoriya would. He declared that he intended to be the best and that she was in his way. In a flashback, Ochako slid across the training slabs, panting from another sparring session. She had told Midoriya that he could ease up a bit. Midoriya had declined, explaining that easing up would insult everything she represented and that he would not hold her back by matching or reducing his power. He had reminded her that nobody would go easy on her outside training. He then walked over, placed his hands on her shoulders, and crouched to her height. Both of them had thought the same thing. They were too strong to hold back. Back in the match, Ochako asked Bakugo what he despised about her. Bakugo snarled about their past and how he had treated Midoriya when they were children. The glare she gave made the crowd fall silent. They had not believed Midoriya when he had warned them she could be intimidating. Ochako accused Bakugo of overestimating himself and treating others as inferior. As she charged, Bakugo launched an explosion. When the smoke cleared, she stood unfazed, glaring at him. She told him that when people came close to his level, he hurt them to feed his ego. She struck him hard, forcing him back from the impact. People watched in stunned silence as Ochako moved with precision and strength. Bakugo sent another explosion that shattered part of the arena, but Ochako charged straight through it as if it were a breeze. After Bakugo dodged, she punched the ground, leaving a noticeable crater. He countered with an explosive swipe, but Ochako caught his arm without relying on her quirk, deliberately denying him the float she could grant. She gripped him tightly and he cried out sharply as she applied pressure. She accused him of torturing Midoriya and others, demanding to know how many times they had caused emotional and physical harm. She lifted him and slammed him down again, creating a larger crater. Bakugo recovered and flashed a bright distraction in her face before landing an explosive strike that sent her flying. Bakugo charged, claiming Midoriya had been beneath him and that Midoriya would remain quirkless and worthless. He threatened to put her out of the match. Ochako rose with her head bowed and muttered that he did not understand. Then she activated her gravity manipulation, focusing energy on each fingertip and slamming her hand to the ground. Pink lines intersected across the ring in an instant, forming a pattern that held Bakugo in place. He shouted that he could not move. Ochako moved closer and told him he was helpless, that he could not use his quirk or do anything. She stepped into his face and stared him down. She struck him in the gut and he staggered, choking on the force of it. She continued to circle him and land controlled, stinging blows that emphasized the point she had been making about his cruelty and arrogance. She reminded the crowd that the emotional damage he had inflicted had been as cruel, if not more so, than the physical. The match unfolded like an intense, stylized duel, fast, precise, and charged with emotion, each move reflecting past grievances, commitment, and resolve. The attacker ranted that he had come close to ending his life because of him, shouting that he had every reason to be angry and that he did not care whether the other wanted to be a hero or not. The room pulsed with tension. Izuku put his head down, knowing she was absolutely correct in everything she had said. He did not want her to worry and he wanted to stay strong instead of sinking into those dark memories. He should have known she would put two and two together. She unleashed a flurry of well-aimed strikes that left the attacker dazed. Then she landed a decisive blow that sent him crashing to the floor, unconscious. Present Mike announced that Class 1A's Ochako Uraraka had won, while Midnight remained too shocked to comment. The students stared with wide eyes and open mouths. They turned to Izuku, who appeared unaffected. He reminded them that she had gone easy and that this had most likely been her way of venting anger. He shuddered at the thought and got up to check on Ochako. He opened the locker room door and saw Ochako laughing with a fierce, relieved energy that made him uneasy. She ran up and hugged him tightly, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. Ochako spoke happily at seeing him, and Izuku responded with a relieved laugh, teasing that she was acting as if they had been apart for years. Ochako mumbled that she had indeed been apart for 8 whole years, her face pressed against his chest. Izuku explained that he had not followed her home because he did not know where she lived or went to school. Ochako nonchalantly told him to find a way to know. Izuku's eyes widened and a smirk crossed his face as he suspected something. He asked if she had had feelings for him since he had once saved her. Ochako's face went comically wide and she looked away, denying it in a flustered murmur. Ochako remembered the day vividly. She had slammed the front door of her house and slid down to the floor, cheeks burning. She felt an unfamiliar, dizzy happiness and worried over what she was doing. Her mother called to ask if she was back, and when Ochako answered yes, her mother walked in and noticed the blush. Her mother grinned mischievously and led her to the living room, asking who had caused it. Ochako stammered, unsure what to say. Her mother noted the blushing, stuttering and goofy smile, and teased that it sounded like love at first sight. Ochako hid her face in her hands, and her mother laughed as her father entered. Her father, curious, asked who it was. Ochako took a breath and, with a wide grin, told them about Izuku Midoriya Deku. She described how he had come out of nowhere to protect her from people trying to hurt her, how his green hair and kind eyes had struck her as brave and special, and how his desire to become a hero to make people smile had inspired her. She declared that she wanted to become a hero like him so they could stand side by side. Her parents exchanged amused looks. Her mother teased that a favorite hero could also be the one you love, and Ochako turned crimson and hid her face as her mother laughed and her father pretended to grumble. Back in the locker room, Izuku laughed as Ochako blushed and furrowed her eyebrows. She playfully smacked his head, and he protested as he held his head. She crossed her arms and said that was what he deserved. He offered to make it up to her and asked what she wanted. Ochako responded with a grin and a playful nod. Izuku teased that he would not give in so easily, and she pouted and lifted a hand as if to strike again. He quickly put his hands up in mock defense, laughing and insisting he was only joking. Their light-hearted moment continued until Ochako's phone rang. She reluctantly broke the embrace and answered, saying she had to take the call from her father and that they would talk later. They separated with warm, relieved smiles, ready to move on with the next match. She told him good luck and that she would be watching, smiling as she gave him a brief, reassuring kiss. He thanked her and turned toward the door. He thought he would need it. He walked toward the arena and ran into Endeavor. Endeavor said in his deep voice that he had been looking for him. He asked Endeavor why with zero patience in his tone. Endeavor replied with a smirk that he wanted him to get his son to use his fire and that it was time his son accepted his duty as his ultimate creation. He shook his head and sighed. He told Endeavor that such desperation did not make him a hero, that Endeavor had driven away his son's mother and made his son hate him, and that sacrificing family for the #1 spot was not true heroism. He added that if Endeavor had thought beyond the idea of being #1, he would know his family should be at the top of the list. He walked off, leaving Endeavor deep in thought. The announcer declared the first match of the second round and introduced Class 1A's powerhouse, Izuku Midoriya. The announcer then introduced the King of Ice, the Prince of Flames, Endeavor's son, Shoto Todoroki. Both fighters climbed the ring stairs. Midoriya wore a determined expression and Todoroki looked focused. The match began. Todoroki wasted no time and covered the ring in a sheet of ice, transforming it into an ice rink. Midoriya assessed the tactic and decided to watch what Todoroki had planned rather than immediately break the ice. Todoroki glided toward him and fired ice spikes. Midoriya dodged expertly and, when another spike came close, caught the ice in midair, spun, and struck Todoroki with it, breaking some of the ice and sending Todoroki back a few feet. Todoroki sent more ice at him. Because the ring was covered, Todoroki controlled the environment, putting Midoriya at a disadvantage, which Midoriya found all the more interesting. Ice spikes shot in from both sides. Midoriya corkscrewed and dodged them with agility. As Todoroki raised more ice to attack, Midoriya jumped from one side to the other, grabbed the tip of an incoming spike, and swung past it to the center with a clear sight of Todoroki. Todoroki then sent a mountain of ice toward him. Midoriya front flipped over it, drawing shocked gasps from the crowd. From above Todoroki's wide-eyed reaction, Midoriya landed and punched with force, shattering the mountain of ice and causing a shockwave that knocked away the makeshift ice rink and the piles of ice. Midoriya could not control wind pressure like some other quirks, but he could create wind shockwaves from his attacks. Todoroki dodged at the last second but was knocked back and used more ice to steady himself. Midoriya rose from the ground, leaving a sizable crater and standing ready. Todoroki launched a flurry of ice spikes at different heights. Midoriya maneuvered his torso, destroyed several spikes with precise strikes, corkscrewed to catch others, and crushed more with the backs of his hands. Hearing another mountain of ice approaching, Midoriya turned at the last second and punched it, shattering the formation and sending a shockwave outward. The announcer praised Midoriya for fending off Todoroki's attacks with his own. In the stands, Mina observed that Midoriya was handling Todoroki's ice with ease. Momo frowned and found it troubling. Ochako explained that it was simply a bad matchup. Midoriya's attacks were strong enough to break Todoroki's ice, and he did not have the kind of physical backlash that would hamper him. Any remaining backlash from Midoriya's power had been dealt with long ago. The only risk left was using too much power. Ochako concluded that Todoroki could not win with ice alone, and the others turned back to the arena to watch how the match would unfold. Back in the ring, Midoriya kept dodging as Todoroki tried to close the distance. When Todoroki drew near, likely aiming to freeze him in place, Midoriya ran through the spikes and punched Todoroki in the gut, sending him across the ring. Midoriya told Todoroki that he was trembling and warned that at this rate Todoroki would lose without even having a real chance. Todoroki ignored the remark and formed a much smaller, slower mountain of ice. Midoriya shattered it again, appeared next to Todoroki, and kicked him in the back, sending him skidding across the ring. Midoriya angrily demanded to know why Todoroki would not use his fire. Todoroki replied that he would never use that quirk. Todoroki stubbornly insisted that he would not become like his father. Midoriya pushed through the ice wall Todoroki through and landed an uppercut that sent Todoroki upward, then followed with a spinning kick that sent him skidding across the ring. Midoriya accused Todoroki that refusing to listen to reason for one single, misguided goal was exactly what made someone like his father. As Todoroki rose, his eyes widened with dawning realization. Midoriya explained that Todoroki's power was unusual and had caused him great pain throughout his own life. The quirk's strength, speed, and reflexes were not what defined it. The same ability that could grant power had also brought suffering. No one had believed him when he described its problems, and when the power surfaced accidentally, it had only made things worse. Still, he had learned to use it and refine it into something heroic. Midoriya urged Todoroki to remember that a person made the quirk, not the other way around, and that this quirk belonged only to Todoroki. Todoroki's eyes widened again, and his left side flared into flame as his chilled body returned to balance. He acknowledged that he understood and resolved to be his own hero. Midoriya smiled in return, impressed by the strength Todoroki possessed and by how much the flame side would amplify his power. Todoroki asked why Midoriya was smiling, and Midoriya chuckled, noting that he was simply excited. Normally Midoriya kept the power of instincts suppressed to reduce collateral damage, but here he decided to let it show. He drew his arms into an X-shaped stance, feeling the power rise. He released a controlled portion of instincts and a silver, translucent aura washed over him. The wind picked up around the aura, subtly intensifying Todoroki's flames. Midoriya's eyes gleamed silver for effect, something he sometimes did just to feel confident. Cementos shouted at Midnight that they needed to stop the fight, and Midnight prepared to act, tearing open a sleeve to ready her quirk. Todoroki, flames and ice both primed, thanked Midoriya for everything he had done as he prepared to strike. Midoriya thought of All Might and resolved to make his mark as a hero, using the lessons he had been taught. He closed the distance, braced himself, and let loose a powerful, concentrated strike. The impact sent a blast of force through the arena, an explosive shockwave that knocked Midnight, Cementos, the audience, and everything nearby off their feet in classic tournament spectacle. When the dust and smoke began to clear, Midoriya remained standing while the silver aura still shimmered around him and his eyes glowed faintly. Todoroki was across the stadium, slumped and leaning against the wall. Midnight announced that the first match was over and declared Midoriya the winner. The crowd gradually recovered and began to cheer. Before leaving the field, Midoriya made sure to transfer some healing support to Todoroki and then walked toward the stands. Ochako offered a brief congratulatory hug, and they then stepped back to join their classmates. As the other matches concluded, Midoriya and Ochako finished theirs without major problems. The time everyone had been waiting for arrived. Present Mike announced the final first year's match with his usual exuberance, and Aizawa, in his dry tone, admitted that he found this match genuinely interesting. The excitement in the stadium built. Present Mike introduced the matchup everyone had anticipated. Class 1 as Green-Haired Wonder, the powerhouse Izuku Midoriya, versus Class 1 as Gravity Specialist and stalwart competitor Ochako Uraraka. The final round was about to begin. Deku POV 5 minutes before. Ochako was stretching, getting ready for her match with her boyfriend. The girls approached to offer encouragement. Sue told her to do a great job. Jiro warned that Midoriya was really strong and that little was known about him beyond his strength and speed, which apparently were not his actual quirk. Mina expressed confidence and noted that Midoriya was her boyfriend, so he probably would not try to hurt her. Ochako laughed and shook her head, explaining that Deku would gladly go all out against her. Mina asked if he should be concerned for Ochako's safety. Ochako replied that if there was one thing she knew about Deku, it was that he hated to lose to anyone, including her, and he would not want to hold back if he believed she did not deserve it. The others nodded, still cautious about Ochako facing her remarkably strong boyfriend. Ochako reassured them that she had trained especially for this chance and would show the results. She would not lose easily and would use everything she had. Toru cheered good luck as Ochako left for her match. Ochako thanked them with a bright smile. Walking toward the arena, Ochako focused on Deku. This would be her toughest challenge yet. She would need to use every move in her arsenal if she had any chance. Present Mike hyped the contestants from the commentator's spot while Ochako and Deku made their way to the ring with focused expressions. Midnight prepared to start the match and asked whether the two finalists were ready. Ochako indicated that she was ready. Deku responded that he was always ready. Midnight then announced the start of the final match. Deku watched Ochako closely, trying to anticipate her next move. Ochako stared right back and finally said that she had been waiting for this. Deku grinned in response and told her he would be offended if she had not been waiting, then urged her to show him what she was made of. Ochako rolled up her arm and leg sleeves to reveal training weights, explained that there was no point in using them anymore, deactivated them, and tossed them out of the ring. Deku took that as a sign she was ready and moved so quickly it looked like teleportation, arriving on her right side and attempting a kick to her head. Ochako raised her forearm and blocked. She followed with a left punch, but Deku was already under it and countered with a punch to her stomach that sent her flying. She realigned and landed on her feet, smirking as Deku returned the smirk. They rushed each other and jumped, colliding forearms with an exchange of intense focus. Ochako sent a roundhouse kick that Deku dodged before attempting an uppercut. She pulled her head back so his fist missed and then grabbed his hand, hoisted him over her shoulder, and slammed him down on the mat forcefully. Present Mike announced the impressive slam to a roaring crowd. Deku rebounded quickly and tried to sweep her legs while spinning on the ground, but Ochako jumped. While airborne, Deku positioned himself in a push-up stance and launched his feet into her abdomen, sending her flying. She landed only to find Deku already in front of her. Deku went for a punch, which she evaded by jumping over it, then began running around the ring, consistently dodging his attacks. Deku nearly landed a hit until she caught his arm and countered with a punch that Deku ducked, only to be kneed in the face and sent flying. Deku staggered to his feet, disoriented, and realized he was surrounded by rubble with Ochako standing across the ring. Ochako had been dodging to create debris she could use. Rocks flew at Deku, faster than he had expected, and formed a giant pile over him. Present Mike called attention to Ochako's move as the crowd cheered. Ochako approached the pile cautiously, and Deku reappeared behind her, back to back. They exchanged a brief, competitive glance and then turned at the same time, clashing right and left fists before locking hands in a test of strength. They gritted their teeth, pulled back, and headbutted each other with equal force before colliding knees. As they separated, Deku threw a punch that Ochako deftly redirected, leaving him open. She attempted a counter, which Deku avoided by leaning back. Deku swept her leg and left her vulnerable for a moment, but she caught his punch midair and used his momentum to twist and drive him to the ground, ending with her foot on his back and his arm controlled. Deku's eyes widened at the familiar technique. He started to ask how she had done it, but she answered with a closed-eyed smile that it was from training. Deku chuckled inwardly, acknowledging that this fight would not end anytime soon. I really thought I could force her to fully use gravity manipulation or even one for all at 3%. That had been wishful thinking. I powered up instincts to 5%. He moved like lightning, rolled over, grabbed her arm and forced her down, flipping their positions so she ended up where he had been. Before he could say anything else, she grabbed his leg, released the gravity on him and threw him aside, then let him fall face-first to the ground. He got up, irritated. He watched her run at him, noticeably slower than before. Her first punch missed and struck the ground. More punches hit the ground as she repeatedly missed. Finally one landed but he caught it, and a small crater formed beneath his feet. He realized she had increased the gravity on her arms to create stronger, heavier attacks while slowing herself down in the process. He wondered why. As he contemplated her tactic, she sent an uppercut that came faster than his instincts could react to and sent him upward as she followed with a kick. He stood up only to be frozen in place as gravity took the upper hand and forced him to his knees. She explained that when she used gravity manipulation on her arms, she had been placing gravity cages so she could control the environment. When she missed, she was actually setting cages to gain that control and keep him occupied. She added that she had used a newer move called Gravity Seal, which allowed her to seal off all other changes or effects to gravity from herself, so while he felt the force of gravity, she did not. She also said she knew he trained with added weight and had made the gravity cages exceptionally heavy, 5 times the weight they had used in past training. He understood why it felt like being slowly crushed without the aid of instincts. Then she powered up one for all. She activated full cowling at 20% and positioned her hand in a flicking gesture, explaining that she could control wind pressure to shoot air projectiles directly at him, and declared she was using Delaware Smash. A solid air projectile struck his stomach, making his eyes widen and causing some spit to fly from his mouth. She continued to launch them as he tried to endure the pain. He realized she had trained hard. He had not felt this much strain since his previous tough training sessions. The force she caused convinced him she could still fight directly even if he were being restrained. He decided to increase his output and raised instincts to 7%. He released a bit of his held energy and pushed through the gravity cage, reducing most of the gravity effect and knocking the air projectiles away. As he tried to regain his bearings, Ochako was suddenly in his face and sent him flying to the other side of the ring. He recovered quickly because of the change in his power, but then noticed he was floating. She revealed that the gravity cage was double-sided. One side made him feel crushed, the other made him feel as light as a feather. She was panting lightly, a sign he noticed she was tiring after so much effort. Her strategy was working. She was keeping him from relying on his full instincts and power. She charged one for all again and struck the ground on his side, causing the rubble to begin floating. She jumped, spun rapidly, and used her flicking motions to generate large electric shockwaves that knocked the rocks toward him. She called the attack Electric Rock Storm. Rocks rained toward him like a storm. Thanks to his Ultra Instinct training, he avoided many of them in midair, but some still struck him, and the electric shockwaves were broad and difficult to dodge. He was hurt, knocked back to the ground, but floated up again because of the altered gravity. This continued until she stopped, and he managed to recover enough to put his arms in an X position and send all the rocks back. The crowd and the referees who had been watching gaped at the display and were affected by the shockwaves, nearly being blown back by the force. After he cleared the rocks, Ochako reappeared immediately, electricity of one for all crackling around her. She pushed full cowling to 50% and unleashed a powerful blow that struck his face and sent him flying back to the ground with a loud impact. Smoke cleared to reveal him dazed. It hurt, but he took a wry thought that it meant he had been an effective teacher. His thoughts were interrupted by another shift in gravity. He realized he was back on the increased gravity side. She came at him again, and this time he braced himself, catching her fist. The impact sent a rumble through the stadium. Gathering strength, he brought his arm over his head and slammed her down, creating a large crater and breaking her gravity seal and cages. Her one-for-all output faded. They both lay on the ground panting, facing different directions but with their heads near each other. The announcer present Mike loudly declared it an incredible match, and the audience stared in stunned silence. He turned his head toward Ochako and offered a soft smile. She returned the smile and giggled. He teased that she needed to stop getting so strong or he would have to work even harder. She responded playfully, refusing the idea. They shared a brief, exhausted moment after the fight, both proud of what they had pushed each other to become. Ochako vowed to get as strong as she could, and Deku smiled, saying he would expect no less. They both rose slowly. Deku raised his fist as a sign of respect. Ochako returned it with a bump. They readied themselves. Deku let his hair fall over his eyes in a dramatic sweep, forming an X with his arms as he lifted his head and declared it was time to finish this. The ground began to shake as a familiar silver glow wrapped around Deku. His instinct's transformation reached 10%. His eyes shone with fierce silver light, and the wind picked up from the output of power, forcing those nearby to brace themselves. Ochako charged one for all, making her lower half light while intensifying the gravity in her arms. She announced that full cowling had climbed through 50, 60, then 70%. The winds grew fiercer as she pushed more power outward. Deku could tell she was straining, that she would feel it the next day, but she was not breaking. They rushed at each other with pure determination and both shouted Detroit Smash as they collided. Their fists met in a clash of force that created even more raging wind and reached a tense stalemate. Spectators were nearly blown from their seats. They pushed back and forth until, gritting their teeth together, they both cried plus ultra. The wind tightened like a living thing, and the confrontation ended in a massive explosion of power. When the smoke cleared, Ochako was barely standing while Deku remained upright, his aura glowing fiercely. Deku was amazed that she had forced a stalemate. He knew he had to stop himself, otherwise he might have exceeded his assigned limit. She still lacked the endurance and stamina for a long fight against him, and the adrenaline she had pushed kept her on the edge of collapsing. She needed to grow stronger, especially since this was technically only a tenth of his normal power, but the improvement from handling barely 2% to this level was incredible. He concluded it was over and stepped forward to finish the job. Ochako could hardly move. She braced herself to remain standing and wondered if there was any other way. She remembered a past conversation with Deku about instincts. She had asked why she could never see what instincts looked like and whether he used it. Deku had told her that he was always in instincts now because he had trained to stay in it without problems and that she would be able to do the same someday. When she had asked how to reach instincts, he had explained that instincts was the combination of all senses and reflexes heightened to their maximum through proper training. The body had more senses than just 5, and with the right training the body would recognize grave danger and heighten them automatically. All it took was trusting that small impulse and letting the subconscious movements take over. With sufficient training, power, senses, and instincts would combine and manifest instincts. Now, trembling, she wondered if this was the moment. Deku moved for his final attack, but then his fist was caught by her fingers. He was so surprised that he did not immediately react when she brought the back of her hand toward his face and tapped his cheek with her knuckles. The tap produced a shockwave that sent him flying backward. He clutched his head and staggered to his feet, stunned by the sight of Ochako standing bathed in a menacing silver glow with piercing silver eyes. He wondered if this had been part of their special training and why she had kept it hidden. She walked toward him with an unnervingly calm stride. Deku tried to punch, but she smoothly moved her head aside. His fist struck empty air and then landed in his stomach. He fell to his knees, doubled over, and she crouched while looking at him in a way that felt both measured and dangerous. An uppercut sent him upward, and an effortless kick flung him across the ring. He struggled to rise, clutching his midsection. He found himself thinking how intimidating girls could be, especially when they tapped into instincts. He considered bending the rules, but before he could act he saw the energy around her change. Electrical sparks gathered, then transformed into an aura that rose from her feet and swirled upward. A brilliant pink glow washed over her, so bright that Deku and the crowd had to look away. The wind howled, forcing him to brace just to remain standing. When the light faded, the image that remained felt unreal. Ochako stood surrounded by a pink and white heat outline, her hair dark with bright pink highlights and her eyes glowing with vivid pink light. Deku realized with shock that she had accessed a new form, one for all combined with Ultra Instinct. He could only marvel at her. It was pointless to try to overcome her now, not even 100% of his normal power would touch her in that state. He guessed that full cowling had enhanced instincts in a similar way to how One for All amplified other quirks, and that her new Ultra Instinct even allowed control over wind pressure. If he had to estimate, she was using at least a fraction of her full strength far beyond anything he had seen before. As he worked through these thoughts, he watched her raise an arm and begin to gather heat into a compact, intense sphere of energy. She was preparing a heat-based attack. Ochako finished and sent the ball toward him. He acknowledged her skill and then announced that he would introduce 0.1% of his full power. As the ball neared, everything around it slowed and the wind died. The battered stadium seemed to hold its breath. The ball of heat split in two and burst, sending a powerful shockwave that threatened the arena. Ochako was knocked out of bounds and lay unconscious. When he looked down at himself, an outline of blue, purple, and white energy shimmered around him. His hair had darkened with streaks of silver and his eyes held a sharp silver glow. He dropped his raised hand, the sign of level 2 of his quirk, Ultra Instinct Omen, shining in full force. He surveyed the damage with a sinking feeling. At least he had won. He moved to heal Ochako and anyone else who had been hurt. After the recovery efforts, the events of the sports festival concluded and the awards ceremony began. Midnight announced that all activities were complete, and the crowd cheered amid the rubble as the podium rose to reveal him, his costume badly singed from the fight. Ochako stood nearby. Her uniform had been torn in places, but she was otherwise okay. Tokoyami watched them silently, taking in how close the match had been and how much of the arena had been damaged. All Might made his entrance amid raucous cheers. He congratulated Tokoyami, praising his performance and advising him to learn to handle opponents who were stronger or faster than him. Tokoyami accepted the praise with modesty. All Might then expressed pride in Ochako, commending her use of quirks and the new power she had revealed, and encouraging her to keep getting stronger. Ochako returned his praise with a bright, grateful smile. Turning to him, All Might acknowledged the skill and power he had displayed throughout the festival, noting that he had embodied the spirit of Plus Ultra even though he had technically exceeded the rules. All Might offered congratulations on winning the sports festival and gave a light warning to try not to damage buildings again. He rubbed the back of his neck and smiled awkwardly at the reminder. As the ceremony continued, he noticed many students watching him with interest. The strain on his costume from the fight had drawn attention, and several classmates looked impressed or curious. The attention made him uneasy until he saw Ochako tensing nearby, her expression strained as if she were on the verge of tapping into a great surge of power. He hurried to her side to make sure she stayed safe. He held her to steady her and spoke in a calm, reassuring way until she relaxed. Her shoulders lowered and she stopped gathering energy. She wrapped her arms around him briefly in the aftermath of the fight, then composed herself. He maintained his composure through the rest of the ceremony while All Might watched with concern and continued presenting the awards. A few days later at school, his thoughts kept returning to Ida. News had spread that Ida's brother, the pro-hero Ingenium, had been attacked by the hero killer Stain. Stain remained an enigma. Little was known about his motives or abilities beyond the attacks he carried out and the damage he left behind. He wondered whether he or Ochako would be able to confront someone like that. Most of the power Ochako had shown had come from adrenaline. She was likely still drained, even though he had helped heal her. He reminded himself that she couldn't rely on him for everything. He pushed those worries aside as he returned to class. His shirt was rumpled and he bore visible marks from the match. Ochako sat nearby with a playful, satisfied expression. He shot her a glare, and she made an innocent, teasing gesture. He muttered under his breath, knowing there was no point arguing. She took a seat beside him and leaned in with a shy, affectionate smile that made him feel flustered. He returned her greeting with a slightly nervous hello. He could read her emotions, and today she felt very affectionate toward him. He had no idea what had gotten into her, and he could not deny that he liked the attention. But in front of all these people, it was awkward. After a short silence of staring, she suddenly moved closer and then abruptly pulled away. Izuku asked what was wrong, concerned. Ochako replied that she did not know. She had felt a strange tingly sensation and then shifted through sadness, anger, and a sudden surge of hate. Izuku narrowed his eyes. If she was sensing emotions that could be useful, but whose emotions were overwhelming. Izuku told Ochako to calm down and take a deep breath, thinking of the one thing that made her happy. She obeyed and immediately gave a wobbly smile. The affectionate look returned. She was about to lean in again, but Izuku stopped her. Izuku explained that Ochako was beginning to sense emotions. Her face brightened and she smiled widely, asking excitedly if that meant his instinct's quirk was adapting slowly. Izuku agreed with a smile, then grew serious and asked who had been projecting all those emotions. Ochako turned her head to where she had felt it, and Izuku saw that the source was Ida. Ochako whimpered that Ida felt so much hate and that it was scary. Izuku held her to reassure her and told her that sensing emotions could be overwhelming, but she would get used to it. She nodded and held him tighter. They fell silent until Mr. Aizawa entered the classroom. Mina greeted him loudly, and Mr. Aizawa welcomed the class, praising their work at the sports festival and announcing the number of votes from different hero agencies. The top placements were Izuku Midoriya, Ochako Uraraka, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, and Fumikage Tokoyami. Kaminari pointed out how many votes Midoriya had, and Jiro agreed. Izuku and Ochako exchanged smiles at the recognition. Mr. Aizawa told the class that some students had not received offers from the festival but that everyone would be interning with hero agencies. He explained that before placements, they needed to choose hero code names. The class erupted with excitement until Mr. Aizawa's stern expression quieted them, and he warned them to choose wisely because the names would stick. Midnight entered and announced that she would be judging the hero names. Some students reacted with obvious interest while others watched with annoyance. Izuku, amused, used a small display of energy to send two students tumbling out of their seats in a harmless but dramatic animation. He missed using his energy. Midnight passed out whiteboards and markers and asked for volunteers. Aoyama was first and presented the name I Cannot Stop Twinkling. Midnight suggested a simpler version by removing the pronoun and contracting the verb. Other students presented names such as Alien Queen, Froppy, Chargebolt, Earphone Jack, Kriati, and Tsukuyami. Izuku offered suggestions for Todoroki like Cold Flame, Freezer Burn, or Freezing Inferno. Bakugo tried several bombastic names like King Explosion Murder and Lord Explosion Murder, which were quickly rejected. Izuku joked with playful suggestions, and most of the class laughed. Bakugo finally settled on a more restrained option after grumbling and returning to his seat. Ochako presented her hero name, Uravity, which Izuku and the class liked. It reflected her control over gravity. When it was Izuku's turn, he said that he had considered Deku but wanted to reserve that name as something special for Ochako. Instead, he chose the name Instincts to represent how his quirk relied on instinctual reactions and his drive to rush in and save people. The class responded with cheers and applause. After the naming session, the students discussed which hero agencies to intern with. Ochako asked Izuku if he knew who Gran Torino was. Izuku froze, sweating and shaking uncontrollably. Seeing his reaction, Ochako became worried and asked what was wrong. Izuku stammered that she should go and that it would be better for her. She hesitated but agreed, asking where he would go. Izuku said he planned to join the Night Eye Agency for real-world practice, and she replied that it sounded cool. Later, as they walked to the train, Izuku noticed Ida acting differently. He called to Ida and reminded him that they were friends and that he could talk to them whenever he needed to. Ida turned and gave a painfully forced smile as he nodded. Midoriya frowned as he turned, wondering if Ida would really go through with it. Ochako asked if he was sure Ida was okay. Midoriya replied that he was definitely not. When Ochako asked what he thought would happen, Midoriya said Ida was going to get himself killed. Ochako's eyes widened, and she asked what he meant. Midoriya faced her and looked her in the eyes as he explained that heroes and villains were cut from the same cloth and that motives and how power was used made the difference. He reminded her that a hero could be as responsible for a problem as a villain, if not more. He said that Ochako had felt what he felt. Ida was filled with hatred, and hatred consumed people who were not strong enough or willing to fight it. Ochako began to put the pieces together and trailed off, and Midoriya called the whole plan foolish. He pointed out that the same man who had gravely injured Ida's pro-hero brother was the one Ida was going after, and that actions driven by hatred did not require logic. Ochako identified the target as the hero killer. Midoriya nodded toward the direction Ida had gone and told her that she would have to stop him. Ochako then addressed her green-haired boyfriend, asking what he meant about her stopping Ida. Midoriya explained matter-of-factly that once Ida went after the hero killer, said something reckless, and then nearly got himself killed, Ochako would have to intervene. She asked why she should wait until the last moment. He said that, no matter how fast they moved or how hard they tried, heroes always seem to arrive at the last moment, so they might as well make it impressive. Ochako rolled her eyes. She worried aloud about how she could possibly defeat the hero killer when she was not at full strength. Midoriya dismissed each of her objections as excuses. When she said the hero killer was more skilled and advanced than her and reminded him that he had defeated people like Ingenium, Midoriya continued to call them excuses and insisted she could find a way to win even under restrictions. He reminded her that he had defeated the villains at the USJ and that facing one person now was hardly more difficult. encouraging her to get some villain defeats under her belt. Ochako grumbled but knew he was right. Midoriya placed his hands on her shoulders and told her he believed in her and that this battle would help her in the long run. When she asked what he meant, he gave a closed-eyed smile, walked away, and called back that she would figure it out and that he loved her. Ochako protested that she hated him, then sighed and smiled a little before heading to the train. On the train, Ochako replayed Midoriya's words in her head. She hoped Ida was okay and did not want to believe Midoriya's warning, but she had sensed Ida's emotions, however imprecisely. Emotions did not lie, and Midoriya had rarely been wrong. He had noticed security gaps before the USJ attack and had accurately predicted other things. This situation felt different and dangerous. If it went wrong, Ida could be treated as a villain. She hoped Midoriya was wrong for Ida's sake. When she arrived at her destination, the place looked older than she expected. She knocked on the door and called out that she was Ochako Uraraka from UA High and asked if Gran Torino was there. She found an elderly man collapsed on the floor with a red stain nearby and initially thought he was badly hurt. He sat up almost immediately and said he was fine. He explained that the red stain was not blood but ketchup he had meant to use with his sausage links and that he had simply failed to eat them. Ochako apologized for her alarm and asked who he was. The old man asked her to identify herself, and Ochako introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka and declared that she was the hero of gravity, able to float and crush things when needed, and that she went by Uravity. He smirked and asked how she had chosen that name, and she said that Midoriya had told her to take pride in being a hero, so she assumed that was what he would want. The old man asked about her boyfriend, and when she mentioned Izuku Midoriya, winner of the sports festival and a former student of his eyes widened. He chuckled and then laughed more openly, amused by the coincidence. Gran Torino examined her more closely and noted that she claimed to be the 9th holder of One for All. He suggested, with a mischievous glint, that she demonstrate an OFA smash. She worried that she might knock things over if she used her power in such a small space. Gran Torino replied that if she could not control it well enough to avoid knocking things over, then she would be a poor successor. Ochako protested, then began to charge One for All to 25%, her maximum since she had not yet fully healed. She rushed at him with great speed as he stood ready. When her fist came within inches of his face, he moved his upper body to the right, letting only a breeze pass by. He said that he had expected that, then began to bounce off the walls, moving far faster than she could comprehend. She looked around anxiously, trying to analyze the best form of attack, but to no avail. She threw a punch and struck nothing but air, because he was already behind her. He admitted that her combat and speed were admirable and better than he had hoped, but he continued to bounce off the walls and attack at the same time, so quickly that she could only see blurs. He added that she was still far too slow to catch him, especially if he were serious. Ochako froze at the thought that he might not have been using his full power. He pressed the attack and she began attempting to block. He explained that her combat and speed mattered less in this situation because if Izuku were to use more than 15% of his power, he would overwhelm her no matter how much of One for All she accessed. When she finally managed to strike, he dodged and countered with a solid kick that sent her sliding backward. He told her that she should be able to see, dodge, and attack him at the level of power she was using. She panted in disbelief, and he continued, saying that she needed more training in perceiving high speeds but that the real problem was how she approached fights. He accused her of overthinking and trying to analyze what she could not see or understand, a trait she had taken from Izuku but without his control. He explained that her instincts were dull by comparison, not only inexperienced, but lacking the pure, honed reflexes that let someone dodge and counter instinctively. He reminded her that he had helped train Izuku and that, while instincts were one thing, pure reflexive instinct was another, and she had not developed it. He argued that she had rushed parts of her training and relied too heavily on her gravity quirk. Without that quirk, he said, she would not have posed a challenge to Izuku. Ochako's eyes widened as realization settled in. She acknowledged to herself that her gravity quirk had given her many advantages and that Deku had been restricted during their previous encounters. Gran Torino snapped that she was distracted and delivered a quick, sharp blow to her head. He claimed that Izuku would have dodged without instincts and both caught and attacked with them. Ochako lowered her gaze and let the words sink in, wondering if she was not good enough and what Izuku had truly meant when he praised her. She told herself that Deku would be honest if she truly were weak, so perhaps his encouragement had meant that she was good enough for now but still had more to learn. She decided sensing emotions during instincts had been a side effect of the state she had reached. Gran Torino continued the exercise while Ochako willed herself to fight back. He kept up a relentless pace that gradually taught her his patterns. When he came around and prepared to kick her, she turned and landed a solid punch to his face. A moment of triumph rushed through her, but he rebounded off the wall and closed in, delivering another forceful strike that knocked her down. He stood over her and repeated that while her analytical habit had value, it would not help against opponents with sharper instincts. He found it mysterious how she had achieved instincts during the sports festival, but for a first day of training he admitted that her performance was better than he had expected and offered begrudging praise. Exhaustion from the repeated strikes pulled her toward unconsciousness. Her training continued in that rhythm. It was difficult at first, but she slowly adapted. Although her power and speed were sufficient, she still struggled to land hits because his movements were unpredictable and fast enough to turn the tables. She practiced again and again, improving but not quite grasping the underlying point. She found herself on the ground, panting and complaining that she could not seem to land a hit despite getting better. Gran Torino told her that she was improving but still not understanding the core issue. She was not in the right state of mind. Frustrated, she demanded to know what that meant. Gran Torino ignored the question and announced that he was going to get a snack before walking away. Left alone on the floor, she thought through what he had said. Being in the wrong state of mind had to refer to her instincts. Instincts did not require thought so much as action. Ultra instinct relied on acting without deliberation. In a subconscious state, ultra instinct could dodge instantaneously and instincts alerted a fighter to move. Everything clicked for her. She realized she had missed something when she had skipped parts of her training and had been forcing attacks instead of letting her body react. Her fatigue faded and she sprang to her feet. She called out to Gran Torino, startling him so badly that he dropped his snack and complained loudly in a comically exaggerated way about it. She brushed that aside and suggested they spar right away. Gran Torino agreed. He said he would get her back for his snacks. He asked if she was ready once they got out of the kitchen, and she replied that she was. He began bouncing off the walls with great speed, preparing to attack. Ochako stood still with her eyes closed, focusing. She thought about how instincts acted as a body's warning system and how, when she had used instincts before, she could sense everything around her. Because she could not stay in instincts as long as Deku, she relied on duller instinctive reactions. If she could combine her analytical mind with those instincts, she believed she could stop him and overpower him with one for all, at least until her instincts sharpened. Gran Torino rebounded and went for a kick to her head. Ochako instinctively bobbed her head back to avoid it. He still had incredible speed in the confined space and rebounded toward her legs, but before he could connect she twisted up like a spinning corkscrew, slammed Gran Torino to the ground, and held him there. She opened her eyes and wondered if she had really done it. Gran Torino chuckled and confirmed that she had. Ochako asked how she had managed it. Gran Torino explained that to access instincts fully her mind had to be calm, stressing the mind through off-trained instincts and caused overthinking. Once she steeled her resolve and remembered what instincts and ultra instinct felt like, she could calm her mind and combine analysis with pure instincts. He congratulated her, noting she still had a long way to go but had done well. Ochako's eyes widened, then she broke into a wide grin as they stood. She thanked him cheerfully. Gran Torino then announced they were taking a trip to Hosu to pursue the hero killer. Ochako's eyes widened again and she asked if she had permission to help. Gran Torino confirmed she did and said he believed this would be her next step toward becoming the next symbol of peace. She accepted and walked out with him. On the train to Hosu, Ochako thought about her blue-haired friend Ida and worried he might be focused on something dangerous. Suddenly the train came to a halt and a flying Nomu crashed through a carriage, leaving a hero injured where it had broken through. Ochako remembered the bird-like Nomu from USJ and wondered why they were here. Gran Torino attacked the Nomu to prevent further damage and urged her to help where she could in the city. Ochako nodded, channeled a low percentage of one for all, and used quick flicks of her fingers to maintain a modest flight so she would not cause too much collateral damage. When she reached Hosu, she saw several Nomu attacking. Professional heroes were struggling, and one pro was about to be overwhelmed. Ochako charged a controlled 25% smash and struck a Nomu with precise force, sending it into a nearby building. She used the knocked Nomu to collide with others and push them into a zone of fires and debris, ensuring the impacts were non-lethal and focusing on stopping the threat. A pro she had saved thanked her. She brushed it off and ran deeper into the city, wondering how so many Nomu had returned. She considered possibilities. The League of Villains might be involved, the Nomu might have been broken out of containment, and the hero killer could be connected. The pieces began to form a troubling picture. As she passed an alley, she saw Ida on the ground, wounded with a blade in his shoulder, and the hero killer standing over him with his weapon poised. Without much thought, Ochako rushed forward, using the walls to propel herself like Gran Torino had taught her, and launched at the hero killer. She yelled as she struck him in the face, sending him into a wall. She landed in front of Ida surrounded by a pink aura of energy. Ida weakly asked if it was Uraraka. Ochako scolded him in a mix of worry and anger, telling him how frustrated she was and that she would not forgive him if he did not make it through the night. The hero killer was beginning to rise. He noted her strength but said she did not match the description Shigaraki had given him and therefore did not interest him as a target. When Ochako asked what description he meant, he answered that Shigaraki had described someone with green hair and green eyes, very strong and male. He expressed curiosity about that boy who had handled Shigaraki so easily and said he might test whether that boy was a true hero like All Might. For now, his business lay with other targets he considered fake and deserving of extermination. Ochako narrowed her eyes, adopted a fighting stance, and resolved not to back down. She reassured Ida that she would save him and prepared to protect him. As Ochako moved to secure Ida, Izuku Midoriya headed to his next destination, the Night Eye Agency. He knew a lot about Night Eye, including that he had once been All Might's partner and that the agency had been founded to bring a different kind of perspective to hero work. Midoriya took the train and was recognized by several girls who had seen him at the sports festival. They called out to him, admiring his courage and strength. The crowd at the train station recognized him from the sports festival and called out excitedly that he was the winner. Someone asked if he was dating anyone. Another fan urged him over, promising to show all of her quirks. A chorus of other fans shouted proposals and pleas. He had a lot of admirers, and when his stop came he hurried out before things could get out of hand. He arrived at the agency and felt safe again. Inside, he bumped into a cheerful young man who looked like he belonged in a cartoon. The young man greeted him energetically and asked if he was there to intern. The narrator observed the man's blonde, upward-styled hair and round blue eyes and thought of him as a cartoon character, though he kept that to himself. He indicated that he was there to intern with Night Eye. The blonde man brightened and said that Night Eye would be pleased to meet him, then led him toward the office. As they walked, the blonde advised that if he wanted to get on Night Eye's good side, he should try to make him laugh. The narrator raised an eyebrow at the suggestion, reflecting that Night Eye rarely showed any amusement and had the stern demeanor of someone who had grown weary of optimism. When they reached the office and opened the door, they found a person strapped into a machine that produced uncontrollable laughter while Night Eye observed. The narrator decided to step back, uncomfortable with the scene. The blonde man explained that Night Eye simply liked to see people smile and laugh, and the narrator questioned the use of a device for that purpose. The blonde man hesitated and searched for words. Night Eye then turned to the narrator with his usual serious expression and confirmed his name as Izuku Midoriya. The narrator replied with a nickname he sometimes used, introducing himself as Izuku Midoriya. Night Eye asked his name again, and the blonde man repeated it between amused breaths. Night Eye nodded and said he wanted to test the narrator himself to see why he had been considered for One for All. The narrator asked why that mattered, mentioning that Ochako seemed like a fine successor. Night Eye wondered aloud whether the girl would be a suitable successor given what he had observed, but said that Mirio Togata was currently the better candidate in his assessment. The narrator asked if the blonde man's name was Mirio, and Mirio confirmed it with a laugh. Night Eye said he wanted to test the narrator's strength and ability. He made a direct request: one chance to land a hit on Mirio, and failure would mean no internship. The narrator agreed. Mirio stepped forward and stood ready. The narrator's eyes shifted silver as the instinct's release aura activated, causing objects in the room to float and then fly outward as the ability released its force. He formed a fist and unleashed a focused shockwave that struck Mirio in the abdomen faster than Mirio could react. Mirio doubled over, acknowledging that he had underestimated him. The narrator explained his understanding of Mirio's quirk, future sight. Mirio could see a person's immediate future if he made direct eye contact and touched them, but it could only be applied to one person at a time and was only useful if he was fast enough to act on what he saw. The narrator noted that being caught unprepared had made a difference in the exchange. Mirio praised the narrator's analysis and, for the first time, allowed himself a genuine smile. He told the narrator that he would be good for patrol work and would be paired with Mirio on patrols. The narrator bowed and accepted. During their patrols, they encountered several low-level villains and thugs. Mirio often allowed the narrator to take the lead, so the narrator never got a clear look at Mirio's quirk in action, leaving Mirio still something of a mystery. On one patrol, the narrator sensed something off in the area. His instincts were correct. A little girl in a sand-colored ragged dress ran into his leg, her arms and legs wrapped in bandages and her grip tight with fear. She would not speak, clinging to him more tightly as if terrified. Mirio asked if she was all right, concerned. The narrator observed her carefully, then manifested a gentle warmth in his hand, a soft, blue-white-purple heat, and placed his palm on her head. The girl looked up at him, and he offered her a warm, reassuring smile. Uraraka yells that she will save Ida and forces herself forward. She knows Stain is a veteran while she is still inexperienced, so she slips her phone from behind her back and sends her location. Stain warns that she is not his target and threatens to kill anyone who gets in his way. He lunges, and Uraraka narrowly avoids a strike that comes uncomfortably close to her neck. She reminds herself that Deku would not want her seriously injured. Stain rebounds and charges again. Uraraka flicks her fingers to destabilize him and fires a quick air blast that pushes him back. She uses the opening to rush him. He swings instinctively. She jumps over the blade and lands a solid punch that sends him into a wall. She examines her fist and realizes how close the fight came. She cannot use more than a fraction of her power here without damaging the surroundings. She has to keep it low and be careful against his speed and instincts. Stain wipes his mouth, warns that too many of those hits would be bad for him, and says he will deal with Uraraka so he can return to his main targets. Uraraka vows to stop him no matter what. From the ground, Ida protests that this is his fight and insists she stay out of it, saying it is his duty to uphold his brother's name. Uraraka rejects that and says true heroes sometimes have to step in where they are not asked. Stain reflects on her conviction and questions whether she is a true hero or another fake. He lunges again and finds a gap under her guard, connecting a hard blow to her jaw and striking her midsection with the hilt of his blade. She staggers back, dazed. A flashback reminds her that without relying on other quirks, she needs to grow stronger with OFA, so she cannot use her gravity manipulation here. She decides to rely on OFA alone for now. Uraraka charges OFA and bounces off the walls with speed, launching a barrage of fast strikes meant to confuse him. She prepares a final attack when every sensation in her body freezes. She feels paralyzed, as if her limbs will not obey her. Stain explains that her quick attacks were weaker than full power blows and that he used the time to enact a counter. The strikes still cause damage, but now she is finished. Uraraka fights to move and notices a small scrape on her arm. She cries out in desperation, but her voice does not change the situation. Stain advances, then recoils as a wave of fire cuts across the scene. Todoroki appears, his left side glowing with heat, and chides Uraraka for being vague with her messages. He says anyone else might have missed them, but he recognized the pattern from Midoriya and came to help. Uraraka reacts with relief and surprise. Stain sneers and taunts Todoroki about being Endeavor's son, questioning whether he is as false as his father. Todoroki replies that he is nothing like his father and intends to bring Stain in. Ida, still on the ground, is shocked and demands to know why Todoroki is there, insisting again that this is his fight and that he must carry on his brother's name. Todoroki remarks on the look Ida has and says he has been worried since the sports festival. He saw the same thing in himself before Midoriya changed him and knew Ida was not all right. He did not expect Ida to go this far, but he had been proven wrong. As Todoroki presses the attack with flames that Stain dodges, Uraraka discovers she can move again. She wonders why the paralysis faded. She notices that where her strike had grazed Stain's blade, there is no residue left. Whatever technique he used left little trace. From that, she concludes that his blade carries a paralyzing property. When it grazes someone, though she cannot yet explain why some victims remained affected longer than others, perhaps it depended on quirks. She remains still to observe and waits for the right moment. When it comes, she sweeps Stain's legs and Todoroki fires a sheet of ice at him while she flicks her fingers. The combined force throws him off balance and sends him back. Stain snaps that the situation is becoming annoying and rushes back toward them. Ida begins to question why others still fight for him. Uraraka answers that they fight because that is what heroes do. A true hero never breaks their word and keeps their promises. Stain taunts Ida, asking whether he truly fights to make his brother proud. Todoroki shouted for him to get up and be ingenium as he unleashed another stream of fire. Ida struggled to rise amid the chaos, pushing himself to his feet to help the others. Ida activated Recipro Extend and rushed forward at incredible speed, striking Stain and landing in front of the group. Ida thanked Uraraka and Todoroki for their help and apologized for the trouble he had caused. Uraraka replied with a smile that it was no problem. As everyone settled into the classroom, the most popular topic was the recent fight with the hero killer. Kaminari asked if anyone had heard the latest news, and Kirishima confirmed they were talking about the hero killer. Kaminari explained that the hero killer had once admired heroes but had turned on them after discovering what he called a wave of imposters, and Siro reacted in disbelief. Before the conversation could continue, Bakugo burst through the door looking angrier than usual, and the class noticed an altered hairstyle that made them gape. Bakugo seethed and warned them not to laugh, but the room erupted into laughter anyway. Bakugo grew more furious and stomped to his desk while Kirishima and Siro laughed until tears ran down their faces. Siro teased about the haircut and Kirishima begged to be next, still laughing. Bakugo declared that he hated them all, and in his outburst his hair returned to its usual spikiness. Bakugo was about to retaliate when the door opened again, and the class turned to see Deku and Uraraka arguing. The sight of them arguing was unusual, but even more surprising was the small child perched on Deku's shoulders. The child, Eri, was giggling, delighted and oblivious to the tension around her. The argument between Deku and Uraraka quickly escalated into a heated exchange over Eri, with both insisting she preferred one of them and trading insults. Mina stepped forward to calm them, but Uraraka snapped at her, and Mina retreated to a corner feeling upset while Kirishima tried to cheer her up. The tension rose until Bakugo lost his temper and demanded they be quiet, exploding a desk in frustration. In the next instant, Bakugo was unexpectedly overwhelmed and pinned to the ground, movements reduced to a blur of pink and silver as classmates reacted. Ochako restrained Bakugo firmly, her power flaring up to a strong level as she held him in place. Deku's instinct's power activated at a lower percentage, and his gaze was cold and unwavering as he crouched, watching Bakugo. Deku warned Bakugo to watch his language and to address the child by the name given to her, Eri. Ochako tightened her hold and, together with Deku, made it clear that if Bakugo ever disrespected the child again he would face severe consequences. Ochako then released Bakugo. Bakugo soon lost consciousness from the shock and strain of the confrontation. The class stared in stunned silence. When they asked what had just happened and what was meant by the word daughter, Ochako said it had been a warning. Deku said he would explain the situation and a flashback followed. It was shortly after the big fight with the hero killer. Ida had learned he would not be able to use his left hand normally anymore, a painful price of revenge that only strengthened his resolve to be a hero. Todoroki felt weighed down by guilt over being called the Hand Crusher, and Ochako was beginning to wake after being passed out from injuries and shock. Ida and Todoroki had already been taken away after being reprimanded by the authorities, leaving Ochako alone in her room. Light crept into her vision as she lifted her eyelids and blinked at the morning light, slowly coming to. She felt disoriented and wondered what had happened. Ochako wondered what had happened. Deku told her that she had passed out, which sent her into a startled gasp and left her holding her chest while breathing heavily. Deku scratched the back of his head and admitted that he really had to stop almost killing her. Ochako scolded Deku for scaring her, and he responded nonchalantly, which made her pout. She then felt someone watching and turned to see a small girl with silver hair, red eyes, and a tiny horn on her head. The child stared at Ochako with curiosity, then looked at Deku with a huge grin and asked if Ochako was her mother. Ochako blushed lightly, smiled, and introduced herself, asking the girl her name. The girl announced that her name was Eri and that she was 6, proudly explaining that she could count on both hands to prove she was a big girl while pumping her fist in the air. Deku felt his chest tighten at how cute she was being, and Ochako squealed in delight. Eri promised to be the best child she could if Ochako would be her mother. She stammered over the word truthfully, and Deku gently corrected her pronunciation. Eri repeated the word properly and declared that Ochako was already the best mother she could have, which made Ochako beam and hug her tightly. A knock came at the door, and Deku opened it to find the chief of police standing there. Deku informed him that Ochako was just resting and the chief, an anthropomorphic dog, stepped inside and approached her. Ochako asked respectfully what he needed. The chief explained that it had come to his attention that she and several students had confronted the hero killer. Ochako confirmed that they had. Eri, eyes shining with excitement, asked who the talking dog was. Deku admonished her to be quiet and picked her up with an exasperated expression. The chief continued that normally they would have to punish anyone who engaged in unlicensed combat involving quirks, but because they had obtained permission the department would let it pass this time and advised them not to make a habit of it. Ochako agreed. The chief also thanked them for their service and said that to protect Ochako and her friends from repercussions, the official report would state that Endeavor defeated the hero killer while they were credited as having helped. He explained that this was the only way to ensure their safety from consequences. Ochako thanked him gratefully, and the chief took his leave. The memory faded and the scene returned to the present. Deku finished explaining that after that they were discharged from the hospital and went to UA to sort out arrangements for Eri, since he had been the one to rescue her. When asked who he had saved her from, Deku admitted with a sheepish smile that he did not know. He had acted on instinct and expected the name to surface eventually. Ochako picked up the story, saying that they had gone to UA to handle Eri's adoption. With UA's assistance they were able to adopt her, but for the time being she had to stay with one of them. Ochako insisted that she should be the one to take Eri, and Deku immediately objected, sparking a loud argument between them. The rest of the class exchanged uneasy looks while Eri laughed at the antics of her new parents. Izawa walked in, observed the commotion, muttered that he was getting too tired for all of this, and then turned and walked away. Midoriya rubbed his now red right cheek and muttered to himself, scolding his earlier mistake about arguing with Ochako. She had ended up keeping Eri and would be living with them, and while he had wanted Eri to live with him, he told himself that payback would come. It was only a matter of how and when. He reached that conclusion while flying home from school after a day that had dissolved into arguments. Finals had started that day, but the tests were the least of his worries. Ochako's constant glare and Eri's giggling had made it impossible to focus. He had done well enough on the written portion, but his attention turned to the upcoming practical exams and what they might entail. As he arrived home, his phone rang. He answered and informed Mr. Izawa that he was on the line. Izawa asked Midoriya for a favor concerning the practical portion of the exams, and the brief exchange left Midoriya intrigued. The next morning Midoriya walked into school wearing what had to be the most smug expression he had ever managed. He settled into his seat and waited for the bell, already imagining how much fun the coming events might be. Ochako approached with a bright, cheerful air. Ochako greeted him energetically. Midoriya stopped his daydreaming and returned a small glare, calling her a child stealer. Ochako appeared taken aback and pouted, insisting that he could not still be upset and asking if he truly held a grudge. Midoriya accused her of slapping him, and she protested that he was being petty. He folded his arms and refused to listen. Ochako tried to break the tension with light teasing about handshakes, high fives, and hugs. Midoriya stayed stern. He pointed a finger at her while making an exaggerated angry face, telling her not to twist his words against him. Ochako smiled at his childishness and apologized softly, explaining that she only wanted a chance to be the best guardian she could be and that they had both gotten carried away. She promised to do better. When Ochako offered reassurance, she leaned in for a friendly, affectionate peck on the forehead and gave him a quick hug. Midoriya returned the smile and told her she was amazing. Ochako giggled and settled close beside him, and the moment held quietly for a few beats before she broke the silence by mentioning that she had heard something about the practical exam. Midoriya feigned outrage and accused her of trying to soften him up to extract information. Ochako laughed it off and said she had only been curious about a rumor she had overheard. Midoriya responded with a sarcastic joke about being All Might's secret child, and Todoroki immediately announced that he had known it all along. Midoriya snapped back, insisting his remark had been sarcasm, with exaggerated, mock-tearful reactions when Todoroki pressed the point. Todoroki accepted the explanation and shifted his attention to staring openly at Momo. Midoriya noticed Todoroki's obvious gaze and commented that traditionally the mouth did more talking than the eyes. Todoroki expressed confusion and asked if that was what friends did. Midoriya was surprised that Todoroki wouldn't do the same for him. When Midoriya asked if Todoroki had been staring at Ochako in the same way, Todoroki said no and wondered if something might be wrong with him. Midoriya privately concluded that Todoroki's fixation on Momo was more than ordinary friendship and recalled having once overheard the girls gossiping about their crushes before the sports festival finals. Ochako observed that Midoriya seemed worked up, and Midoriya brushed it off, suggesting Todoroki would have his comeuppance in time. Ochako accused Midoriya of knowing something about the practical exam, and Midoriya responded by gently taking her hand, moving it aside, and leaning in until their faces were close. He spoke in a teasing whisper that he did not know what she was talking about, his tone warm and playful rather than harmful. He then offered a light, friendly nudge to her shoulder. Ochako's face flushed. She hid her face against his shirt, embarrassed but not upset. Midoriya smiled and rested a comforting hand on the top of her head, offering a quiet, reassuring gesture before the bell rang and they returned to the day's routines. Over the course of their relationship, she had grown more confident and fierce, but she remained sweet and affectionate toward him. Silence fell. No one dared move after the worst possible revelation for their final exams. Deku observed there were no volunteers and decided to proceed his way. He told the Frozen class that he was honestly surprised they had believed the final exams would be as simple as taking down robots. He took a deep breath as he turned toward the class, his energy still flowing and increasing every minute. Deku explained that they had two options. They could either try to escape, or they could defeat him by putting on the HNDCFFS that Mr. Aizawa distributed. He added a warning that, while they could attempt to run, they would not get very far, and that just because an opportunity was presented did not mean they should take it. He demanded that they come at him with everything they had and warned that if they did not, he would not hold back and would unleash his full power. The class had no words. The venom in his tone made it feel as if he were completely serious. Deku warned the class that he was serious and challenged them, saying the only way the test would end was by their passing or by him killing them. He vanished and reappeared so fast no one saw him move. Deku whispered into Ochako's ear, and she started so suddenly that, after turning, she found no one there. When she looked again, she saw Deku walking away. Ochako wondered in a stunned way whether that had been Deku. Deku said farewell and disappeared in a flash of silver energy. The class stood frozen. Mr. Aizawa ordered them to go. The students moved toward the mock city they had been assigned. Their first priority was the exit. They wanted to know how to leave as soon as possible. None of them knew whether they were expected to fight as teams or one-on-one. All they understood was that a head-on confrontation with Deku was not something they wanted, though they could delay it. Momo thought that she had never imagined Midoriya could be this strong. She had suspected he was more powerful than he let on, but this exceeded any calculation she had made. He should have been the recommended student, not her. She wondered why he had even taken the entrance exam if he was already so capable. Did he want to earn it? Why had she not? He was so much better than she expected, and she worried how she could possibly stand a chance. Bakugo raged mentally, asking how Deku had become so strong. He questioned whether it was something Deku had done or something Bakugo himself had done. Both of their quirks were destructive and versatile. Bakugo could not see what made them so different. Meanwhile, Ochako felt confused. She had never seen Deku behave like this. She had always been able to read him, but now he seemed impossible to read. Was he being serious or lying? When had Deku ever lied? She found she could not concentrate. Whether he was serious or not, the fact remained that they needed to survive the test. This was the first time Deku had been allowed to use his power more freely in a while. He was likely eager to test it. Nothing about the situation looked simple. As they walked, they spotted the exit ahead. Mina called out and the class rushed toward it. Bakugo and Ochako both had the uneasy sense that it was almost too easy. Jiro observed that the air felt warmer. Ochako's eyes widened with a new worry for her friend, and she urgently told Mina to stop. Mina halted just as the entrance was blocked by a field of heat shaped like blue, purple, and white flames. A calm voice from above commented that it was impressive. The whole class looked up to see Deku slowly floating down, his silver eyes fixed on each member of Class 1A. Deku explained that he had once told Ochako that burning someone's DNA with the heat of his quirk could make them immune to his heat. He admitted that he had failed to mention the other possibility, that burning someone's DNA could also make them attract his heat, which would be perfect for traps. The class stared in shock. Deku added that, as he had said before, just because an opportunity presented itself did not mean it should be taken. Ochako reacted with anger and frustration, insisting that her friend could have died if she had stepped closer. She struggled to come to terms with the fact that someone she cared about had been the cause. Deku fixed his gaze on her and glared, intensifying her unease. Deku told her that she did not understand the situation. He clarified that he was not her friend or classmate but a villain whose objective was to kill them. Ochako gasped as the realization hit. This was no longer a simple exercise or test but a matter of survival. She resolved that she would pass if it meant getting the Deku she knew back. Deku asked who would face him first and then began to choose by a quick, playful count. He suddenly reappeared at high speed directly in front of Kirishima, pointing at him. Kirishima cried out as a fist came toward him. He raised his hardened arm to block, but the impact sent him flying across the mock street and into a building, leaving him stunned and off balance. Deku taunted Kirishima, mocking his hardening quirk as ineffective. He suggested, coldly, that he could kill Kirishima to speed things along. Suddenly Sato leapt in with his quirk active and threw a punch at Deku, only to find that Deku had caught it without even looking. Deku identified Sato by name and quirk, noting that while Sato's strength surged with sugar, it did him little good if he could not land a hit. As Sato continued to attack, Deku moved with effortless grace, dodging and weaving as if dancing around him. Deku said enough and caught Sato's arm. He explained that Sato's problem was focusing power at the expense of speed. A quirk that increased strength without matching agility or control would not be enough to challenge him. Deku concluded that Sato's quirk was still too weak to match his own. Deku shouted that Sato was useless as he threw him toward the building where Kirishima stood. Kirishima scolded himself, furious at his continuing weakness. After all these years he still could not protect people, and that thought burned at him. A hero was someone who protected others, he reminded himself, and he could not call himself a hero if he could not do that. He vowed then to begin changing, to become someone who would shield people from danger. Kirishima got up and checked that Sato was alright. Sato confirmed that he was, and Kirishima announced that he would face Deku while Sato recharged. Sato protested that it was crazy, but Kirishima insisted that Sato was stronger between them, that others could not interfere because this was a test, and he reassured Sato that he would protect him. Deku observed Kirishima and wondered whether Kirishima would attack. Kirishima challenged him to prove his strength, and Deku replied that it would be entertaining to see how long Kirishima could hold out. Deku shot toward Kirishima and unleashed a rapid onslaught of attacks. Kirishima steadied himself, telling himself that this meant nothing and that he had to succeed. He resolved that he would not fail and that, to protect people and become a hero, he had to be the ultimate defense. As his resolve hardened, his body hardened with it. He called out the name of his quirk, Unbreakable, and his form grew more solid. Deku recoiled from the sudden change, rubbing his hand from the impact and promising to make Kirishima pay for that surprise. He pressed the attack, but Kirishima would not budge, taking hit after hit until his quirk was overtaxed. After a few minutes, Kirishima finally gave out and collapsed to the ground from overuse. Sato thanked Kirishima, then recharged by consuming sugar to regain his energy. He declared that he might not be as strong, but he would not go down without giving everything he had. Sato launched himself at Deku with astounding speed and began a fierce exchange of attacks. Deku dodged many of the blows. Sato changed tactics, kicking Deku downward and creating a large crater. He then reappeared and struck with a powerful blow meant to connect, followed by a flurry of blows in midair that were almost too fast to see. Sato then landed a solid hit, sending Deku flying before reappearing to kick him upward and unleash a barrage of punches and kicks. Sato shouted the name of his finishing move and finished with a thunderous right hook that sent Deku crashing to the ground like a shooting star. The impact sent a gust through the area that forced the rest of the class to brace themselves against nearby structures. As the dust settled, Sato stood barely upright over Deku while Deku finally succumbed to unconsciousness and collapsed near Kirishima. The class was visibly shaken by the power the two had displayed. Mina wondered whether they had won, and Toru questioned whether Deku was finished. Ochako, quieter and more nervous than before, told the class that this was far from over and pointed shakily toward the scene. The students all turned their attention back to where Deku had fallen. Deku, seemingly defeated, slowly rose and dusted off his suit. He commented that the bout had been interesting, expressed surprise at how strong Kirishima's new form and Sato's power were, and joked that the exchange had made a decent warm-up. He examined his fist and acknowledged that both had felt his hits. After a moment he announced that they passed and then asked who would be next. The class struggled with conflicting emotions, unsure whether to be angry that their former classmate had treated their friends so roughly or terrified for the same reason. Deku's impatience grew as the waiting continued. In his mind the test required extremes to be meaningful, and he feared that holding back would give false hope. He began scanning the group for the next challengers, selecting 2 students whose weaknesses he thought would make the test interesting. Deku allowed himself a short, sharp laugh as he stepped forward. The force of his movement created a wide crater in the ground, shocking and terrorizing the class. He admitted to himself that he had forgotten to fully restrain the power of his step, then adjusted his control and moved on. As he advanced, 2 students launched themselves at him in anger. These 2 were the wannabe robot and the martial artist. The tailed student shouted Midoriya's name. Robo-Glasses declared that he could not let this stand and vowed to stop him. He ignored both of them as 2 powerful attacks streaked toward him. He turned his body and slid through both assaults as if they were light breezes, never once taking his eyes off his targets. He told them to wait their turn and that he was not concerned with them. An invisible force suddenly launched the 2 into different buildings. The attack clearly came from Deku, who continued moving in slow motion toward the class. Only Ochako could just barely make out his movements. She had practiced seeing his speed, but she realized this was a whole other level. Ochako thought that he was serious and that if they did not change his mind he could seriously harm them. The slow-motion advance intensified the fear and anticipation in the air. Deku focused on Tokoyami alone as he disappeared and reappeared in front of the dark, brooding student. He sent an overhead punch. Tokoyami called Dark Shadow out quickly to block, but the shadow was forcefully driven into the ground. Deku followed with a kick that sent Tokoyami into a building. He walked toward his target with a slow, relentless pace. A long tongue shot at him. Deku expected it and caught it, sending a burst of furious energy through it. Azui cried out and Deku reappeared, kicking her toward Tokoyami so they collided. He descended slowly, his silver eyes glaring, a scowl forming as he told them to get up because they were not done. He charged more power, creating strong winds and filling the air with pressure. The class felt their fears intensify as the power grew. Deku said that he had not been fully warmed up before and expected them to pay with their lives, his voice cold and venomous. They struggled to stand, leaning on one another. Azui urged Tokoyami to retreat and regroup, noting that this area was a test site they could use to hide and plan. Tokoyami agreed, and the two tried to get away in their injured states. Deku watched them leave with a mix of curiosity and calculation, then turned to the two students who remained, deciding he would have some fun with them for the time being. Ida glared at Deku, preparing to respond, but Deku vanished from his sight. Ida became confused until a chilling voice spoke from behind him. Deku identified Ida and his engine quirk, making a mocking remark about it running on orange juice. Ida snapped his head around and saw nothing. Deku then suggested the obvious weakness in his quirk and asked, rhetorically, what would happen if Ida's legs were taken away. He struck Ida's leg with a disabling blow that sent the student to the ground, leaving him gasping and unable to rely on that limb. Ida coughed and struggled to breathe as pain overwhelmed him, but he refused to give up on passing the test. Deku looked down at Ida with no visible emotion, then felt another attack. The tailed student spun in midair, attempting to strike Deku with his tail. Deku caught the tail with ease while keeping his gaze on Ida. He identified the tailed student and suggested that once the tail was taken, the consequence would be severe. He forcibly grabbed Ojiro's tail, pinned him down onto Ida, and pressed on his chest until Ojiro cried out. Deku sneered about future heroes and implied their heroism was a joke. Ojiro, through gritted teeth, insisted that they had fought and struggled to reach UA, that they would be heroes regardless of Deku's judgment, and that it was the heart, the feelings and emotions, that truly made someone a hero. Deku increased the pressure as both Ida and Ojiro cried out in pain. He questioned the value of feelings and emotions, saying that they would not understand what he had endured. He described, in a hushed voice, how he had scratched and clawed his way to survive, how he had begged and nearly died before being given a chance. He argued that he was the real hero and that many would have broken where he did not, then pointed at Ida as he continued his speech, his voice steady and accusing. Bloodlusting for Stain. Ida looked away in shame and gritted his teeth in frustration, insisting that he had changed and that he had promised himself he would become the perfect hero and would not repeat past mistakes. His protest only made the pressure bearing down on the group increase. Deku responded in a dark, depressing tone, telling Ida that people did not really change, they only altered their perspective. Deku said that past beliefs might shift, but the lingering thoughts remained, whether diminished, suppressed, or ignored. He concluded that deep down Ida was not different from who he had been during the internships, and that Ida had convinced himself otherwise. Ida denied it vehemently, but the strain intensified and he felt his body begin to scream in pain. Deku then pushed things further, asking rhetorically what Ida would do if he were to kill Ida's mother right then. Deku added with a cold smirk that it would only take a few minutes and claimed he could sense her presence now. He taunted that her presence was similar to Ida's and suggested, in a childish voice, taking Ida's brother as well to finish what the hero killer had started. Seeing red with overwhelming frustration and anger, Ida warned Deku not to touch his mother or his brother. Deku mocked him and asked if he intended to use Recipro Burst. The thought of almost losing his brother and now possibly losing his mother drove Ida toward the edge. He rose into the air despite the pain, determined to stop Deku before any harm could come to his family. Ida launched himself and activated his engines at maximum, executing a Recipro Burst, but Deku still managed to catch his leg. Deku told him he had forgotten something, and the confusion that had clouded Ida's face turned into fresh agony when a sudden impact struck his midsection. Ojiro had been thrown into him, sent by Deku without breaking eye contact. Deku had grabbed Ojiro by the neck of his costume when Ida had pushed off him, and then used Ojiro as a makeshift tackle into Ida. Deku pointed at Ida and mocked him, saying that was precisely why Ida was no hero. The moment that look appeared on Ida's face, his feelings and emotions had been abandoned. He told Ida to know what he called himself before using a term as powerful as hero, then turned his back and walked away toward other targets. Ida sat there, stunned, trying to process what had happened. He realized Deku had been right and that he had been lying to himself. Tears threatened and slipped free despite his effort to stay strong. Ojiro placed a hand on Ida's shoulder and told him it was all right, saying he would have reacted the same way if his own family had been in danger. Ojiro reminded Ida that they did not have to decide what being a hero meant to them right now. They were here to learn, to keep their spirits high, and to take advantage of every opportunity. For now, they had to focus on what they could do. Ojiro asked with a slight smile what they could do next. Ida returned the smile and answered that they could finish the fight. The atmosphere shifted from fear to confidence and adrenaline as they resolved to end things on their terms. Deku turned in curiosity as Ida rushed at him with incredible speed. Ida activated a modified Recipro engine move, extending his burst and hurling himself through the air. Deku noted inwardly that Ida seemed to be using his engines in a new way, and wondered how he was still moving so well after being hurt. He resolved that it would not matter in the end as Ida closed the distance. As Ida came in, Deku prepared to block, but Ida connected with a powerful punch to the side of Deku's face. Deku was thrown back by the impact. Although Deku had the ability to move subconsciously in that heightened instinctive state, he had chosen to suppress that automatic movement so this could be a true test. He could raise his power while keeping his instinctive responses the same, but on purpose he kept his reflexes unchanged for this moment. He had briefly deactivated that particular setting while fighting Sato because he did not feel like taking hits all day, but he reactivated it to gauge how much power the man truly had. That was what had produced the Sugar Rush Ultimate Combo. Now he did the same thing again, waiting to see if someone could force him to use that usual part of level 2. As he flew back, a sharp pain in his midsection knocked him down hard onto the pavement. Looking up, he saw Ojiro coming in for another strike. Deku dodged and flipped back to his feet, only to be met by another charge. Ojiro flowed through an assortment of martial arts techniques, aiming to unbalance and hurt his opponent. Deku struggled with the rapid barrage because every successful dodge seemed to invite an unexpected follow-up. His head throbbed with a rush of sensory warnings that normally told him when an attack was coming, but the sheer number and speed of them began to distract him and open more opportunities for his attackers. Immediately after the onslaught, Ida reinforced the assault with a powerful kick that sent Deku back. Ida and Ojiro pulled clear and then rushed from opposite directions, Ojiro favoring a limp while Ida used his engines to boost his approach. Ojiro targeted Deku's legs while Ida aimed higher. Deku spun and was sent airborne. Ojiro seized an arm and twisted, which caused Deku to cry out and falter. Ida watched for a moment while taking a sip from the orange juice he kept to recharge his engines. Ida felt his body nearing its limit, and he knew Ojiro felt the same. Both understood they had to end the exchange now. Ida shouted for Ojiro to act. Ojiro immediately intensified his hold and spun Deku faster and faster until he could no longer maintain it, then threw him toward Ida. Ida charged his engines to their maximum and executed a spinning back kick with everything he had. The impact flipped Deku through the air and sent him crashing into the side of a building. Ida panted as the adrenaline left him and the ache set in. He collapsed from exhaustion, letting unconsciousness take him. Ojiro fell a moment later for the same reason. Silence settled over the scene as everyone processed what they had just witnessed. First with Kirishima and Sato, now with Ida and Ojiro, these students were risking everything to face an impossible opponent, yet both had ultimately been overwhelmed. The class began to question why they were there and whether they could do this. Unbeknownst to them, that doubt was exactly the point of the test, to see if their resolve would hold in the real world of heroes and villains. They watched, some hopeful and some skeptical, waiting for anything to happen. The ground began to tremble, gradually at first and then with increasing force, until a burst of energy caused part of a building to crumble. The students watched in astonishment as Deku emerged from the dust, moving with an imposing air. Many of the students wondered how anything could seem to hurt him. Deku walked forward, rolling his shoulder as if brushing off the damage. He acknowledged Ojiro's focus on weak points and Ida's finishing attempt, and then made clear that his rapid recovery made those moves ineffective. He stated that they had passed the test, looking at the two unconscious students, but his tone shifted as he admitted growing tired of the back and forth. He declared that he would stop holding back and warned them to give everything they had, otherwise he would deal with them without hesitation. Ochako recognized part of his declaration as insincere, but she could only be certain about that specific portion. The rest of his threat remained uncertain, and the possibility of real harm loomed as he made clear he would raise the stakes. As Deku finished his warning, a quick, precise attack grazed his face, leaving a faint mark. He turned and focused on Azui and Tokoyami. Azui still showed signs of having been burned, while Tokoyami's expression was calmer but more intense. Deku reminded them of his statement and made it clear that he was about to get serious. He expected them to give their all or face severe consequences. The air picked up and small fissures began to appear in the ground as he charged more power. Azui reminded Tokoyami of their plan and did not flinch despite her burns. Tokoyami confirmed that he remembered. Earlier, during their approach, the two had run until they needed to stop and catch their breath. Tokoyami expressed concern and asked if Azui was all right. Azui replied that she was sore from the heat and surprised by how much it had affected her, and she admitted it had felt like he had been holding back. Tokoyami asked if she was certain about that. Azui explained that she had gathered what she could about him through conversations with friends and from things Ochako had mentioned, and that she had learned the quirk was more complex than just power and speed. She described how he could sense and track people, alter his own strength to match others, influence emotions, and even read minds in some ways. She noted there were multiple levels to his power and that he was currently at level 2, which had the strange effect of trading raw strength for heightened instincts and perception. Tokoyami asked if that meant he was weakened at the moment and how he could still appear so powerful. Tokoyami observed that the quirk was truly something fierce as he took it all in. Azui explained that the quirk had originally been weaker and that its current range of features had developed over 11 years of discovering strengths and weaknesses. She spoke with a faint, frog-like croak as she described what she knew. Tokoyami asked how they could possibly defeat him. Azui informed him that defeat was impossible in their current state. They could grow stronger in the future, but they could not hope to beat him now. She added that they would have to outsmart him rather than overpower him. Tokoyami asked what she meant. Azui pointed out that all the encounters so far had been fights, but this was a test. She reasoned that Deku had been deliberately provoking them to distract them from their actual objective, using the anti-quirk HNDCFFS she produced. Tokoyami absorbed the information and asked what she suggested. Azui proposed that because this was a test of their abilities, Deku would have to lower his guard at least once. She planned to distract him long enough for Tokoyami to reach him, asking Tokoyami to launch a full attack to draw Deku's attention. She admitted she was unsure it would work and confessed worry that she could not tell whether Deku was serious about testing them or about destroying them. Tokoyami placed a reassuring hand on Azui's shoulder and expressed appreciation for her partnership, telling her that the information was invaluable. He acknowledged that in a weakened state she would be limited and volunteered to lead the plan and launch the attack while she waited for an opening. He lifted her gently, placed a comforting hand on her head, and turned to gather his remaining power. He told her that he trusted her, and Dark Shadow, sensing his intentions, combined with him. Back in the present, Azui blushed from the memory of Tokoyami's comforting touch but composed herself. Deku observed that Tokoyami appeared emotionally involved and noted with a knowing smirk that Tokoyami might be thinking about Azui. Azui reacted with embarrassment, unsettled that her thoughts had seemed transparent. Deku explained that as he displayed more of his power, all aspects of it had increased, including the ability to read minds at a distance. Tokoyami reminded everyone that they only had one chance and urged them to act immediately. Azui nodded, and Tokoyami summoned Dark Shadow to combine and raise his power. Deku acknowledged the change and warned that Tokoyami would have to push himself to extremes to stand a chance. Tokoyami rushed Deku with increased speed. Deku anticipated every move with uncanny precision, evading with a fluid, practiced rhythm that made it seem as if he were reading a script. Azui ran along the sidelines and hurled large pieces of rubble to create openings. Deku casually shattered the rubble with the back of his hand, But the thrown debris still created brief opportunities for Tokoyami. Tokoyami leapt with Dark Shadow and manifested twin hammers of darkness to strike, but Deku was not where they expected. Tokoyami followed with rapid dark strikes that became streaks of shadow fired toward Deku. Deku dodged so swiftly it looked as if the shadows passed through him. Tokoyami noted that Dark Shadow, a being of darkness, could turn that darkness into ranged attacks even though the entity was typically weaker in bright light. Deku acknowledged Tokoyami's use of darkness against him and remarked on the unexpected long-range attacks. He then continued to push Tokoyami, urging him to increase his effort. Tokoyami responded by unleashing a technique called Dark Double Hammer, attempting to pin Deku, who remained elusive and responsive. Tokoyami began to pant on the ground, feeling the strain of the effort. He realized that these maneuvers had taken far more out of him than he had anticipated. He had never trained to this level before and felt his darkness was still weaker than Deku's light. He rose and tried to steady himself, gasping for breath. Deku taunted that he was not yet finished and suggested that Tokoyami's resistance was only making the situation more interesting. Deku decided to end it. He gathered a ball of energy at his fingertip, brighter and larger by the second. Tokoyami answered by flying up and drawing as much power as he could. Their attacks grew stronger with every heartbeat while the class watched in tense anticipation. Deku prepared to release his attack as Tokoyami charged in, spinning at incredible speed. They called their attacks at the same time: Abyssal Illumination and Dark Drill. The two strikes collided head-on and sent shockwaves through the area that made everyone brace themselves. Deku felt Tokoyami's force as they struck. For a moment the collision held, then Deku's attack began to push through. Tokoyami strained to hold, knowing he needed to buy a critical moment. He shouted for Azui to move. Azui slid under the collision and launched herself toward Deku. Deku looked over with a faint smirk and anticipated her move, already suspecting she would try to use her restraints. Azui extended her tongue through the cuffs to catch Tokoyami and halt his momentum. Tokoyami seized the hold, stopping his attack and causing Deku's strike to sail past. He spun back to face Deku and tried to strike again, but he felt something wrap around his arms and legs. He realized it was Azui restraining him and smirked, warning that he could burn the binding off. He raised his body temperature, and Azui cried out from the pain but kept a firm grip. Deku did not relent. He told Tokoyami that he would have to let go, and when Tokoyami came close enough, Deku lifted his head and met him eye to eye. In that instant, Tokoyami understood that their plan had failed. Deku released a sudden surge of energy. The burst of power dislodged Azui and sent both Azui and Tokoyami flying apart. They collided and tumbled to the ground. Azui was knocked unconscious from the force and the injuries she had taken. Tokoyami fell nearby, shaken but not rendered unconscious. He managed to see the damage and watched as Deku strode forward through the aftermath with an unwavering expression. Deku raised his hand and formed an even larger energy sphere, clearly aiming at the pair still on the ground. He named it Ultimate Illumination and sent it hurtling toward them. Tokoyami stared at the oncoming blast, uncertain and afraid. He feared it might be his end, in the midst of a UA test, feeling the sting of doubts other kids had once voiced about his strength. A memory came to Tokoyami how, as a child when his quirk first manifested, he had been mocked and treated harshly, labeled with cruel names because of how his power looked. He had grown lonely and withdrawn until one day he met someone who had not judged him. He remembered the girl bounding into his path, greeting him with her characteristic ribbit. She had introduced herself as Tsu Azui and explained that her quirk was Frog, which let her do things a frog could do. Tokoyami had given his own name and explained that his quirk was Dark Shadow, a sentient shadow that aided him. She had told him not to focus on the negative and had encouraged him to find happiness and purpose as a hero. Her kindness had eased his loneliness, and he had smiled for the first time in a long while. The memory steadied Tokoyami. He told himself that making others happy and protecting them was what heroes did, and if protecting Azui was what would make him happy, then he would fight. Tokoyami rose to his feet with difficulty and called Dark Shadow. The shadow emerged and fused with him. He prepared one final defense to protect Azui. He spun faster, letting darkness swirl around him until it resolved into a large dome of shadow as an ultimate barrier. He named it Dark Asylum. The energy sphere struck the dome but held steady. The collision sent out powerful shockwaves that even pushed Deku backward slightly. When the smoke cleared, the dome still stood, then slowly dissipated as Tokoyami collapsed from exhaustion. Deku remained composed, unaffected in expression. He walked over to the two fallen students and looked down. Azui lay unconscious, badly scorched and with her costume torn. Tokoyami's costume was torn, and scratches and bruises marked his feathers and clothing. Deku gathered a bright ball of energy in the palm of his hand and held it steady, his expression unreadable. When the light spilled across the area, he pointed the energy at the two fallen students and released it. The light was blinding for a moment, forcing onlookers to shield their eyes. When it faded, Deku stood where the two had been, and the wounds that had marred them moments before were gone. Scratches, bruises, and burns had all vanished. A warm, relieved smile touched Deku's face. He had suspected something between the two, and their earlier actions had only confirmed it. He resolved silently to heal them now but warned himself not to show mercy later. Since they had passed, they could rest. The smile slipped as Deku replaced his villain mask and turned toward the rest of the class, eager to see who came next. He felt that he had finally warmed up. Deku walked slowly toward the tense group, letting his face emerge from beneath his bangs. Silver eyes glittered with amusement as he gave a menacing grin. He asked the class if they were afraid, his voice taking on a teasing, childish tone. Most of the students tried to rally their courage, forcing themselves not to show fear, but 3 of them remained resolute about defeating Deku. Bakugo stepped forward, raging confidence crackling around him as explosions sparked from his hands. He proclaimed that he would not be scared or pushed around and that he would blast Deku away. Deku mocked his bravado, shaking his head at the explosive student's outburst, and Bakugo responded by warning that he would strike hard. Todoroki joined them, emitting a chill from his right side as he stated calmly that he would not be intimidated by Deku and that confronting someone of Deku's caliber would push him to greater heights. Deku chuckled and reminded Todoroki that lessons from the sports festival should not be forgotten, expressing eagerness for a real battle now that he felt warmed up. Ochako, with a smug, confident glance, told Deku that she had no fear. She said she believed in her own strength and that she would win, teasing him that second place would be comfortable. Deku turned his attention to her and, pleased by her composure, warned that in her current state she could not defeat him. He said he would shut her down instantly if she tried. Ochako maintained her smug look and, with a playful tone, warned back that she would defeat him no matter what. She said she had grown much stronger since they last fought and had been studying Deku's moves to learn his patterns, suggesting that he had been saving her for last to provide a real challenge. Without warning, Ochako snapped into a combat stance, her forearm raised to block a swift kick aimed at her head. For a few seconds the air itself seemed to catch up, wind surging outward and threatening to send debris flying. The class braced and held their ground. Deku and Ochako remained steady and unaffected by the sudden gust. Deku lowered his leg and met Ochako's determined gaze, then acknowledged that she was more than a mere warm-up. He scanned the rest of the class for his next opponent and quickly closed the distance to Momo Yaoyorozu, stopping directly in front of her. Deku named her quirk and noted its power, explaining that she could create non-living objects as long as she knew their properties and had eaten enough to fuel her creations. He admitted to feeling a flicker of jealousy at Ochako's visible reaction but decided to set it aside for the moment as Ochako calmed and considered more practical responses. Deku observed that such a powerful quirk rested with someone who seemed unsure of herself. Momo remained silent, absorbing his words without offering a defense. She did not find the will to refute his assessment. Deku reminded her of something he had said before. She gave the impression of someone suited to lead, yet he believed she hid a persistent insecurity. In a flashback, she remembered the day the class president was chosen and Deku's earlier claim that, despite appearances, her mind harbored doubts about her own abilities. As those memories resurfaced, Deku suggested that she had never fully shaken that insecurity, and he slowly raised his hand. The attacker declared that they could never escape their deep insecurities and predicted they would die before they ever got a chance. Deku drove his hand down and released a powerful energy strike at point-blank range. The blast cleaved the air like a blade, scattering debris in a dramatic, anime-like display. The girl would have been struck if someone had not shoved her out of the path at the last second. Deku turned his head and took in the sight of the dual-colored boy crouched protectively beside the fallen classmate. He fought the urge to laugh at the awkward position but managed to stay composed. Yaoyorozu opened her eyes to find Todoroki very close, both of them flushed with embarrassment from the sudden proximity. Yaoyorozu was quick to express her gratitude, and Deku covered his face in mild exasperation at Todoroki's bluntness. Deku thought Todoroki was being lame and shook his head, then teased that they should keep things appropriate because there were younger students watching. Todoroki rose, took Yaoyorozu's hand, and helped her to her feet with a firm, steady grip. He checked whether she was all right, and when she nodded he turned to face the looming challenge ahead and volunteered to go first. Deku clapped with childlike excitement and offered to take a turn later to cool down after his warm-ups. Todoroki remained focused and began to formulate a plan. Yaoyorozu looked as if she might speak but ultimately stayed quiet and deferred to Todoroki's lead. Todoroki told her he had a plan. They would ask for a handicap. Yaoyorozu reacted in stunned disbelief while Deku burst into laughter, falling to the ground until tears of mirth threatened his composure. She questioned whether he could be serious, but Todoroki affirmed his intention. Yaoyorozu worried aloud that one could not simply demand a handicap from an opponent, and Todoroki explained that this was an exam. The evaluator needed an accurate sense of their abilities. If one person gave the other a significant advantage, it could lead to a clearer measurement of skill. Deku was the kind of person who would accept that challenge just to make the fight interesting. Todoroki addressed Midoriya directly to confirm his plan, and Deku bluntly called him foolish, though he was curious what the terms would be. Todoroki announced the handicap, no use of the upper body, in effect taking the upper body out of play. Deku smirked and joked that he was not opposed to the restriction. Todoroki then stomped the ground and summoned ice that rose into an oval boundary the size of a track. He warned them not to cross it. Deku mocked the restriction with a light-hearted comparison to a fine and then accepted the challenge, smirking that he would pay whatever price was demanded. Combat began. Todoroki lunged forward with a punch aimed at Deku's cheek, but Deku tilted his head aside and used his own knee to block a follow-up. He deflected 2 more strikes, dropped low, spun, and used a sweeping kick to send Todoroki into a nearby building. Dust settled and Todoroki emerged with a trail of ice behind him. Deku taunted him to continue. Todoroki then used his ice to launch himself forward, aiming a downward kick that just missed when Deku dodged so the kick grazed his nose. Todoroki returned to a flurry of precise strikes, each punch and kick executed with the kind of timing that spoke of careful practice. As Todoroki pressed the attack, Deku noticed something unsettling about the style. These weren't simple improvisations. The combinations were complex and deliberate, requiring balance and rhythm that did not match Todoroki's usual unpracticed hand-to-hand approach. The moves felt eerily familiar. Todoroki landed a solid kick to Deku's midsection, forcing him to slide back, then surged forward with another series of blows. Deku evaded a gut punch, ducked a spinning backhand, and backflipped away from a spin kick. Todoroki used a sheet of ice to lift Deku briefly, and while Deku was airborne, Todoroki kicked, sending him hurtling toward the other students. Deku turned midair, landed on his feet, and slid to a stop in front of the shocked class. Deku narrowed his eyes and launched himself back into the offensive. He attempted a downward kick from the air, which Todoroki avoided, and followed with a quick kick to the torso. While Deku pressed the advantage, Todoroki iced the ground to gain traction, slid forward, and aimed another strike, which Deku countered by front-flipping over him. Todoroki anticipated the maneuver and prepared a backhand while Deku was still in midair. Anticipating the move, Deku shifted to land his left foot on Todoroki's fist. Using his floating ability, he spun like a swing and launched himself into the air, bringing his right foot down on the back of Todoroki's head and driving him to the ground. Todoroki recovered by forming ice and countered with a barrage of ice attacks. Deku evaded each one with such fluidity that it looked like dancing. After avoiding the last strike, Deku found Todoroki suddenly in front of him, seemingly concealed behind the final ice blast. Todoroki moved a fist toward Deku's face, but Deku sidestepped, turned, and sent a left kick that passed over Deku's bowed form. While lowering his body, Deku swept Todoroki's leg, spun, and placed his right foot on Todoroki's chest in midair, then knocked him down, shattering the ice that covered the ground in the process. Deku demanded to know where Todoroki had learned those moves, noting how similar they were to his own. Todoroki, pinned beneath Deku's leg, admitted that he had deliberately studied Deku's techniques after the sports festival, training in combat as well as his quirk and copying moves where he could to gain any advantage. Todoroki explained that his fire was limited in this setting and his ice alone had not seemed sufficient. Deku acknowledged that Todoroki's effort had expanded his repertoire but declared that he had won the contest between them. He removed his leg and began to walk away. Todoroki attempted to rise and pursue, but towering ribbons of blue, white, and purple flame erupted to block him. Deku mocked him as he continued walking, reminding him that he could still set traps. Todoroki asked in surprise when the traps had been set, and Deku replied cryptically that there were many things Todoroki did not know about him. Deku moved on until he reached the next target. He tilted his head at a well-developed, black-haired teen and indicated that she would not be left out of the fight. The girl trembled, overwhelmed by fear and unable to think clearly. Deku complained about the odd feeling of not using his arms in a fight and decided to wake them up. He raised his palms skyward and concentrated, forming a growing sphere of intense heat. The orb swelled and the light it gave off blinded nearby onlookers. The air grew oppressive and hot enough that clothing began to singe. Deku told the girl that the attack would certainly wake his arms up. Yaoyorozu, watching in shock, feared that the assault could be devastating. Todoroki shouted her name and, seeing her frozen with fear, urged her not to give up. He told her she had to act and insisted that he believed in her ability to stop Deku's attack, emphasizing that she was capable and worthy. Yaoyorozu hesitated as doubt crept in. Todoroki cut off her protests and continued to press his encouragement, reminding her of his faith in her. Deku, feeling ignored while Todoroki monologued, muttered that he would pretend he was not there. Todoroki reminded her that when the class voted for president, his had been the only vote for her because he believed she could do the job better than anyone else, and he urged her to use her creation quirk to make a new outcome. Deku interjected dryly that the speech lacked credibility and gave it a low rating. He then jumped back to prepare his attack. Deku launched his heat sphere toward Yaoyorozu. Wind rushed around it as it hurtled forward, and Deku believed he could control his heat more precisely than other forms of energy, convinced it would pursue its target no matter where she tried to run. The attack struck and produced a massive burst of heat that spread through the mock city. The temperature spiked and smoke billowed, while the proctors watched from a distance, calmly observing the exercise. When the smoke cleared, a deep crater marked the spot where Yaoyorozu had been standing. Deku approached the rim and peered down to see a large object amid the crater. The object retracted and Yaoyorozu emerged, apparently unhurt and composed. Deku stared at his hand in confusion and briefly questioned whether he had actually struck her, then looked back at the crater as confirmation that something had happened. Yaoyorozu explained that the answer lay in her shield, which was designed to resist heat. She told him that her shield had been specifically engineered to withstand the intensity of his ability. Deku asked how she had managed that, noting that he had never fully unleashed the full extent of his heat during tests. Yaoyorozu replied that, with help from Uraraka, she had learned about how Deku's heat felt when Uraraka had experienced it during the sports festival, and from those observations and testing she had developed the resistant material. Deku turned toward Ochako, who was watching nearby and whistling casually, and realized that she had been the one to provide information. Deku reacted with a stunned acknowledgement that he had been betrayed by that confession. Ochako declared that she would be the one to give Eri a backbone and accuse the other of being a traitor. She then told him to shut up, insisting that Eri was her friend and that she had helped because Eri had asked, and warned him to get back to his match before she made another crater. Deku responded with a polite yes ma'am, completely unafraid. Deku thought, shivering inwardly, that no matter how strong he got, Ochako would always be scary. Turning his attention back to Yaoyorozu, Deku saw her walking out of the crater from the other side and facing him. Yaoyorozu explained that with the help she had found a whole new way to fight. As she spoke, she began creating multiple items at once, surprising Deku. When the creating was finished, Deku observed a transformed Yaoyorozu. She described the gear she had made: an energy-repelling sword, energy-absorbing boots, a heat-resistant shield and heat and energy-resistant armor, which she called her creation set, anti-Midoriya armor. Deku was taken aback by the revelation. He praised her, admitting he did not know whether to feel honored that she had named it after him or offended that she had made it specifically to keep him away. Yaoyorozu pointed her sword at him and warned him to make his jokes while he could. Deku replied that was exactly what he had planned to do. Yaoyorozu proclaimed that with the armor and the weapons they would defeat him. Deku, pointing at her sword with a bored air, asked if she even knew how to use it. Yaoyorozu fell silent for a moment, then admitted there had not been enough time to learn. Creating and maintaining the set had taken most of her time. When Deku asked how she had been able to create such gear, Yaoyorozu explained that she had watched his training, studying his attacks and technique and incorporating what she had learned to recreate that ability. Deku reacted with surprise, accusing her of stalking. Yaoyorozu insisted she had only been observing and taking notes. Deku argued that hiding and watching someone for hours was stalking and that writing things down made it worse. Yaoyorozu refused to waste time on accusations and launched herself toward him. She attacked with her sword, but Deku dodged effortlessly. No matter how many times she struck, he either slipped away or redirected her momentum. Deku noted that whether the sword had been made to counter him or not, it would not matter if she could not use it effectively. He then went on the offensive. Yaoyorozu managed to block his attack with the sword, and the redirected force rushed back at him. The impact sent him flying, but he stopped in midair, hovering in surprise. Yaoyorozu explained that every attack Deku made was saturated with raw energy, so she had used her sword to send that energy back at him. That was why the armor had been designed to resist him. Deku murmured that creating such a set must have required incredible skill and a great deal of energy. Yaoyorozu, true to his observation, looked exhausted. She panted as oxygen escaped her breath. Then, with a burst of effort, she sliced through the heat trap Deku had set and freed Todoroki. Yaoyorozu commented that while her sword might not fully repel heat, heat still carried energy. She began creating a cannon and told Todoroki to get inside. Todoroki looked at her with concern and warned her not to push herself so hard, fearing she could be hurt. Yaoyorozu answered firmly that she had to do this. Her quirk might not be as naturally powerful as his half-and-half ability, but she wanted it to be. She wanted to fight alongside him instead of behind him. She wanted to be his equal. If pushing herself was the price to pay, she would pay it. Todoroki was taken aback by her resolve but complied and climbed into the cannon. Immediately he felt a surge of strength. He asked what was happening. Yaoyorozu explained that the cannon was full of quirk enhancers she had implemented as the final attack, and that they had only one shot. She warned him to get ready and then ordered the cannon fired. The cannon launched the dual quirk user at incredible speed. Todoroki flew headfirst toward Deku and unleashed both flames and ice in massive streams. Anticipating the moment, he announced the name of his improvised attack, Creation Set, Freezing Inferno. He spun as flames and ice wrapped around him and formed a vortex of power that drew closer and closer, a dramatic anime-style display of quirk energy. In the middle of that spectacle, Todoroki suddenly shouted a surprising, over-the-top proclamation about his own identity. That was all it took for the attack to subside. Todoroki flew into Deku's direction and collided with him. Deku knocked him aside and Todoroki went out cold. Yaoyorozu tried to speak, but Deku moved again and a quick, precise strike rendered her unconscious as well. Bakugo observed with slumped shoulders and slight concern, commenting that the outcome had been anticlimactic. Ochako reacted in complete astonishment, demanding an explanation. Deku turned and met their gazes, asking what she meant. Bakugo demanded why Deku had knocked everyone out. Ochako, wearing a smug expression, asked Bakugo if he had been truly afraid of Momo. Mineta made an inappropriate remark that drew disgust from Ochako, and she prepared to retaliate before being interrupted. Deku launched forward and ignited his hand with energy. He swept it through the air, sending a broad blast across the class that produced another burst of power and gusting winds. Only Bakugo and Uraraka were left unscathed. Deku had chosen not to target them. He announced that there would be no more distractions, that the test was ending now, and that for the moment the two of them would face him. Bakugo barked in disbelief that Deku had knocked everyone out. Ochako taunted him about his reaction to Momo, but Deku responded by sweeping the air again. A quick attack streaked toward Ochako, who simply brushed it off as if it were nothing. Deku warned her not to toy with him and said he had no need for mind games. He added, almost idly, that Momo would have been more intimidating with red hair. The wind picked up and tension built. Deku declared the confrontation would end now and that he had no more patience for their attempts to defeat him. Bakugo readied an explosion, slamming his left palm with his right fist to activate his quirk. He grinned wickedly and said those were exactly the words he wanted to hear. Ochako shifted into a fighting stance and prepared to show what she could do. They held their positions for a moment until the realization hit both of them at once. They were supposed to work together. Each shouted that they could not team up with the other. Deku face-bombed and told them they did not have to cooperate if they refused, but he warned that attempting it alone would likely be fatal. Bakugo and Ochako immediately rejected the suggestion. Each would rather die than work with the other, and they exchanged insults, bumping heads in spite of themselves. Deku fell silent for a moment, then began muttering under his breath in a looping, distracted way about relationships. Bakugo asked what he was mumbling. Deku replied that he was listing reasons not to kill them where they stood. The intensity with which Deku spoke surprised both of them. Bakugo challenged him to try, claiming he would never die to someone like Deku. Deku reminded him that only minutes earlier he had been shaken, imagining how Deku had suddenly become so strong. When Bakugo started to protest, Deku tapped the side of his head and said he could read minds. Bakugo dismissed what Deku could do as irrelevant and lunged forward, using explosions as a boost to launch a powerful attack aimed at Deku's signature right hook. Deku braced to counter, but Bakugo followed through with a rapid, forceful combination. An explosive strike sent Deku flying across the training ground. He flipped and landed, recovering to his feet, but Bakugo was already bearing down with another charged explosion that grazed Deku before slamming into the ground and knocking him back again. Bakugo threatened to send Deku back to the hole he'd crawled out of. As Bakugo charged more explosions in his hands, he explained his strategy. Every attack he had used earlier had been crafted to land even if the opponent dodged. He packed extra force into his blasts so that evasive maneuvers would still result in heavy hits. Deku, shaken but getting up from the earlier blow, admitted surprise that there was more to Bakugo's tactics than brute force and anger. Bakugo then described Deku's own approach to fighting. Deku relied on provoking opponents into making the first move, using speed and timing to dodge and strike unexpectedly. He analyzed how Deku sometimes allowed hits to land to lull his enemies into a false sense of security before counterattacking with greater force, and how Deku used psychological pressure feelings, emotions, and thoughts to predict and influence the next move. Deku's eyes widened at the precise breakdown of his style, the recognition settling over him as Bakugo's words hung in the charged air. He had no idea that Bakugo had been so observant. Bakugo pointed out the patterns he had noticed, the way the protagonist had handled the fight with Aizawa Jr., the exchanges with Icy Hot, and the tactics used through the first and second rounds of the sports festival. Bakugo explained that the opponent had not simply fought like everyone else. He had turned an enemy's own strength, abilities, even their bodies, against them while adding his own force. That was what made his style so dangerous. Bakugo noted how the opponent looked down on those he faced while relying on a sense of control that counted on an opponent eventually making a mistake. The style could not be copied or replicated without that unique power, and its unreadability made it all the more lethal. Even Ochako was shocked to hear Bakugo analyze so much without ever having had a proper fight with the opponent. Bakugo continued by asserting that as long as he kept his mind focused, the opponent could not use that approach against him. Bakugo insisted his focus was on one thing, beating the other once and for all. If the opponent used his own power against him, Bakugo vowed to counter with his own. He believed he would prevail. When his gauntlets finished charging, Bakugo formed an X with his arms over his chest and unleashed his ultimate move, a super explosive wave. He poured every ounce of explosive force he could into it, and a blinding cascade of detonations swept across the mock city. When the light faded, the mock city had been reduced to a massive crater. Ochako started to remark on his power in surprise, but Bakugo cut her off, insisting it could not be over. As the smoke cleared, Deku lay embedded in the ground. The fierce energy that had surrounded him had vanished. His hair had reverted to green with dark streaks, and the upper part of his suit, which had been intended to withstand intense heat, had been burned away. Deku declared that it was not over and launched himself forward again, gritting his teeth despite the pain. He had pushed his quirk past its limits. His hands ached, but he pressed on. He fired a coordinated barrage of small explosions, the kind he called an AP shot, which created more clouds of smoke and made the ground tremble. Breathless from exertion, he dragged himself to a heavier piece of rubble, managed to lift it with great effort, and charged his hands with more explosions. He detonated the debris, sending a cascade of rubble straight at Deku's position. The pile landed with a series of bangs on the figure stuck in the ground. Bakugo sank to one knee, feeling the toll of his exertion, but forced himself back to his feet and inched toward the debris. He shoved it aside to reveal Deku, who bore scrapes, bruises, and burn marks across his form. Bakugo raised a hand and fired a punch, but Deku's hand shot up and caught it before it landed. Deku slowly pulled himself upright, his palm steady on Bakugo's fist. Deku returned Bakugo's earlier analysis with a dry remark of thanks, his tone cold and controlled. A swirling, blinding mixture of blue, white, and purple heat gathered around him. When the light settled, the visible injuries were gone and Deku looked renewed. His hair had darkened to black with silver highlights and he carried an air of calm intensity. Deku lifted his left hand and faced his palm toward Bakugo. The palm glowed a pale blue while bright orange sparks crackled along the surface. He unleashed a concentrated explosion aimed directly at Bakugo. The force of that blast far exceeded anything Bakugo had produced. Because of his training with explosive impact, Bakugo suffered only minimal effect compared with what others would have endured, but the attack still drove him back hard. He landed, rolled, and coughed up dust while Deku advanced, sparks dancing from each hand. Bakugo realized that Deku had replicated his explosive technique. Deku explained that he had been building heat and energy in the palms of his hands to create pseudo-explosions that surpassed the usual limits. He acknowledged that Bakugo had given him the opportunity and struck out again, launching himself toward Bakugo with renewed force. Bakugo was already weakened from his earlier attempts, and the latest powerful strike only made the situation more urgent. He was braced for the impact when a sudden, thunderous strike interrupted his thoughts. The force sent Deku staggering backward. Ochako landed in front of Bakugo, her expression set with determination. She told him she would help. Bakugo, weakened, demanded to know why she had come. Ochako admitted that at first she had refused to work with him because she thought he was just a JRK with a grudge against Deku and could not be trusted. She then qualified that she still thought he was a JRK with a grudge and untrustworthy, but that he had the resolve to beat Deku, and she could work with that. Bakugo blinked and declared that he officially hated her more than Deku. Bakugo stood and faced the challenge ahead. He asked Ochako for ideas. She snapped back that he should stop calling her round-faced. He countered by taunting her about her pink cheeks. Her left eye twitched with annoyance, but she forced herself to focus on the situation. Ochako observed that Deku seemed to be releasing more power than before, as if an endless reserve were waiting for the chance to pour out. Bakugo quipped that everyone had already noticed. Ochako told him to be quiet and moved on to her point. Deku must have some kind of weakness. He had once said his one weakness was having too much power, but she wondered if there was more to it. She asked Bakugo to consider what normally happened when someone had too much power. Bakugo agreed that excess strength often came at the cost of speed, and vice versa. Ochako explained that effectiveness required a balance between speed and power. If Deku's power dwarfed his speed, then his instantaneous movements would be limited. He fought now much the same way he did normally. Despite this being a higher level of his ability, she had only seen true instantaneous movement a couple of times. It seemed he could not use it freely. Bakugo suggested that, because of the massive power, Deku's ability to move instantaneously might be limited in frequency or duration. Ochako agreed, reasoning that Deku likely trained to counterbalance his inability to use full speed. Her conclusion was that the more he used instantaneous movement, the slower his movement became by his own standards, which still looked nearly instantaneous to others. This explained why he had managed to hide it for so long and what he had meant when he said he had too much power. Bakugo asked what they should do next. Ochako admitted it was speculation until they had real answers, but proposed that if they could force Deku to use his instantaneous speed, they might learn more. Bakugo asked if flash bombs would work. Ochako said Deku would still be able to dodge them. Bakugo then revealed he had been working with a pink-haired ally to create a grenade that could stun the senses for about 3 seconds. He had hoped to extend the effect later, but for now it would suffice. Ochako instructed Bakugo to wait for her signal and to follow her lead. Bakugo protested that he should be the one to lead, but Ochako ignored him and called for a break. Bakugo scowled and prepared to attack while she focused. Ochako murmured to herself that she would use her own support ability, and a faint pink glow and sparks of electricity began to gather around her. Bakugo heard the murmur and filed it away for later thought. Ochako launched forward with remarkable speed and readied an attack she began to name. Deku braced to defend, expecting a direct strike. Instead, Ochako delivered a quick poke to Deku's face. Deku cried out and covered his eyes. Bakugo used the moment to throw flash devices and further disorient Deku. With Deku blinded and reeling, they pressed their assault. For a while their strikes seemed to pass through him as he moved in a strange, flickering way. Their plan was working. When Deku began to regain his bearings, he stopped the odd movement and began to block again, though his speed was noticeably reduced compared to earlier. Seizing the opportunity, Bakugo tossed his special grenade. The device dulled the senses of those who did not brace themselves, and Deku was left unable to see, feel, or smell for a brief span. In that window, Deku's instantaneous movements returned, even faster than before. They launched relentless attacks to try to slow him, but the effect lasted only 3 seconds and proved insufficient. Once his senses came back, Deku unleashed his power and the force pushed them all backward. They landed, recovered, and regrouped. Ochako asked what they would do now. Bakugo announced he had an idea she would not like and warned that he was sorry in advance to her and her family, then surged forward with explosions. He closed on Deku quickly and prepared his greatest attack yet. This was, by Bakugo's own standards, the most powerful move he had ever prepared. The announcement declared that the games had begun. A sudden explosive strike landed on Deku, leaving him doubled over. His eyes bulged and a high-pitched cry escaped him, drawing sympathetic looks from the teachers. Ochako was appalled at the attack. Her mouth fell open and her eyes widened, then she fixed a murderous glare on Bakugo. Ochako demanded to know why Bakugo had done that. Bakugo retorted that priorities came first, insulting her appearance. Ochako vowed she would get him back. Deku's movements were not nearly as graceful as before. It took longer than usual for him to recover, but he managed to stabilize. Before he could do anything else, Bakugo had him locked in a full Nelson hold and barked another order. Deku protested through gritted teeth. Bakugo sneered in reply. Ochako rushed forward with an attack ready, closing the distance. Deku shouted that enough was enough and released a burst of power that knocked all three apart. They were sent flying. The air grew hot as the shockwave passed. Deku panted, heat building around him, pure rage clear on his face. He had been humiliated, his weakness exposed. The fallout of his mistakes weighed on him. Deku strode toward Bakugo and raised his leg. A blue glow traced his limb and orange sparks danced along it as he delivered an explosive kick that sent Bakugo crashing into Ochako. Both of them slammed into the ground with a heavy thud. Deku declared that he would end the fight right then and there. Ochako coughed and pushed herself up slowly, wincing from the pain. She saw Bakugo knocked unconscious to her left and Deku walking toward her, anger etched into his features. She could not wholly blame him. She told herself she had to get up. She forced herself to her feet and faced Deku, frustration boiling inside. She asked herself why nothing ever seemed to be enough, why she kept failing. Every time she faced Deku, he found a way to amaze her and defeat her, crushing her hopes of winning. She had trained relentlessly, searching for a way to surpass him, but he always seemed so far ahead. How could she ever be worthy of him? How could she compete with unlimited power? A memory surfaced. It was late afternoon and Ochako had been face down on the training ground with Gran Torino standing over her. Gran Torino had told her that Izuku Midoriya had not chosen her because she was weak and urged her to rise and show why she had been chosen as All Might's successor. She had questioned how that would help her challenge Deku, confessing that she felt she did not have the strength to satisfy her own expectations. Gran Torino had explained that strength and power were not the same. Lacking raw strength did not mean lacking power, and power could become strength when used correctly. He had reminded her that someone could be stronger physically while another had power that could rival strength, and had finished by telling her she needed to use her own power. The memory ended and clarity followed. Ochako realized she had overlooked something important. She had been trying to be someone else, trying to match Deku on his terms. That would never work. She had to win by being herself, by using her own ability zero gravity and by making the other enhancements she had picked up her own. She resolved to focus on combining everything into a unique approach rather than simply emulating Deku. Deku suddenly stopped in his tracks as a wave of power washed over him. He sensed something familiar and alarming. Ochako felt a surge within her, a new, personal strength blooming. In an instant, the injuries that had slowed her seemed to vanish, as if healed by the very power she had reclaimed. A soft pink light rose from the ground and coursed through her, carrying an energy that spread outward and briefly blinded Deku. When the brightness faded, Deku was stunned by what he saw. Ochako stood composed, a calm blankness on her face, surrounded by a swirling pink heat. Her hair floated with the energy and a faint pink glow shimmered in her silver eyes, locking onto Deku with an unflinching, determined gaze. The force of her power was enough to cause Deku's current transformation to subside as something new took hold. This was far beyond the performance she had shown at the sports festival. Deku could sense multiple abilities woven together in her, a brand new form that combined her own gravity manipulation with the other strengths she had learned. She had achieved a new state, multi-gravitational form one for all, ultra instinct. Silence. Everything stopped moving. The air itself seemed to hold its breath. Izuku Midoriya had no idea what to say or do. The power he felt now was different and strangely familiar at the same time, confusing and oddly understandable. He tried to tell himself it must be a dream. He tried to imagine the usual dream foes and the silly things he did afterward to keep his nerves from fraying. The attempt at humor did nothing to settle him. He looked up at Ochako Uraraka and read something in her eyes he had never seen before. She was not the same as a few minutes earlier, nor like the version from the sports festival. Her aura and the way power hummed through the arena were a new, vivid green, raw and untrained, like a child attempting to ride a parent's bike before they can reach the seat. She was stepping into unknown territory. It took all her strength just to stand. She did not look pained. Her face was blank, unreadable. The strange pink warmth that traced around her moved with a calm, graceful flow that held his attention. He felt pulled to that presence, as if it were both unfamiliar and somehow compelling, but he forced himself to set aside the thought. Deku attempted to break the silence with small talk about the weather and the possibility of getting matcha afterward. Ochako did not respond, but a single tiny change in her brows and a brief, almost imperceptible reaction around her mouth suggested something stirred within her. The motion passed like a puff of steam from a kettle. He joked to himself that he wanted katsudon, an old nervous habit. Ochako's face returned to its earlier composure and she looked more annoyed than anything. Then something shifted in the air. A sudden gust struck Deku like a physical blow. He stumbled back and the air pressed against him, heavy and directed. He initially blamed the wind and scolded it aloud in frustration. The motion only intensified. He felt foolish talking to something invisible, but the pressure kept growing. Memories of the sports festival and other awkward moments crowded his thoughts until he shook his head to clear them. He muttered a comment about Todoroki under his breath and tried to push the memory away. For a moment the air continued to crash against him until Ochako moved. When she finally commanded the space, the wind snapped still as if she had cut it with a blade of silence. The difference was immediate. Breathing became possible again, if barely. Deku brightened and tried to engage her, but Ochako paid him no mind. She inspected herself in this new form with a level of focus that left him aching to be acknowledged. When she ignored him, it stung. Usually his smile was returned. He readied himself and extended his power in preparation, letting it surge through the ground and into the open. Thin beams of blue light flickered up from the rubble, and a flash of aura announced his second form. He charged toward her with blinding speed, intent on ending the confrontation quickly. He closed the distance, found her eyes, and recognized a hard superiority there, a cool pride that set her above him in that moment. Ochako issued a single command to sit, and Deku felt gravity conspire against him. His power drained of usefulness as the weight pressed him into the ground. He strained to move, but gravity pinned him down. From where he lay, he saw the pleasure in her expression. She seemed to be taking satisfaction in the control. Ochako then ordered him to rise. The pressure lifted and Deku felt himself abruptly flung across the mock city. He landed hard and rolled, tumbling through the ruins with a series of bruising impacts that shot pain through him. He forced himself upright and dusted off the worst of it, shaken by the suddenness of being thrown like a rag doll. He tried to push more of his power out, but it simply would not respond. He checked himself, flustered and distracted by silly thoughts about a bathroom prank he had pulled earlier. The uselessness of his power nagged at him until realization hit. The air itself was interfering. Air was essential for movement and breath. If the atmosphere turned against someone, it could hamper everything they tried to do. Gasping and struggling to take full breaths, Deku vowed to retaliate, half delirious, half defiant. He called the air an enemy and threatened it in a dazed voice, promising retribution and joking about knowing where it lived. The absurdity of it made him cough. A calm, confident voice answered him from nearby, announcing that the air was aligned with their opponent. The statement settled over the battlefield like a new fact. Whatever was happening, it had an ally on the other side. I turned to see Ochako walking toward me, her pink aura of heat swaying gracefully as she moved. Ochako explained that her control over air had greatly improved thanks to Ultra Instinct. She said she could thin the air and reduce my ability to release power, leaving me effectively limited to the amount I had used at the sports festival, 0.1% of my full power, or 1% of my second form. I retorted that all she had been doing were party tricks and that toying with gravity and taking away my air would not be enough to stop me. I complained about Gran Torino's disastrous Thanksgiving bathroom incident as an example of what I considered true hardship, a memory I had promised myself I would never speak of again. I shook my head to clear it and pressed on, insisting that without strength to back up her tricks, they would be meaningless. I dropped into a fighting stance. Ochako responded that there was no need to raise her voice. Because of her speed, she was right behind me in less than a quarter of a second. Before I could fully register her movement, she had already swept my leg. As I began to fall, I twisted in midair, but a fist struck my back and sent me flying. I flew into the air and, opening my eyes, found her directly in front of me, staring down at me. I wondered if there was still time to call the whole thing a joke. Ochako sent a blindingly fast punch I barely registered, and before I could dodge I was kicked in the back and slammed to the ground. I landed with a thud that shook the area. I held my head and opened my eyes to see Ochako standing before me, having moved without a sound even against my instinct senses. I stared at her in awe. The air seemed to obey her, bringing flower petals to swirl around her but avoiding the heat that radiated from her. It felt as if she were a goddess. Her power was far greater than I had expected, and even with the clear disadvantage I faced and growing difficulty breathing, I knew I was likely going to lose. I laughed until tears stood at the corners of my eyes, then admitted that laughing hurt. Ochako watched me with impassive eyes, unfazed by my reaction. I told her that she always managed to amaze me, and, standing, I walked over to place a hand on her shoulder. She looked slightly confused, barely showing it. Her heat did not reject me. She did not shun my touch. I praised how much stronger she had become in such a short time and joked about being an amazing teacher, though I also said it was not the time for compliments, perhaps just one, I added. Instead of answering, Ochako attempted a spin kick. I leapt back into the air to avoid it and, landing, muttered that at least it had not been a cheap shot. I tapped into 0.1% of my full power, 1% of my second form. Even that slight exertion taxed me. Breathing grew more difficult but manageable. We faced one another in a tense standoff. I admitted I had not been entirely surprised this could happen. After all, I considered myself a genius. I mused that it was her power versus mine, ultra instinct against ultra instinct, and wondered who would win. My energy and heat flared, filling the space behind me. Though it was only 1% of my second form, I had never been so serious at this level. My blue, purple, and white aura coalesced into the shape of a great dragon that hovered protectively above me. Ochako answered by letting her pink heat swell and take form as a lion that surrounded and stood above her. A dragon and a lion, two regal beasts facing one another. I asked whether her power was what I thought it was. I explained that Ultra Instinct began the same for everyone who obtained it: incredible speed, instantaneous movement, heightened senses, and dramatic increases in otherworldly abilities. However, I said there was a trade-off. With these enhancements, raw physical strength tended to decrease. That was the flaw of the second level of Ultra Instinct. The only way to correct that flaw was to master the form and achieve the third level, the true Ultra Instinct. I added that one could alter the properties of the second level through focused training. Because I was more of a power type, I had trained to understand and adapt my quirk to better suit my needs. It worked because my quirk recognized my property and adjusted to me and my power type. Ultra Instinct could adapt to anyone and did not need a specific type. That was why I was still able to use the form, though it was much more difficult, and why Gran Torino's training had been necessary. Realizing that, I altered my training and began focusing on improving my strengths. It became clear that it was no longer my power that was restricted, but my speed. I trained to recover enough speed to compensate, but I could never truly achieve that without first mastering third level. Without that, the second level was impossible to sustain. She did not say a word, but kept looking at me in the eye, ready for a fight. I kept explaining to make my point clear. I told her that she was different. She had learned she was not a power type but a nimble, speedy type, which explained her control over light and heavy gravity. Instead of trying to copy my style, she had adapted Ultra Instinct to her own type. By adding the properties of gravity and OFA, she had created her own version of Ultra Instinct, one that maintained all of her properties. I summarized it as unlimited power and incredible speed versus unlimited speed and incredible power. She told me I was overestimating myself and reminded me that she was not the same as she had been at the festival. She said she was not restricted the way I was and mocked the idea that a breeze could hold her back. I warned her to watch herself and noted that the consequences of Ultra Instinct had not fully hit her yet. She challenged the warning with a scoff. I made a teasing, personal remark. She dismissed it and the tension remained. We rushed each other at blinding speed. I threw a punch as she did. The collision of fists split the ground. We exchanged a barrage of punches and kicks, each strike being blocked, redirected, and read. The flow and grace of our movements felt like a performance. Every punch accounted for, every kick anticipated. We were equal in every visible way. It only seemed that way. I felt myself growing slower from the lack of air. It was not the physical breathlessness I had trained for this with Gran Torino and Midnight, but the way the thin air negatively affected my power. The atmosphere was rejecting my ability, and it felt like a matter of time before it ran out. Seeing my disadvantage, she went for a leg kick. I dodged by jumping, but she had expected it and slid past me to get behind. She aimed at my obliques and lower back, but I caught the kick, swung her toward me, and when she got close she grabbed my head and spun around while holding on, driving a knee toward my face. I was sent back, but she caught up to my flying body, spun to the right, and lifted her leg to slam me into the ground. The impact created a huge cloud of dust and a loud crash. She watched me calmly and moved in for another strike. My silver eyes sharpened and I reacted almost instantly, seizing her incoming arm, dragging myself up with it, lifting into the air, planting a foot in her back, and slamming her into the ground while keeping firm control of her arm. My instantaneous movements activated. For a moment I could move at the original speed Ultra Instinct was meant for. The problem was that the second form could not sustain both that immense power and speed at the same time, and I inevitably grew slower once I used it to its limit. In this case, oxygen was running out. She erupted with a burst of power and I was blown back. She rushed from the ground and flew through the air at incredible speed to reach me. She threw a punch that seemed to pass through me, but that was because I moved so quickly it appeared as afterimages. I then struck so fast she could not process it in time. She staggered from the impact and was sent back, winded. I landed and grunted in pain as I dropped to my knees. The thin air was weakening me even more. I needed to finish this in one decisive move. I stood and spread my arms wide so they reached full length, palms beginning to glow with blue light as bright orange electricity started to emit. She noticed and put her hands together to fire energy blasts. I ran toward her, dodging each blast while remaining on. I twisted my upper body to the right and brought my arms down so my hands were level with the middle of my thighs, palms facing downward. She launched even larger blasts, so I leaped over them and managed to stay aloft for a while. While in the air I brought my palms together, each facing the opposite way. She released heat in waves and fired more blasts to try to stop me. Noticing the waves and blasts, I used the light from my body to connect with the light of an energy blast and used it as footing. The battle continued with bright flashes and rapid movements, an intense clash of techniques and willpower. The atmosphere strained against me, but I kept pressing forward, driven by the need to resolve the fight quickly and decisively. Deku leapt from blast to blast, avoiding the heat attacks. Electricity surged around his connected palms, signaling the beginning of his counterattack. Ochako condensed the heat she had been releasing into a single, dense ball of power, rising into the air to gather the stray energy and unleash one massive strike. The ball came straight at Deku. Silver in his eyes began to glow as he drove his joined hands forward, one over the other. The wild electricity split the ball of energy, and Deku flew through it until it cleaved in two, emerging through the front of the fractured sphere. From above, he stared down at her while still charging his power. Ochako attempted to fire more energy spheres, but Deku vanished and reappeared in front of the first. He blinked into position beside the second, and the electricity running through him condensed into a colossal blue orb crackling with bright orange arcs. This new sphere far exceeded the size and force of Ochako's attack. Deku disappeared again and reappeared not only in front of the third sphere but directly before Ochako, declaring with his stance that he was about to unleash his ultimate move, Super Bomb. He released it at point-blank range. The blast was so intense that it could be felt across the country. Light flashed and the force sent him tumbling backward even as his power was still at a fraction of its strength. The ground split and cratered. The final exam area was nearly obliterated. Deku managed to brace himself and hover over a part of the terrain that had not collapsed into bedrock. When he finally landed, the destruction he had caused was vast, the ruined cityscape resembling a wasteland. Deku forced a nervous smirk and told himself that UA would manage the damage. Then a frantic thought overtook him and he searched the rubble. He feared he might have hurt Ochako. He worried that the massive blast at such close range had taken her life. Before that thought could fully form, he was struck from the side by a sudden, crushing blow to his torso that knocked the breath from him and left him reeling. Ochako had appeared out of nowhere and connected with a powerful kick. Ochako stated that he could never kill her. Deku lay winded, coughing and struggling to breathe, unable to move as his energy drained away. Ochako left him there, confident that he would be unable to continue. He felt the weight of the moment and could not respond. Later, in a composed third-person view, Ochako stood with what she had been searching for, the quirk-canceling cuffs. She intended to end the examination properly and officially, even if the city had unsurprisingly suffered beyond her initial expectations. She looked down at the apparently unconscious Deku with a proud, satisfied expression and told him that it had been only a matter of time before the Alpha was overthrown and that she was finishing this. She reached for one of Deku's hands and brought the HNDCFFS toward him. Before she could secure them, Deku tightened his grip and caught the cuffs. Deku reacted with a shadowed smile that unsettled her. He reminded her that she had thought a kick had incapacitated him and found that notion amusing. Ochako was stunned. She had been certain her strike had been decisive. She protested that any normal person would have been finished and demanded to know how Deku could still be standing. Deku answered that he was not normal, as if that explained everything. Ochako bristled at his tone, angry that he seemed to be toying with her. She launched a lightspeed punch so fast it was nearly invisible, but Deku caught it without showing strain. Deku warned her that there was a fine line between confidence and arrogance and told her that she had crossed it. He then pulled her toward him and struck her in the abdomen with a controlled blow that sent her stumbling backward. Ochako doubled over and struggled to rise, clutching her stomach. Deku stood and watched as she fought to get back on her feet. He lifted the HEs and, with a sudden flare of his power, reduced them to ashes, revealing his silver-eyed glare. He observed that the loss stung. Ochako reacted with disbelief, asking how he had managed it. Deku explained that what she called instinct or level 1 was not a quirk in itself but a level of power derived from his quirk, a kind of subquirk. He suggested that she had always had a similar capacity. Ochako refused to accept it at first, but the implication hung between them. She summoned pink heat to her hand and used it to mend herself, asserting that it did not change the fact she was at a higher level than him. She declared that her instincts could not compare to his ultra instinct and that she had only delayed his inevitable defeat. In less than a tenth of a second she was right behind Deku and took the opportunity to kick his back, launching her leg at him at near light speed. Counting the time she had spent transporting herself, it all amounted to about a third of a second. Deku caught her incoming kick without even looking behind him. She stared in shock. His speed made no sense. Deku glanced at her with a side eye, turned fully, and aimed a punch to the gut. She dodged easily to the side, but at the exact same moment his elbow drove into her midsection as if he had two different right arms. The impact sent her reeling backward. Deku explained that Ultra Instinct was not a simple power-up and did not conform to ordinary levels. He clarified that his labeling of levels was only a simplification. Level 1 and Level 2 were essentially the same, though Level 2 allowed instantaneous movements and heat attacks. He said his instincts were just as strong as Level 2, at least when he was not being completely serious, and that he had trained so that if he could not use Level 2, he would still have sufficient power to help himself. In simpler terms, Deku told her that she had lost. She insisted that she was still much faster than he could ever be. Deku smirked and provoked her, asking if she was losing her composure. She reappeared above him ready to strike, but Deku countered with another punch to her gut, launching her into the air like a small rocket. When she opened her eyes, Deku was right in front of her, staring. He compared the situation to something familiar and then moved too fast to see, kicking her down into the ground. She struggled to rise, but every attempt only left her falling back down. Deku taunted that she might not understand since she was new to this, then turned the mockery into a lecture. He said she might be faster or on a higher level, but that meant nothing if she did not know how to use her power. Deku insisted that the true Alpha was not only the strongest but also the bravest, most experienced, and most qualified. He called her a novice, a beginner, an amateur, and accused her of being unable to handle the power no matter how hard she tried. He said he should be insulted by her claim of having surpassed him and declared that she was out of her league, he the teacher and pro, she the rookie and off-brand. Deku reminded her that she had only recently learned this power, suggesting a month or two at most, and that his Ultra Instinct was his unique quirk, something he had trained with for years. He argued that her version was an inferior copy that had required gravity manipulation and another power to be effective. Without them she would be nothing but a lesser imitation. He claimed that he did not need to be faster to avoid her attacks, only to have sharp instincts and enough speed to counterattack, and that his experience and knowledge made her attempts futile. He concluded by telling her to go home because she was not worthy of his time. Those words angered her, not just because they were insulting but because she realized there was some truth to them. She rushed him again, noticeably slower this time. Punch after punch and kick after kick failed to land, as Deku dodged and blocked them effortlessly. He spoke down to her that recess was over and that she should go inside because it was time for class. She refused to be talked down to and launched a fist at his gut. Deku used a sidestep with his right side above her head to avoid the attack and warned that losing her cool in that form would weaken her power. He then made his hand glow blue with bright orange sparks and sent an explosion toward her back. He described it as a replication done right, and smoke began rising from his hands. The blast sent her flying and she screamed as the force carried her backward. She insisted she could heal herself and began to do so. Deku pointed out that healing required significant effort and, without proper training, drained energy quickly. She started panting as the effort took its toll. She could not believe how quickly the tide had turned. Even with much of Deku's true power suppressed, he countered with hidden reserves and deep knowledge of Ultra Instinct. He had played her, employing the tactic Bakugo had once described about letting opponents land hits so they would relax their guard and then striking back with greater force. She gasped about the thinness of the air and how Deku seemed to be breathing normally despite it. Deku asked whether she had thought he was joking about Gran Torino's advice. A brief pause in the exchange settled between them as they both prepared for what would come next. Deku shivered and assured that he would never forget that for as long as he lived. He noted that her air technique would not affect his power if it remained inside his body rather than being released as with Ultra Instinct, since that had been another trade-off. He reminded her that he could deal with thin air, so this was nothing. He then yawned, stretched his arms, and said they still had a test to finish. Ochako erupted in disbelief and demanded whether he was joking. Deku rubbed his eyes, yawned again, and admitted he was bored. When she asked what he meant, he bluntly told her she was boring him. Ochako charged up her power, heat and energy scattering as she concentrated it into a ball and fired it at Deku, expecting a powerful hit. It connected, but it did nothing. Deku stepped out of the smoke completely unaffected and explained that every move that used heat and energy in his Ultra Instinct was tied to feelings and thoughts, so attacks aimed at someone he felt some attachment toward were far less effective. Ochako realized with frustration that this was not truly her power but an underdeveloped, inferior version of Deku's quirk. She was not ready to claim it as her own. Running low on time and energy while Deku remained powered up, Ochako glanced at the dust-strewn ground and spotted Bakugo lying there. She kicked him in the side to rouse him. Bakugo shot up in rage, appearance rougher and pupils gone, hands already sparking. He demanded to know who had done it and threatened violence. When he recognized Ochako beside him, he renewed his threat toward her. Ochako snapped that this was not the time and reminded him they were still in a fight. Deku greeted them casually. Bakugo asked what had happened to all the strange aura around Deku. Ochako explained that she had thinned the air so Deku could not use his full powers. He had been returned to his baseline. Bakugo hoped he had been truly weakened, but Ochako admitted that Deku was still practically as strong as ever. Bakugo, unsurprised, slapped his palms together to create a small explosion and prepared to fight. Bakugo taunted Ochako about losing, insisting that Deku was not even trying. Ochako shot back that Deku had knocked someone out with his actual power and that the strength she faced was essentially B-class compared to what she was struggling against. The pair bickered until Deku interrupted, asking to end the fight once and for all. They fell quiet and turned to face Deku in a final showdown, knowing this would decide everything. Ochako placed her hand on Bakugo and let a pink warmth flow into him. She explained that she was strengthening him. Her energy could heal and amplify his abilities. It would take a lot out of her, but the connection would share emotional intensity and make her power have a greater effect on Deku because Bakugo hated him. Bakugo summed up that he did hate Deku and accepted the boost. Deku launched forward with explosions at the ready. Ochako instructed Bakugo to distract Deku and on her. Signal, unleash his strongest attack. Bakugo charged with lit hands and collided with Deku in a clash of explosions, blue and orange meeting a new pink-tinted blast. Bakugo demanded to know why his explosions had turned pink. Ochako told him to deal with it. Deku attacked with a kick, which Bakugo dodged with a backflip before blasting forward and forcing Deku back. Deku responded with 5 energy blasts that Bakugo avoided, then the two locked hands in a contest of strength. Deku attempted a leg sweep, but Bakugo jumped and slammed a massive explosion toward Deku's face, sending him sliding back. Deku started to charge again and then froze when he noticed a bright pink glow in the sky. Ochako, breathing heavily, eyes narrowed as she prepared everything she had. Ochako announced her intent to manipulate the battlefield and unleashed a sweeping surge of energy. Her power altered gravity and the density of the air, making the environment harsher for Deku while easing the space around Ochako and Bakugo. She focused the attack on Deku and called the moment to act. Bakugo grinned and launched himself into the air, releasing successive explosions that coalesced into a gigantic tornado of blasts. Ochako spread her arms and connected the bottoms of her hands so that each palm faced the opposite direction. Together with Bakugo, they combined their attacks as a last attempt to defeat the strongest person they had faced. They shouted the name of their improvised special move, Final Calling. The combination of Ochako's concentrated energy beam and Bakugo's howitzer impact made the whole city rumble even before it reached the target. Deku's eyes widened as he lifted his hands to try to block it. The attack slammed into him and he struggled to hold it back until it finally overwhelmed him. Fearing it might not be enough, Bakugo and Ochako flew into the blast to land a final strike. Their battle cries rang across the area as they pushed to finish Deku. Deku watched the incoming attacks and smiled. He had always intended for Ochako to become powerful enough to be a worthy rival and protector of the world. He was proud of her progress, though he knew she had much more to learn. He decided not to reveal the full extent of his power yet. As their fists neared him, a sudden pulse swept over the city. It felt like a heartbeat that everyone could sense. Time seemed to slow as a blinding white heat began to gather around Deku. His hair lifted in the new aura and, in an instant, it appeared completely white. Bakugo and Ochako could tell he was transforming and that the process hadn't finished. They also felt how utterly outmatched they were. The atmosphere itself seemed altered by his presence. This was the kind of power they had feared existed, a higher level of ultra instinct. Before they could fully react, the aura and the surge of power vanished. Deku chose not to reveal more and allowed the moment to pass. Time resumed and the force of the combined attack exploded outward, knocking everything and everyone away. The test was over. They had won. About an hour later, the teachers came to check on the students and took most of them to Recovery Girl to prepare for the next evaluations, since Deku had forgotten to coordinate things properly. All Might approached the unconscious Deku and noted that Ochako had become something remarkable. He told Deku that he had chosen a great successor. Deku opened his eyes and reassured All Might that he understood. All Might asked how close Ochako was to surpassing Deku's power. Deku explained that she was not quite there yet, though closer than expected. He described Ultra Instinct as more than simple hitting and dodging. The basics had to be learned first. He suggested that Ochako should develop her own level 1 form to help control her power and learn to be at one with Ultra Instinct, just as he had developed his to make better use of his strength. Experience, he said, would come with time. All Might chuckled and looked at Ochako and Bakugo lying on the ground, commenting that both of them were powerful and that the world was in good hands with them as future heroes. Deku agreed that the future looked promising. All Might warned that Recovery Girl would be furious with Deku for the chaos, and Deku waved the warning off for the moment. All Might laughed and left Deku to rest, leaving him to the quiet peace of sleep. Ochako's point of view. Ochako slowly opened her eyes and immediately shut them as the bright light pressed at her vision. She felt the familiar sting that came with light after an injury and realized she was in a hospital room. Her memories were fuzzy. The clearest thing she could recall was Deku appearing radiant during the fight, as if he had been surrounded by light. She asked what had happened, and Deku replied playfully that it was the usual: final exams, a confrontation, and now she was in the hospital. Ochako turned her head and saw Deku sitting in a chair beside her bed with his arms crossed and a gentle smile. She motioned toward him, and he rose to give her a quick, reassuring hug while teasing her about their earlier clash. His confident humor made her laugh and blush. When she tried to sit up, her body suddenly began to lift toward the ceiling as her quirk activated, the room responding to her gravity-altering power. She adjusted to the unexpected rise and steadied herself, preparing to test her control once more. I was launched toward the ceiling and collided with it full force, hanging there for a ridiculous 3 seconds with my face pressed against the surface before I drifted downward like a falling piece of paper and landed sprawled on the floor. Deku watched the whole thing with a calm, almost expecting expression, which annoyed me, but I focused on the pain racing through my body. Deku warned that releasing so much power during the exams with little training could have repercussions, and that I might lose control of my quirk. I glared at him. He had said the obvious on purpose. I grumbled my thanks as I pushed myself up. Deku responded playfully that this was what partners were for and gave my head a light, teasing pat. I scowled inwardly at how much he seemed to be enjoying it. When I demanded to know who he was calling an idiot, Deku claimed he had read my mind. I protested that he had no right to do that, and he replied by asking who said he couldn't. I growled at him. He only grinned. After a few seconds I sighed and then smiled, the smile turning into a soft laugh. I confessed that I had really missed talking like this. Deku agreed that the exams had felt much longer than they were. He stood and walked to a desk in the corner, picked up a notebook and pen, and handed them to me. He asked me, with a theatrical seriousness, to write his will as his partner. I was shocked and protested that he was not going to die. He scratched his head and explained, half joking, that he had nearly killed several classmates during the exams and had been reckless, so he might as well start his inheritance now. I sighed and put the materials away, telling him he was overreacting. Later, I was not overreacting. The first thing I saw when I walked in was Deku surrounded by classmates brandishing an exaggerated arsenal of training gear, oversized rocket launchers, mock grenades, and heavy prop weaponry. Momo held what looked like a bazooka-style trainer. Deku asked how life was, and Kirishima answered with a tough-voiced good. Deku questioned whether so many launchers were overkill, and Kaminari replied with a mocking, sarcastic jab about forgetting their city-destroying kit at home. Deku laughed nervously and admitted he suspected this was about the final exams. Mina stepped forward with a knife-like trainer, explaining it was, "Bring war gear to school day," in a deadpan. Deku told them their theatrics were unnecessary, then narrowly avoided a thrown trainer knife with a quick head bob. He insisted they were overreacting, that he had only nearly died and that he had learned his weaknesses. The classmates escalated anyway, producing second raucous toy launchers, heavier prop rifles, and more elaborate training implements. Momo produced a long-range trainer rifle. Deku tried to reason that holding grudges wasn't healthy. Mineta shouted back that neither was dying. Deku laughed nervously as the room grew more determined to make a point. He called for my help. I walked in and sat at my desk. I teased him that he was the original and I the off-brand, reminded him of the student-teacher dynamic, and challenged him to teach. Deku looked betrayed in an exaggerated, comical way and grumbled under his breath. Suddenly, Mr. Aizawa entered the classroom and took in the scene of overblown training weapons aimed at one student. He sighed, dropped his sleeping bag on the floor, and lay down to sleep. He muttered that he hated everything as he drifted off into a light nap. Deku deadpanned that an adult handling the situation was out of the question while Aizawa slept on. I leaned back with my feet up on the desk and watched, thinking through the options. At his current power level, the only likely escape would be a high-speed dodge that would risk injuries for others and bruise his pride if he used a stronger technique. I wondered what he planned to do. Deku sighed and tried to reason again, telling them there was no reason for so much violence and reminding them he had only almost died. Voices from the group accused him of various slights, threatening someone's mother, burning a tongue, treating someone like a warm-up, and not testing others. Each complaint delivered with heated emotion. Deku, still calm, smiled wryly and bowed, thanking them for pushing him to do his best. I chuckled. Even surrounded by training weapons, he couldn't resist messing with people. But the room's theatrics escalated into a barrage of non-lethal, over-the-top blasts and flashes as the classmates unleashed their mock arsenal, filling the classroom with smoke and sparks like an intense anime action scene. It was chaotic and loud, but no graphic harm was depicted. The commotion jolted Aizawa awake. He looked exhausted and resigned at having to deal with the constant chaos of the class, and I felt a pang of sympathy for him. The building trembled slightly with the display. Distant shouts made it sound like the whole school had heard. With smoke thick in the air, visibility dropped and the scene blurred into a haze of movement. Or breathe, for that matter. Once the commotion died down, everyone saw Deku holding an enormous stack of ammunition. Deku observed that they had come prepared as he set the rounds on the floor. The class stared in shock at the sight. He did not even have a scratch. Deku cleared his throat and then raised his power higher than anything I had ever felt. The presence overwhelmed everything. It completely eclipsed what he had shown during the final exams. I was rooted to the spot, unable to move from the intimidating force. The rest of the class was frozen the same way. Mineta even fainted. Deku then spoke in an authoritative tone, making it clear that he did not care what anyone thought about the exams. He declared that the exams had been his domain and that if people had not been strong enough, they would have been killed far more easily in the real world. He warned that he would continue to surpass them and that anyone who could not keep up would die. He turned to Ida and warned that he could lose his mother. He turned to Tsuyu and warned that she could lose far more than her voice. He warned Sato that he would be treated as nothing more than a warm-up. He indicated that those who were unprepared could be killed before they ever had a chance, glancing at Mineta's passed-out form. Deku made it clear that they were stepping things up and that the final exams should be treated as a wake-up call. He insisted that unless everyone got stronger in every possible way, they would be left behind, trampled by the dust he created. He told them that being upset about almost getting killed in the exams was pointless because real villains would kill them unless they took action. Instead of complaining, they needed to stand up, fight, and give the public no reason to doubt them. Deku declared that they would be the absolute best, or they would be nothing. After that, he lowered his power, crouched, and used his heat to melt the ammunition into a puddle that seemed to ooze and follow him as he walked away. Finally able to breathe again, I absorbed what he had said. He was absolutely right. Hiding behind the excuse that Deku was overpowered would not be an answer forever. We had to step it up immediately. I wanted to be strong enough to fight at Deku's side. That had been my dream for a long time. As a child, I had made drawings of adventures with the superhero Deku. Looking back, it felt odd since I had only met him once at the time, but that one encounter had made a huge impact on my life, and I did not regret it. I resolved to do whatever it took to stop being a liability to Deku. He was not only someone I loved but someone I admired. I wanted him to be proud of me and to respect me as an equal. From the expressions on my classmates' faces, most of them were thinking the same thing. I might not be equal in power yet, but I felt I was finally on the right path toward Deku's level. He had been right to call me a novice and right to call me a student. The off-brand comment had been rude, but I would ignore that for now. He was also right to treat me carefully when it came to Ultra Instinct. I was still as inexperienced as a child. This time, I would learn from the master for real. I would begin training seriously with Deku to find a way to grow stronger. It was time to get back on track. I would make Ultra Instinct my own. The next day, people glared at Deku as he walked into class with Ochako. They still remembered his words and brimmed with anger over how he had embarrassed them twice. Deku ignored them entirely, went to his desk, and lay down to rest. Ochako followed and sat close to him, leaning against his shoulder as they waited for the teacher to arrive. The class sighed irritably at the familiar scene. The sting of Deku's words had left a mark that blew well past physical pain and dug into their pride. Every time he showed up without an apology, it felt like a new mockery. To the class, it seemed Deku cared very little for anyone besides his girlfriend or his hero status. From a narrative perspective, it might not look that bad, but to them it meant they were being ignored, disliked, or simply deemed irrelevant. Ochako, flushed and gentle, insisted that thinking negatively about Deku hurt her. The class turned to the pink-cheeked girl sitting close to him. Mina asked politely what Ochako meant. Ochako explained that she was no expert, but she could sense the way their faces were clearly showing unhappiness and that their emotions had spiked in a negative way. Kirishima asked incredulously whether she could actually feel their emotions. Ochako said that she could, though only on a much smaller scale. It had begun shortly after the sports festival, but the events since then had made her overlook it until now. Shiro grumbled that it sounded like they had another hymn. Before anyone could react further, Ochako moved forward with surprising speed and gripped Shiro's collar, pulling him up to face her. She admonished him, saying that she and Deku were not the same, their powers were different and no one had the right to make assumptions without evidence. She reminded them that Deku had shown her his side of things during the exam and that her power was meant to be a different experience. After she released Shiro and returned to her spot beside Deku, the entire class was left stunned. They quietly debated whether to reveal that Deku had done the same thing many times before, but wisely chose to keep silent. Ochako had become guarded about her power. Its nature and her role had become clear during the final exams. She had once assumed that Deku wanted her to be like him so he could have a worthy rival and partner in keeping the peace. After the festival confrontation, when her attempt ended disastrously, she understood that he wanted something different. He wanted her to find her own path to power. He knew that one for all would not suit everyone, and that its dangers and secrets were too great to give away casually. He wanted her to discover another way, to see what she could make of power if given the chance. At the sports festival and again in the final exams, she had learned that trying to mimic Deku's ultra instinct only left her overshadowed. She would have to develop a different style. No matter how hard she tried, her ability could never simply be ultra instinct. That kind of power was unique. It could be devastating, and the mental and physical strain it imposed made it unsuitable for most. When her ability had flared out of control after she regained consciousness, she had almost paid the price. There was only one ultra instinct. It could not be copied. When she promised to make ultra instinct her own, she meant she would find an alternate, more efficient way to use the gifts she had received through training with Deku. She intended to forge something new and distinct from what she had been shown. It was an overreaction to be upset at comparisons, but she had learned the hard way that the two powers were not the same. After 5 minutes, Aizawa finally entered and addressed the class. He announced that their first semester at UA was over but warned that there would be no slackening of effort. They were heading to a training camp with a single goal in mind, plus ultra status. He asked if everyone understood. The class answered in unison while Deku snored. Outside, the students waited for the buses. Both Class 1A and Class 1B would attend the camp together, and someone noted the excitement of having both classes assembled in one place. Mineta reacted with his usual exuberance until Ochako stepped up behind him and cut him off. Ochako approached darkly, activated her quirk, and confronted him. For the next few minutes, Mineta's indignant yelps filled the air as she put him in his place with a decisive but non-injurious takedown. Some classmates watched with amusement, others with indifference, and a few quietly cheered. Mineta ended up sprawled on the ground, embarrassed as they continued waiting for the bus. A blonde student from Class 1B began to mock them, launching into a taunt about Class 1A's performance. Before he could finish, Deku grabbed him and lifted him into the air, cutting him off with a cold, tired glare. Deku made it clear in no uncertain terms that the boy's voice and presence grated on him and warned that any more provocation would have consequences. The blonde froze, suddenly aware of how serious Deku had become. Kendo moved forward cautiously to defuse the situation and asked Deku to let the boy down slowly, assuring him that she would handle it. Deku, still half asleep and driven by instinct, regarded Kendo warily and then released the boy, deciding he was not a threat, and began to walk away. Kendo rebuked the blonde for his behavior and used her quirk to give him a sharp, humiliating shove that sent him sprawling into the dirt, more embarrassed than hurt. A girl from Class 1B named Tokage observed the sleeping Izuku and commented that he seemed intense and attractive. Another girl, Kodai, scolded her for speaking so freely, reminding her of boundaries. Tokage shrugged, unconcerned. Ochako heard the remark but chose to ignore it for the sake of keeping the peace. Deku had taught her more accurately, had forced her to let things slide to avoid unnecessary scenes. It was hard, especially with so many classmates staring, but she knew it was better to take such comments as harmless admiration. Tokage had a good reputation, and Ochako decided it was best not to make waves. When the buses arrived, everyone boarded. Ochako leaned over and woke Deku gently and with caution. While she did not think he would hurt anyone on purpose, Ochako remained aware that a half-asleep, grumpy Deku could be unpredictable. Aizawa began to tell them that the bus ride would take about an hour and he wanted everyone to stay focused, but Deku started snoring loudly and obnoxiously, interrupting the sentence. Bakugo shouted at him to be quiet and to sleep on his own time while firing a couple of AP shots. Deku, still asleep, dodged them with ease and sent a snot bubble at Bakugo at high speed. Bakugo barely avoided it and watched it put a hole through his seat. Toru reacted in surprise that Deku's snot could be that dangerous. Kaminari grumbled that the boy was mocking them. Ochako tried to lift spirits by claiming it was motivation to train. Kirishima deadpanned that snot was not motivating to him, and Ochako fell quiet, unsure how to cheer everyone up. The rest of the bus ride passed with the class being overly cautious whenever a snot bubble appeared and growing increasingly frustrated at having to watch out for it. Ochako leaned against Deku's shoulder while he slept, feeling sorry for her classmates as they adjusted to the massive power gap. She suspected Deku might be doing some of this on purpose, since he seemed able to control some movements while unconscious, but she decided not to say anything. After an hour, they arrived at the training site, an open area on top of a mountain. Deku had fully woken and felt refreshed. He sighed contentedly about his nap. The rest of the class glared at him, annoyed at the danger his snot had caused, though a few of the students also showed faint blushes. Deku asked what was on his face besides the usual handsome look and then wondered where the camp was. Before Aizawa could respond, a pair of professional heroes appeared, striking dramatic poses in front of the class. They introduced themselves as the Wild Pussycats and announced they would be running the training. The students stood in stunned silence for a moment. The blonde remarked that their cuteness must have convinced the students, and Aizawa agreed with a dismissive tone. Deku recognized the Wild Pussycats as a legendary team of heroes who had been around for many years and tried to show his enthusiasm, though he miscounted their tenure slightly. The women made a small annoyed expression at his mistake. Deku then excitedly declared that they must have a lot of wisdom from their years of experience. The blonde charged at him with formidable speed, moving to grab his face. Deku reacted on instinct, stopping her hand before it reached him. He used her momentum to attempt a quick counter, pulling her hand and trying a knee to the gut. The woman deftly blocked with her other hand, pushed his knee back, released his arm, and followed with a spinning kick. Deku ducked under it, but she anticipated that and went for an elbow. Deku matched the move, blocking with his own elbow. She swept her arm, and Deku caught it, twisting it behind her back so that she was held in a controlled lock. Instead of panicking, she remained calm, the mark of a seasoned pro. She complimented his skill with a small smirk. Then she flipped out of his grasp like a gymnast and launched a high kick at his head with inhuman speed. Deku blocked with his forearm. Their contact created a small gust of wind from the clash of forces. They stared at each other for a moment, then the woman relaxed and lowered her leg, smiling and laughing softly that she had not expected such skill. She expressed that she liked him. Deku responded that he was already taken. The blonde turned to the other women with a slightly threatening tone, and the girls near them fell silent, appearing to know what Deku had meant and choosing not to betray him. The brunette offered a quick, light-hearted explanation for the blonde's behavior, and the brunette assured them that Deku's display of skill was impressive and that he might not even need the camp. Aizawa clarified that the rest of the class still needed training, and they had not stopped for sightseeing. The students panicked and tried to return to the bus, but the blonde moved in front of them almost instantly. She announced that their training would begin and placed her hands on the ground. Blue light began to glow around her palms and then along the ground, which shifted and started to slide rapidly down the mountainside like a rushing current. The sudden movement sent the students screaming as they were carried off the mountain by the slick ground. Only Ochako remained unusually calm, preparing to brace for the fall, when Deku appeared floating in front of her as they fell. Ochako reacted in surprise at seeing Deku there. They argued about falling and flying, trading sharp questions until her glare broke and she tumbled away. As she fell, she shouted that she hated him. Midoriya watched her fall with the rest of the class, then launched himself into the air and flew toward the camp. Midoriya thought confidently that the girl was utterly smitten with him. In truth, he had wanted to save her the moment danger appeared, but his sense of responsibility as an instructor pushed him to let her learn. He reluctantly allowed her to take part in the Pussycats training exercise. Pixie Bob noticed Midoriya's departure and admired the sight, calling him mate material and declaring she was in love. Mandalay reminded her that he was still a student and already had a girlfriend, but Pixie Bob waved the concerns away, insisting that age did not matter. Back on the ground, the class seethed with frustration at Midoriya flying ahead. Ochako vowed to get back at him. Other students complained, arguing over whether using a quirk to bypass the challenge counted as cheating. Tsu pointed out that using a quirk in the intended way did not make it cheating, though Kaminari still found it unfair. A rock monster suddenly appeared and the students assumed it stood between them and the camp. It was Pixie Bob's doing, though they did not yet know that. Ochako slammed into the stone creature with a fierce burst of power and sent it crumbling apart. She concluded that the obstacle marked the direction of the camp and of Midoriya, and the class ran toward it, leaving the visiting heroes watching in surprise. Pixie Bob frowned at how easily her creation had been destroyed. Mandalay nodded in agreement. Aizawa observed that given what the students had experienced, they were likely releasing pent-up frustration. Pixie Bob declared she would make the next rounds tougher, especially because the other boy's companion was down there. She unleashed larger, stronger rock constructs and pressed the students harder, stretching the exercise from the planned 3 hours to 6 and leaving everyone exhausted. When they finally reached the training camp, the same 3 visiting heroes were waiting. Midoriya sat at a table, eating. Mandalay praised the students for their strength. Pixie Bob singled out Ochako, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Ida, and also pointed at Midoriya still eating. Midoriya glanced up when his name was mentioned. Ochako, finding renewed energy, surged forward with one for all powering her, but Midoriya intercepted her midair and steadied her, setting her down gently on a nearby crate to keep the food from being knocked over. He explained that he had wanted her to get more training, that the camp existed for that reason, and that skipping would have been irresponsible. She huffed but listened. He reassured her that she had gained the experience she needed and could now rest. She softened, blushed slightly, and accepted some of his food. Pixie Bob bristled at the sight, but Mandalay moved quickly to diffuse the tension by introducing her nephew, Koda. The students turned to a small boy who met them with open hostility. Koda muttered that he hated them all and walked away, leaving the group awkward. Mandalay forced a nervous smile and called Koda a sweetheart, while Midoriya privately wondered if the boy had deeper issues. As Koda walked off, he collided with a little girl who looked about his age or a bit older. The girl introduced herself cheerfully as Eri and said she was 6. Koda snapped that it was none of her business, but Eri insisted she would make it her business and pushed for his name. Koda reacted with a rebellious insult, then froze when another voice appeared at his side. Midoriya had crouched down to the boy's height and stated that he happened to be Eri's guardian, so if Koda wanted to say something he should say it to his face. Pixie Bob choked on her drink in surprise and Mandalay patted her back to calm her. Redirected, Pixie Bob spun toward Ochako, sudden anger drawing her forward. She grabbed Ochako roughly by the collar, looming over her as if ready to lash out, and accused her of taking Koda's innocence before she could. A woman shouted that the protagonist was a fiend and lunged, her paws sweeping dangerously close to Ochako's face. Ochako reacted in alarm, emphasizing that the girl had been rescued from a villain and that they had permission to adopt her, clarifying that the girl was adopted and not biological. Pixie Bob accepted the explanation grudgingly and set the child down, giving a final warning glare before walking away. Ochako sighed in relief as the agitated woman retreated and admitted to herself that she needed training and to stay on guard, especially around the little girl. Meanwhile, Deku found himself in a tense standoff with a small boy named Koda. Koda insisted that he did not have to explain himself, but Deku replied that if the boy was going to talk about him, he should do it to his face. Koda tried his usual secret move to intimidate larger opponents, but it hardly had any effect. Deku, eyes closed and arms crossed, dismissed him and said he was prepared after recent incidents. There was an awkward, embarrassing moment when Deku made a tactless remark that made Ochako flush. Ochako scolded him, insisting he not speak like that, especially around children. Deku tried to brush it off as forward advice for the future and suggested that the boy might benefit from it, which only made Ochako even angrier. In a burst of protective fury, Ochako appeared, struck Deku, and sent him headfirst toward the ground. She scolded him sharply, making it clear that Koda was off limits and that she would not let anyone influence her daughter inappropriately. Deku rose and teased that she was overreacting, calling her by a nickname and insisting he meant no harm. Koda, frightened by the confrontation between the adults who looked monstrous to him and the man who had appeared silently beside him, debated fleeing but concluded he could not outrun the stranger. Turning his attention back to the boy, Deku observed that Koda seemed to dislike heroes and insisted that strong feelings needed to be backed by the will to act, or they were meaningless. Koda grew angrier at the insult, shouted at Deku, and struck him weakly in the face, barely affecting him. Deku mocked the effort and lightly tapped the boy, sending him stumbling backward and tumbling across the ground. Koda lifted his head through the sting and the onset of tears. Deku approached with a hard expression and taunted the boy to cry if that was all he could do, saying he would not be able to rely on being a child forever. He pushed the boy to be stronger and not to let pain dictate his actions, urging him to harden his will instead of offloading suffering onto others. Deku referenced Eri, noting that before they met her she had been treated as an experiment and had to keep fighting even at a young age, and told Koda to remember that others endured hardship too and to be strong for them. He advised that before judging heroes, Koda should judge himself and build his own inner standard. After delivering those words, Deku released the boy and walked away, with Ochako following him, a small smile on her face. Eri had been about to follow but paused, ran over to Koda, and hugged him with a bright smile. Eri expressed admiration for her father and cheerfully told Koda that she had given him a hug because he looked like he needed one, then ran back to join her parents at the food table, laughing. The classroom and the heroes present were stunned by the confrontation and its unexpected resolution. They felt uneasy at first but were ultimately relieved by how things ended. Aizawa remarked on Deku's unconventional nature with a wry smirk, and Mandalay observed that Deku had a way with words while watching Koda, now red-faced, smile and run off. The others teased about Deku's charms, and Mandalay responded playfully that a cat never gives up on catching its prey. They also noted with warmth that Deku and Ochako had a daughter and that she was very cute. A character remarked that she would make a fine daughter once they were officially family. Mandalay walked away, too tired to argue. She said she thought she needed a cat nap. Eraserhead replied that he was already prepared and, while pulling out a sleeping bag, explained that he had extras just in case. Mandalay thanked him, grabbed the red sleeping bag, and immediately went to sleep beside him. A huge ruckus filled the area. A bunch of kids eating their fill, a young family enjoying themselves, a strange woman in a corner rubbing her hands together with a sly expression, and two people sleeping in the center. This was exactly what UA, the most prestigious hero school in Japan, looked like during training. A loud wake-up call roused the students. Groans spread as everyone dragged themselves outside. Standing in front of the reluctant trainees were the teachers for this training: Aizawa, who looked as perpetually tired as ever, and the wild pussycats. Among the pussycats were the two women the students already knew and two others. One was a tall, muscular man with short brown hair and a triangle-shaped beard, his eyes framed by dark markings and wearing a brown costume. The other was an average-height woman with green hair and large yellow eyes, distinctive lashes and cheek marks resembling whiskers, wearing a yellow costume. They looked coordinated, in a way that suggested a tight-knit team. Nearby, Midoriya stood asleep while leaning upright, snoring loudly without a care. Ochako muttered that she had found where he had gone. Aizawa called for attention and announced it was time to train. He instructed those who had failed the exams to come with him and explained that the Pussycats would help them improve their quirks alongside Midoriya. Kendo asked if Midoriya was a student like the rest and why he wasn't training with them. Aizawa clarified that Midoriya was training in his own way. Rather than focus on theorizing his quirk, he had been strengthening it through combat, which put him ahead of the others. Aizawa invited anyone who doubted it to test Midoriya in a fight. Kendo reacted with surprise and tried to backtrack, saying she had only been curious. Aizawa interpreted her question as a challenge and declared that those who wanted to could fight him, since they needed to begin training anyway. Kendo sighed, scratched her head, and agreed to step forward. A small, gentle-voiced student, Komori, offered to help Kendo and said she also wanted to see how strong Midoriya had become. Tetsu, energetic and ready for a challenge, volunteered as well, boasting that he had grown stronger since the sports festival and was eager to test himself. A few other students from Kendo's class agreed, but their momentum was interrupted by a scoff from Class 1A, who watched with expressions ranging from disappointment to mild amusement. Momo dismissed the provocation, Mina encouraged them to go ahead, and Ochako opted to rest a little longer, saying it gave her more time to sleep. Kodai observed that the expressions from 1A suggested they believed the challengers would be defeated. Mina, still annoyed, shot a glare at Midoriya and referred to him as an acquaintance. Tetsu asked what had happened between Mina and Midoriya, and Kirishima suggested they fight him to find out. Komori took a hesitant step back, admitting she felt slightly nervous. Monoma jeered and taunted, trying to rile them up, but Aizawa cut the interruption short and prepared to start the exercise. One of the Pussycats questioned whether a full-scale battle between a class and a single student would take too long. Tiger answered that if the fight lasted more than 5 minutes, they would drop everything and go to the beach. Class 1B cheered at that prospect. Only the Pussycats and Class 1A did not join in. Aizawa's serious commitment to being a pro-hero and his devotion to sleep made his 5-minute bet notable. Tiger reflected that either Aizawa was still half asleep or Midoriya was something exceptional. Aizawa announced that it was time to begin and walked up to the still-sleeping Midoriya to get the exercise underway. Aizawa activated his quirk and smacked Deku on the head as hard as he could, ordering him to wake up. Since Aizawa had erased Deku's quirk, the hit actually landed. Deku rubbed his head and grumbled that Aizawa could have been nicer about it. He cursed Aizawa's quirk in his head. Because his quirk had been erased while he slept, Deku had been unable to control his body and the sudden shock of being hit had knocked him fully out of any passive reflexes. If he did not know better, he would have thought Aizawa had planned the whole thing. Aizawa then interrupted and told him that he would be facing off against some students from Class 1B. Deku glanced at the students lined up to face him, thought for a moment, and initially refused. Aizawa reminded him of what they had discussed earlier. Deku tensed, conflicted, then sighed and gave in. Aizawa ordered the spectators to back up. Deku stood in place with a tired, bored expression and taunted the challengers to come at him quickly, saying he was tired and could be sleeping instead. Kendo observed that Deku did not seem very distressed. Kaibara did not care and charged, spinning his arms and legs at high speed to boost his attack. He threw a punch that Deku caught effortlessly. Everyone except Class 1A, Aizawa, and 2 of the Pussycats was shocked at how easily Deku handled Kaibara's strike. Kaibara stared in disbelief as Deku examined the quirk, noted that it was odd and powerful, and tightened his grip until the spinning limbs stopped. Deku then tossed Kaibara over his head while yawning. Kaibara landed several meters away and came to a rough stop. Tetsu rushed with his steel quirk activated and began a barrage of heavy punches. Deku did not flinch and, instead of dodging, caught both fists at once. He tightened his grip around the steel arms, speaking bluntly and then kneeing Tetsu in the torso, which sent him stumbling down into a heap. Deku continued down the line. A beast-like student charged to overpower him. Deku met the test of strength with little effort and advised him to use his quirk more intelligently, remarking that not every beast needed to roar. Deku flipped the student over his head and slammed him down, then moved on. A chubby student with short light blue hair attempted a named move, announcing his attack as he struck. Deku turned and acknowledged the effort before rushing the frightened boy with incredible speed. A classmate created a solid column of air as a barrier to protect him, demonstrating fine control over air. Deku narrowed his eyes in concentration, admired the technique as something that could inspire Ochako's training, then broke the solid air and knocked both students out. A cluster of small parts then rushed him. Tokage, a green-haired girl, caught Deku briefly. Kodai enlarged a rock and fired it their way. Deku overpowered Tokage's hold, punched the giant rock aside, and then reappeared in front of her. Tokage protested nervously about hitting a girl. Deku noted that he would not hit a girl but would make her unconscious if necessary. She winced and then lost consciousness. Deku carefully set her down. More giant rocks flew at him, but Deku destroyed them effortlessly. He admitted that the match was becoming boring. He felt someone touch him and turned to see a blonde student he disliked. The blonde laughed maniacally and proclaimed that with his power he would be unstoppable. When the blonde tried to activate his technique, a sudden, intense surge of blue, white, and purple energy flared and overwhelmed him. The attempt backfired, knocking the blonde back and leaving him staggered and unable to continue. He looked like burnt chicken that had been left on the grill for another 2 hours. Deku mumbled that he could have sworn they'd already been over this as he stared at the student on the ground, then turned his attention to the orange-haired girl who lunged at him. She enlarged her hand and launched it in an attempt to crush him, but Deku easily caught the fist. He noted how odd it was that such a simple quirk could be so effective. He then felt a cluster of small shapes forming on his body and looked down to see mushrooms sprouting. He recognized Komori as the source and promptly singed the mushrooms away, which left her visibly shocked. Deku turned his focus back to Kendo and wondered aloud if he could replicate her technique. He raised his free hand, coating it in heat until the rising warmth coalesced into a massive glowing ball that reshaped itself into a giant fist. He slammed it down toward Kendo in a dramatic, anime-style strike. The blast left a shallow crater where Kendo collapsed, stunned and unconscious, a stunned expression frozen on her face. The room grew quiet for different reasons. Class 1A sat silently asleep, the teachers observed with varied expectations, and the rest of Class 1B struggled to comprehend how a student their age could display such power. Aizawa asked Class 1B if anyone else wanted to try their luck. They shook their heads, and Aizawa noted that he had not expected otherwise. After that decisive, if embarrassing, defeat, the students returned to training. They roused the knocked-out members of Class 1B, and Deku reluctantly helped Monoma recover. What began as routine practice quickly turned into intense, demanding training. Vlad King and a few others made it clear they were not pleased with Class 1B's earlier performance. Deku found himself assigned to train Kendo, which frustrated him because he had wanted to start teaching Ochako a new technique. Aizawa reminded him of the plan for the training camp, explaining that Midoriya was the right person to help strengthen the other students and that making the whole group stronger would benefit everyone. Deku protested that he wanted to work with Ochako, but Aizawa swayed him by dangling the promise of Katsudan, and Deku reluctantly agreed. Aizawa instructed Deku to train Kendo well and left. Deku muttered about the maneuver under his breath, then addressed Kendo, telling her that he would be training her now and that she needed to impress him or he would walk away. Kendo responded in a spirited, formal manner and saluted, which caught Deku off guard but did not derail him. Deku invited her to attack. Kendo enlarged both fists and charged, but Deku dodged with casual confidence, hands tucked in his pockets. She alternated right and left strikes, but Deku moved too quickly. He reappeared behind her and observed that her first weakness was speed. She was simply too slow to land blows on someone who could move unpredictably. Kendo tried to recover and launched another flurry of attacks, but Deku jumped over her swinging fists and used a precise leg stop to halt one strike midair, then pushed off and landed gracefully. She attempted a double rush with both oversized hands, but Deku powered through the assault with controlled momentum, prompting her to step back and raise her hands defensively. Deku placed his feet on her large fists and used them as leverage to unbalance her, allowing her to fall onto her back with her arms pinned briefly beneath him before he stepped back. Kendo flushed with embarrassment at the awkward position but quickly rallied. Deku pointed out that her second weakness was balance. The sheer bulk of her enlarged hands threw off her coordination and reduced her speed and overall effectiveness. He advised that it would be smarter to plan a single decisive strike after setting up a strategy. Then he demonstrated the final point by applying measured pressure on her hands during the maneuver, which made her release her quirk. Deku acknowledged the raw strength she already possessed and praised its potential usefulness against certain villains, but he emphasized that she needed training in other areas: speed, tactics, and balance, so her quirk would not hinder her own body. Kendo listened intently, processing his critiques and preparing to put the advice into practice. He told her that focusing on inner strength would make her stronger than focusing on power in her fists. After demonstrating, he stepped back and walked away to let her find her own way to train. Kendo quickly rose, bowed in appreciation, and thanked Midoriya, promising to return after she had improved and not to disappoint him. Midoriya only offered a slight wave as he continued on, and with him gone she immediately began working on training techniques based on his suggestions. Midoriya walked through the forest appearing carefree, but he was quietly sensing the area. He detected villains near the training camp but decided not to alert the others to avoid tipping the villains off. If the villains didn't act, neither would he, but if they interrupted Ochako's training, they would regret it. He decided to rest and wait for the others to finish training. Ochako now would do no good. She needed to be fully ready, both physically and mentally. He climbed onto a tree branch, made himself comfortable, and dozed off. When he woke at sunset, he left the tree and headed toward the rest of the group. He sensed they were a little far away but reached them without trouble. A blue cat person called to him, giving him a strange, unnerving look, and mentioned that the rest of the class was busy preparing their own dinner and that he didn't have to join. Midoriya declined and moved toward the group. Ochako called to him from where she was cooking. Midoriya smiled and went to her. She explained that everyone was working together to make curry, though she sounded unsure. Midoriya said he would join them, and Ochako made room for him. They helped the rest of the class cook. The result was edible if not exceptional. Midoriya asked where Koda was, and Ochako replied that he didn't want to eat with them and had gone to a secret hideout. Midoriya sighed at Koda's continued dislike of heroes and resolved that a little tough love might help. He then told Eri that they were going to visit Koda. Eri immediately brightened at the news, squealing in delight and jumping up and down at the chance to see Koda. Ochako giggled at Eri's enthusiasm, gave Midoriya a quick affectionate gesture, and waved them off. Midoriya put Eri on his back for a piggyback ride and reassured Ochako that they wouldn't be gone long, then flew off through the forest. Eri shouted with glee as they moved through the air. Midoriya laughed and picked up his pace until he spotted Koda on a cliff. He landed softly and set Eri down. Eri ran toward Koda and hugged him fiercely, startling the boy. Koda tried to tell her to let go, but she didn't hear him and squeezed tighter until Midoriya lifted her, forcing her to release her hold. Koda stumbled to the ground, breathing heavily as he recovered. Midoriya announced that he had brought food. Koda glared and initially refused, but Midoriya wrapped the top of Koda's head playfully, which produced a small bump and changed Koda's mind. He accepted the food and mumbled his thanks. Midoriya praised him for that. While Koda ate, he asked why Midoriya was there. Midoriya explained that he had come because Koda hadn't been with the others and he wanted to check on him. Koda questioned why Midoriya had brought Eri along, and Midoriya replied that Eri was about Koda's age and that Koda should have friends instead of staying withdrawn. Koda muttered that Midoriya wouldn't understand, and Midoriya placed a hand on Koda's head, turned him to face him, and told him that he knew more than Koda thought. Deku told Koda that the water hose heroes had been his parents. Koda's eyes widened, and he stammered, asking how Deku knew. Deku explained that he had heard about the situation earlier. Koda's parents had died fighting a villain while protecting civilians, and that he had read Koda's mind to learn their names. Koda reacted with disbelief and shock at the idea that Deku could read minds, and Deku confirmed it. Koda then lashed out, insisting that death could not be honorable. He argued that death was simply death. It left people behind without goodbyes, and the world was full of quirks that caused chaos and loss. He refused to accept that anyone could single out some deaths as honorable. Deku reprimanded him gently, saying that calling death the worst thing was a narrow view. He warned that blaming quirks would not change the past or bring Koda's parents back, and that dwelling on what-ifs would only turn Koda into the kind of person he despised. Deku explained that some people, weighed down by misfortune, hurt others and became easy to manipulate, and that such cycles often bred whole organizations of villains. He reminded Koda that when someone dies, the only way to keep them truly alive is to remember and honor them. Koda listened through tears as Deku continued, telling him that death was inevitable but that people could choose how they responded. Deku said he admired Koda's parents for sacrificing themselves and urged Koda to carry on their legacy rather than abandoning it. He told Koda that a person only truly dies when they are forgotten, and that by holding his parents' memory in his heart, Koda could keep their presence alive through his actions. Koda wiped his tears and absorbed Deku's words. He had never considered that he could honor his parents by taking up their mantle and finding strength in their example. The new perspective made his tears fall again, but this time they were mixed with resolve. Eri approached and hugged Koda to comfort him. Koda tried to appear composed and wiped his face, but the tears would not stop. Deku smiled softly and chuckled, then advised Koda that, as their son, it was up to him to carry on his parents' will and embrace their legacy. Deku spoke cryptically about finding strength in the water Koda lived by. The next morning, Deku brought Ochako to an open field for training. He had woken her at 3 in the morning, so she was understandably in a foul mood. Ochako angrily demanded why she had been dragged out so early. Deku teased her that the look on her face would ruin her pretty features, and Ochako retorted angrily in response. Deku diverted her anger and explained that the earlier they started, the better. He insisted the training could not wait and that if he had not taken her now, she would have been stuck with someone else. He announced that they were beginning real Ultra Instinct-style training. Ochako's eyes widened. She expressed surprise and confusion, believing Ultra Instinct was impossible for her. Deku clarified that he would not be teaching Ultra Instinct itself. He acknowledged the contradiction but went on to say that he would teach a technique that, if fully mastered, would allow her to use all her quirks and strength together so she could finally keep up with him. He warned that reaching that level would require much harder work than she expected. Ochako blinked, puzzled but attentive, as she began to focus on what he intended to teach. She wondered if she had already tried this before. Deku interrupted her thoughts and asked if she remembered when she first attempted to use his power. Ochako recalled that it had been at the sports festival. Deku confirmed that and reminded her that the first attempt had been a full, reckless copy of his quirk. He explained that she had tried to take on the full power of instincts while enhancing it with OFA. It had been clever in concept, but dangerous in practice. Her body had been overwhelmed, she could barely move, and she had relied on pure adrenaline. Noticeable power increase, but it still had not been enough to match him, making the first trial a failure. Deku then pointed out that the second attempt should be fresh in her memory. Ochako nodded. He described the second attempt during the final exams, when she had improved her endurance with instincts and managed to integrate more of her own power into the transformation rather than forcing instincts into her body. That adjustment had been intelligent, but instincts remained instincts. Trying to replicate Ultra Instinct in any form without handling its full power would only harm her, this time more slowly. The second trial was therefore also a failure. He emphasized that she had been taking on too much power for a body that could not handle it. If she tried the same thing again, she would suffer catastrophic damage, as had nearly happened the first time before he stopped the fight. Ochako's eyes widened in shock at the thought that she could explode from the mismatch. She vaguely remembered Deku warning her before, but had chosen to forget. As she refocused, she asked what she should do. Deku told her he would teach her an ancient technique known by very few people, only a handful currently knew it. Ochako reacted with wonder at the possibilities. He promised to demonstrate and got into a stance, palms turned upward at his hips. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and took a deep breath. For a few seconds nothing seemed to happen, then he abruptly opened his eyes. The sudden change threw Ochako off balance. She fell to one knee, breathing heavily and shaking as if she had been starved of air. She took deep, uneven breaths, feeling like she was only now getting oxygen again. She stuttered in surprise and asked what had happened. Deku explained that he had released his power. Being around his output had made her body accustomed to it, so his sudden return to normal had been a shock as her body began to readjust. When Ochako had begun to regain composure, she asked what Deku intended to show her. He explained that to begin her Ultra Instinct training they had to return to square one. He reminded her that this would not be Ultra Instinct. She could not replicate it. Instead, they would create her own version that came from her own body rather than from his power. They needed a reliable base form, a form she could fight in with confidence, strong enough to win but with room above it for more power. Deku said he had powered down so he could properly demonstrate the technique and its strength. He named the method total concentration. Ochako tilted her head and asked what that was. Deku described total concentration as a breathing technique that allowed a person to draw in large amounts of air to fill the body. Used correctly, it strengthened the body, increased speed, and raised instincts. It could even slow the effects of poison and help treat injuries if applied properly. Ochako brightened at how useful the technique sounded and expressed excitement about trying it. Deku corrected her gently that people had known about it in the past but had become wary because of the legend that surrounded it. When she asked about the legend, he told her it said those who mastered the technique became demons in human form. Ochako's eyes widened at the idea of demons. Deku confirmed the legend again, saying the technique granted fearful strength. Instead of being afraid, Ochako became more eager, declaring that if the technique made someone strong like a demon, she wanted to learn it all the more to become a better hero. Deku laughed and shook his head, amused by her reaction, having expected that kind of stubborn determination. He refocused and told her to pay attention as he prepared to show the technique. He began taking a deep breath and assumed a composed, controlled posture to demonstrate a base form. Veins stood out on his forehead as he snapped his eyes open, signaling the activation of that form. He asked her to activate OFA and attack. Ochako complied immediately, activating OFA. A soft pink glow covered her and electric sparks danced around her form. She charged with an OFA-enhanced punch and was surprised when Deku met the blow with a firm parry, showing no sign of strain. Deku explained that when total concentration was honed to perfection, its strength could surpass limitations and make ordinary speed feel slow. He moved with sudden, fluid speed and reappeared behind her faster than she could react. She tried to turn and attack, but he had already repositioned. She leapt backward slightly, spotted him, then surged forward again with enhanced speed and reached him quickly. She launched a quick kick at his head, but he moved back and avoided it entirely. She tried more kicks and punches, but he read every moves and evaded them with minimal effort. Deku explained that the technique sharpened the eyes and movements, giving better reaction time and awareness of the surroundings. He finished his explanation as he caught the fist she sent toward his face, pulled her slightly off balance, and struck her in the gut. Her gaze momentarily lost focus and she coughed from the impact. She took a couple of steps back and held her stomach to soothe the pain. Deku explained that this was the only technique that could potentially rival instincts. He told her it had a lot of unlockable potential and that they would begin concentration training to fully utilize it. He reminded her that before power came skill and technique, and that was the only way she could keep up with him. She recovered from the shock and nodded, determined to learn the technique. Almost immediately she regretted how determined she had been. She had thought she had a lot of stamina, but it proved insufficient for the demands of total concentration training. Deku forced her to run around the entire training area 3 times. If she slowed even once, he fired energy attacks to force her to keep going. She questioned why she cared so much for him while lifting heavy boulders without her quirk and running with them, dodging his strikes. She had to evade a barrage of small projectiles thrown at her while she was midair, which seemed impossible. Deku warned that she needed to make it possible or there would be severe consequences for those depending on her, and she pushed herself harder. Needless to say, she became completely exhausted. Deku healed her each time she fell and made her do twice as much. It was efficient training, but undeniably harsh. Deku told her that since he had trained her in a similar fashion before, she was ahead of the game and could start attempting total concentration. He noted that while his healing and the minor boosts from it helped, it had mainly been her effort that brought her this far. He encouraged her to take pride in her accomplishments. A small smile appeared on her face and she giggled lightly at the prospect of learning total concentration. She had hoped she had done enough. Deku then shifted to a more serious tone and informed her that the League of Villains had arrived. Her eyes widened in shock. She had sensed something but hadn't been able to pinpoint it. Deku reassured her that she had done enough and that she should rest while he handled the situation. He gently lifted her and laid her out in a hidden field. He removed his hoodie and placed it over her to keep her warm, then leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead before stepping away to face the approaching threat. She smiled weakly and asked him not to be gone too long, her exhaustion finally catching up with her as adrenaline faded. He promised he would not be gone long. She told him she loved him softly, and he chuckled as her soft snores confirmed she had already fallen asleep. Deku allowed himself a brief smile, and then his mood shifted when he turned his attention to the intruders. He found it infuriating that they would disturb her peaceful training. His amusement faded and his expression tightened with resolve. He decided the attackers had crossed a line by disrupting her peace and resolved to deal with them decisively. In a fierce, determined rush, he flew toward the battle, vowing to make the leader regret provoking them and imagining a dramatic, decisive defeat that would leave the villain humbled. Meanwhile, a few students occupied the forest near their camp. Itsuka Kendo, Yui Kodai, and Juzo Hananuki were attempting a test of courage, designed to scare their classmates. Kendo praised Kodai for her tactics in frightening Bakugo and Todoroki, and Juzo nodded in agreement while Kodai blushed in embarrassment and downplayed her role. Their conversation was cut short by a deafening thump. They turned to find Juzo unconscious on the ground. Before Kendo or Yui could react further, purple smoke began to fill the area. Kendo acted quickly, enlarging her hands to shield herself and her classmates, and ran to get help before the gas spread further. Kendo wondered where the smoke had come from and whether it was a gas attack, but no answers came as she fled. While running, she collided with Tetsu, who was dealing with a similar situation. Kendo greeted him with relief and urgency, explaining that Juzo had been knocked out and that the gas seemed dangerous. Tetsu confirmed that others had been affected as well and handed over masks he had received from Yaoyorozu. Kendo accepted the masks for herself and Kodai and thanked him. Now they needed to move quickly to find help. Tetsu announced that they had to find them. Kendo told him they could not chase after someone they were not even sure was there and that they needed to stay calm and think rationally. Tetsu rejected the idea of hesitation in poison gas and reminded them that they were heroes who had to act if a villain was on the loose. He argued that sometimes Monoma made a valid point about attention and opportunity, and that this was their chance to step up. Before anyone could argue further, a voice called out in their minds, addressing all heroes and trainees. Tetsu wondered what it was. Kendo asked if it was Mandalay. Kodai wondered aloud whether Mandalay knew about the gas. Mandalay's message confirmed that they were under attack by villains and gave all students permission to fight back and protect the camp. The girls gasped and Tetsu clenched his teeth, then broke into a grin of exhilaration at the permission to act. Kendo noticed that Mandalay had not mentioned the gas and suggested the message might not have reached her yet. Tetsu dismissed the concern and ran off, determined to take down the villain. Kendo followed, asking him to make sure the others were okay and asking Kodai to do the same. Kodai agreed. As they ran, Kendo pressed Tetsu about how the gas worked. Tetsu admitted he did not know the specifics but that it was dangerous. Kendo observed that the gas was behaving unnaturally, dispersing slowly and not spreading as expected, which suggested someone might be controlling it. She proposed that a concentration point could reveal the villain's location. Tetsu praised her thinking, and they pushed on. The gas thickened the closer they got, their masks straining against the buildup and forcing them to move quickly. Tetsu surged forward and finally burst through a wall of purple smoke, only to stumble and fall in surprise, with Kendo doing the same. When they cleared the smoke, they found the villain, but the scene was unexpected. Deku was there, having already restrained the villain to the ground. He explained that he had been heading to deal with more trouble, had seen the smoke, found this person, and stepped in to stop them. Tetsu reacted with disbelief at Midoriya's presence, and Kendo expressed surprise that the villain had already been neutralized. Deku, standing with a scowl, remarked that to him the villain looked like an overgrown cicada and that all pests tended to look the same. Then he used a gust of wind to blow the smoke away almost instantly. He admitted he was not sure when he had gone from hero to someone handling pests, but he floated upward and said it was time to handle a few more threats. Deku flew off toward his next target, leaving Tetsu and Kendo stunned. Tetsu decided they would let Deku take that one. Later, an officer confronted Deku and demanded compliance. Deku responded with sarcasm and a challenging attitude. The officer asserted his authority as chief of police and threatened consequences, but Deku answered with blunt dismissal and a stinging retort about the officer's relevance. Tension rose as the officer issued menacing words in return, and Deku replied with a cold warning that he could put the officer out of commission. The officer's anger boiled over. He pulled a firearm and aimed it at Deku, but other officers intervened and stopped him from pulling the trigger. One officer urged caution, while the chief fumed about regretting that he had not acted sooner. Deku continued to mock and belittle him, and the chief lunged forward in a futile burst of aggression before being restrained and led away by a trained team. Ochako, watching the exchange, sighed at her boyfriend's antics and reflected, tiredly, on why she loved him when his mouth was almost as big as his ego. At this point he would start the Deku Wars. Ochako face-bombed and told him he did not have to be so difficult, that he had only been doing his job. Deku said he had been doing his job as well. Ochako insisted he had been annoying. Deku declared his job complete. Ochako replied that he SED, and Deku returned the insult. She flushed and glared while he smirked triumphantly. She pouted that she did not like him, and Deku laughed that they both knew that was not true. She sighed and wondered aloud why she had fallen in love with him again. Several quiet moments passed. Deku asked if she wanted him to answer that, and she dismissed the question. The situation, however, was far from normal. Deku was in custody of the Japanese police on multiple counts. During a recent conflict he had unleashed an overwhelming display of power that devastated the area and disabled systems, effectively overpowering the opposition and breaking through defenses. Now he was in jail. Ochako had come to support him, but Deku was the one in HNDCFS. In Japan, heroes were bound by strict rules. Killing was forbidden, and the ideal was to prevent civilians from seeing violence as justified. Deku had gone beyond acceptable limits. His actions had resulted in catastrophic destruction, and he was now being treated as a villain for those extreme measures. When questioned about his motives, Deku had said he was tired of continuous villain interference of the UA break-in, the USJ incident, the hero killer, and that he had simply taken care of the problem. The police did not accept that explanation. Deku insulted the officers, and the chief had to intervene, but Deku did not behave any better with him. After all his training, Deku had cultivated the art of appearing indifferent. UA did everything they could to placate the authorities. They knew how difficult Deku could be when provoked, and turning him into an enemy of the institutions that upheld justice would be disastrous. If things escalated, they might have to mobilize every available hero to stop him, and they were not even sure that would be enough. In the interrogation room, Deku sat calmly, meditating, while Ochako practiced breathing exercises. The chief returned with a casual air. The chief addressed Deku plainly and informed him that he was being put on trial for his actions. Deku opened his eyes slowly and asked the officer what crimes he had committed. The officer, relaxed and almost flippant, began to list the charges: excessive force, illegal use of a quirk, battery, first-degree murder, arson, and more. Deku covered his face with his hand in exasperation, and Ochako reacted in horror at the implications. Deku protested that they were making him sound like a bad guy. The chief reminded him that in jail appearances mattered and that, whether true or not, people labeled the incarcerated as villains. Deku sighed and agreed to go to court, joking that without a lawyer the trial would be worse than a past nightmare he disliked. Ochako, looking somber, said they would have to be careful about who they chose as a lawyer and made a nervous joke about the situation being some kind of defamation. Deku corrected her with a dry comment that she knew what she had meant. Deku then asked the chief for his name, and when the chief answered Johnny, Deku laughed. The others looked on, puzzled. At the courthouse, Deku sat with his appointed lawyer, scanning the room and feeling a chill of unease. The HNDCFFs were quirk-proof, but they could not bind his instincts. He closed his eyes and subtly expanded his presence, releasing controlled warmth into the air to sense the emotions in the room. Through that connection, he could pick up shards of feeling and a few drifting thoughts enough to read tension and hostility. The impressions he gathered confirmed his suspicion. Something about the trial felt orchestrated. Order was called, and the courtroom quieted. The jury wore smirks that struck Deku as familiar. Faces in the gallery resembled people from Class 1B, some looked like former junior high classmates, and others came from his childhood. The room was full of people who harbored dislike or resentment toward him. The heroes had been barred from the proceedings on the grounds that their presence would disrupt the trial because of personal ties to the defendant. In short, the trial had been rigged to keep interference out. The judge announced that they would consider the actions of Izuku Midoriya. Deku adjusted his focus and tried a subtle technique he'd been practicing. He softened the heat of his body until it merged with the room's temperature, attempting to extend his awareness through that shared warmth so he could better read the crowd. It was not true mind reading, only a sensitive attunement to the emotions carried in the air. That attunement revealed more of the jury's animosity and the overall orchestration. He mentally praised himself for his acting in public, acknowledging that he had done a good job of hiding his concerns, but the arrangement in the courtroom confirmed that many of the charges had been exaggerated or twisted. Half the crimes listed against him he had not committed to the extent the prosecution claimed. The suspicion settled heavier. Someone had arranged this to remove him from the picture, and Deku already had an idea of who might benefit from his downfall. Something else was happening here, but what? The judge announced the charges against Izuku Midoriya with a tone that radiated malice. Deku pleaded not guilty, and the judge immediately denied his plea. Deku demanded to know why his plea had been denied, narrowing his eyes as the oppressive atmosphere in the courtroom tightened around him. The judge explained that this court existed for fallen heroes and that defendants were treated as guilty until proven innocent. Deku felt his temper rise. He fought to restrain himself from reacting to the blatantly false proceedings. When he asked what evidence they had, the judge ordered him to be silent, a command that cut deeper than any insult. Deku had never been addressed with such disrespect, and the calm he had tried to maintain threatened to fracture. The judge turned on a projector and the screen filled with footage showing someone who looked like Deku rampaging through a forest, attacking villains and setting fires with a sinister smile. Deku noted several inconsistencies at once. He had not been in his hero costume at the training camp, the lighting in the footage matched daytime when the real events had occurred at night, and the quality was impossibly sharp. The shots were composed like a director's dream, the camera movements too deliberate to be authentic. It was clearly a fabricated performance, a quirk or special effects mimicking his appearance, but the courtroom consumed it with relish. Observers ate up the spectacle. Even the sports festival fans attended and glared as if watching a show. Deku's reputation was being shredded in front of him, and he was furious. Before he could respond, the defense attorney rose and put on a show of shock. The attorney lied, claiming to have witnessed the attacks and even alleging that Deku had tried to bribe him and threatened him when he refused to help. The jury's hostility deepened and the judge smiled at the reaction, treating the proceedings like entertainment. Then the judge said that Deku's family had not been spared. Deku's heart dropped as the projector shifted to footage that suggested an attack on his mother. The images were stylized and exaggerated, rapid, dramatic cuts and theatrical camera angles presenting a violent scene in an unnerving, cinematic way rather than in any realistic detail. It was made to look as if his mother had been killed by someone who resembled him, the whole sequence designed to provoke shock and hatred. Deku sat frozen. The sound in his ears narrowed to a ringing as the world blurred around the edges. The emotional pressure, rage, grief, disbelief pressed on him like a weight. If he reacted, any outburst would be used against him, so he forced himself to remain silent even as anguish threatened to overwhelm him. The judge then displayed responses from Deku's classmates on a screen. On that monitor, Eri appeared tearful, asking whether the man on the screen could really be her father. Ochako had tears streaming down her face. Bakugo voiced a furious, wounded disbelief, masking pain with anger and demanding why Deku would do such a thing. Kirishima and others expressed shock and disappointment. Deku's eyes widened, he could barely hold himself together. The judge ordered silence and asked the jury to deliver its verdict. The jury found Deku Midoriya guilty. As Deku attempted to protest the fabricated evidence, the attorney who had betrayed him administered a sedative that weakened him. Overcome by emotional and physical strain, Deku could not resist as court officers restrained him. The judge sentenced Deku to life in prison without the possibility of parole and ordered him taken away. Guards escorted him from the courtroom while many in the audience watched with smirks, scowls, or indifference. Some turned their backs, refusing to acknowledge him as a classmate or friend. To them, he was simply a villain. Deku left the courtroom broken, his dream of becoming the #1 hero collapsing around him as the orchestrated betrayal left his reputation in ruins. A short, quiet bridge described the hours that followed as him being processed and taken into custody. Deku was broken. He did not know what to do or say. He only stared, wide-eyed, trying to process everything that had happened. Deku thought that this had been planned. Whoever orchestrated it had known how events would unfold. First, they had taken away his motivation to be a hero by destroying his reputation. Then they had thrown him into despair by taking his mother, making the goal of being a hero seem impossibly distant. Finally, they had turned his friends against him, even the person he loved and his daughter. They had made the world hate him. His entire life had been burned to the ground. No one seemed to care. He felt utterly alone. Deku ground his teeth until they ached. This was not fair. Everything he had worked for had been erased in minutes. He had clawed and begged and nearly died. Now the world spat on him again. The light he had carried had been snuffed out. The dream he had fought for was gone. The family he loved had been taken. His reason to live had been stripped away. He rejected the world. In a surge of uncontrolled rage, his emotions overtook him. His appearance shifted. His hair bristled and darkened at the edges. Officers near him recoiled from the heat that pulsed from his body. They stepped back, overwhelmed by the power he gave off. Deku's fury flared. A red and black aura exploded outward, a monstrous burst of energy unlike anything he had ever shown. The power spread through the courtroom and beyond, flattening structures. When he revealed silver eyes that shone in the chaos, the destructive force extended over miles. Around him, the landscape became a barren wasteland of ruins and ash. In a cold, measured voice, Deku told himself that if they wanted a villain, then they would get one. A torn flag fluttered down. He picked it up and set it alight as his eyes glowed. Time passed. When Deku recovered consciousness, the world felt as cold as ice. He woke slowly to a harsh light that pricked his vision and a chill that seemed to originate from his heart. He realized that his life had been destroyed, and he had been powerless to stop it. The cell was dark and chilly, built of cinderblock designed to be quirk-proof. A single barred door allowed a view of the outside. The sight made him sarcastically note the prison's fancy security. He thought of his mother and the memory froze him. She had been delighted to meet Ochako and especially Eri. She had been looking forward to giving Eri a homemade onesie patterned after Deku's hero suit. That would never happen now. Her life had been taken for what felt like a petty scheme to remove him from the world. His classmates had believed the lies, and now he was branded a villain. He vowed to address that later. A tall man in a guard's uniform approached the cell and ordered Deku to get up for roll call. The guard looked exhausted and impatient, with blonde hair and dark eyes and deep bags beneath them. Deku mocked him inwardly, saying he was a guest and deserved help, but the guard met him with a hard look and walked away without assistance. Deku rose and stepped out when the guard had opened the cell. The guard restrained him with quirk-proof HNDCFFS before leading him down a corridor. Prisoners in other cells were being moved as well, many headed in the opposite direction toward what looked like a cafeteria. Some of them muttered about lunch, others regarded Deku with curiosity or hostility. The other inmates wondered where the guards were taking him. Deku noted that he could force his way out, but that would not fix the larger problem. He needed to take down those who had orchestrated his ruin all at once. He would need allies. Maybe he could recruit men here. Heroes and villains had become the same to him. Anyone who stood in the way of his plans would be removed. He no longer planned to be the top hero. He resolved to seize control of the world to prove his dominance. Only then, he believed, would he be satisfied. The pair walked until they reached heavy iron double doors. When the guard opened them, a blast of light hit Deku's eyes. Beyond the doors was a large room, like a compact stadium built for dangerous inmates. The space was about the size of an auditorium, with tables and chairs pushed to the sides and a wide open floor. A large number of prisoners occupied the center and turned their attention to the open doors. The guard led Deku into the room and positioned him amid the silent, assessing crowd. At one point, Deku tried to ask the guard about rumors he had heard, but the guard refused to answer. The guard declined repeatedly and walked on, leaving Deku to face the gathered inmates. Everything was iron, or at least gray, so there was no variety anywhere. The guard offered a terse good luck as he left, and the doors shut loudly. Deku regarded the cell and turned to face his new roommates. A large burly man with tan skin and long red hair mocked him, asking what someone like him was doing here and accusing him of petty theft. The surrounding prisoners snickered. There were about 100 inmates in the room, not including Deku. Deku responded with a cold glare that his mother was dead. The burly man stiffened and challenged him, insisting he not be tested. The man grew serious and called him a brat. Deku replied with a smug insult about the man's intelligence. Deku then threatened the man, his eyes turning a pale silver as he asserted himself. The burly man's pupils vanished as he ripped off his H&Fs and his arms transformed into giant blades. He launched at Deku with clear intent to kill, crossing his arm blades into an X and charging in a blur toward Deku's head. The blades halted inches from Deku's face. Deku did not flinch, his steady gaze held. In the stunned silence that followed, Deku intercepted the attack with a single controlled motion that stopped the man and left him collapsed and lifeless. Deku withdrew his arm and turned his attention to the rest of the prisoners. The inmates reacted with shocked murmurs, noting that he had defeated Chainsaw and commenting on his youth. Some questioned his age, and others shrugged that in prison everyone was the same. Deku called out, daring anyone else to challenge him. One of the prisoners surrendered theatrically. Deku recognized the voice as female and realized the prison must be unisex. There was a lot he still did not know about the place. He moved toward the woman, intent on answers, when a man placed a hand on his shoulder. The newcomer punched Deku in the face and sent him flying backward. The man taunted Chainsaw's reliance on brute force and claimed he had always been the superior one. Deku brushed himself off and cut the man's monologue short, telling him to explain why he wanted to challenge him. The man boasted that he was worth 100 chainsaws. He was white with long gray hair to the middle of his back and sunglasses worn indoors. He proclaimed that he did not need brute force because his brain was his true power. He announced his quirk as superior thinking and claimed access to the full extent of the human brain, boasting of capabilities like telekinesis, teleportation, and multiple quirks at once. Deku responded coldly from behind him, reminding the man that even vast powers were nothing compared to a god. When the man spun to face him, Deku covered his face and slammed him into the floor with a precise, overwhelming strike that cracked the quirk-proof surface. The man was rendered unconscious by the impact. Deku lifted his hand and declared that if the man was worth 100 of chainsaw, then Deku was worth 1,000. He decided to spare the prisoner, noting that the man might prove useful later. The other inmates reacted in amazement at Deku's restraint and strength. The woman who had spoken earlier watched him with keen interest. She regarded him as a strong and impressive individual and considered him potentially valuable. The mood in the room buzzed with disbelief and curiosity about who he was. Amanda noted his age and he replied that age was just a number. She joked that prison was just a room and that they had already passed that concern. Deku hesitated, unsure, and Amanda smirked and laughed softly. Deku called Amanda over, snapping her out of her thoughts. She obliged happily and the two slipped to a corner of the cell block, leaving the other prisoners in the center. The distance between them and the crowd was enough to keep their conversation private. Deku exhaled in relief and said it was good they were alone. In the dark corner, Amanda made a light joke that Deku ignored. He explained that he needed information, not theatrics. Amanda answered his first question about the earlier prisoners using quirks. She explained that the guards brought inmates here every day for brawls as entertainment. The walls and floors were built to withstand quirks, so the structure did not get destroyed. That did not mean quirks were cancelled, only that the environment stayed intact. She admitted she had thought quirks were neutralized here until Deku arrived and changed her understanding. Deku considered that and asked for everything she knew about the prison. Amanda obliged. She said the place had no official name to hide its activities from the public and the government. Calling it simply prison made people assume a normal facility and look no further. The place was used for brawls and random beatings under the guards' watch. Inmates knew one another and settled disputes with fists, but there was a clear pecking order. The top figure here was known as King. When Deku asked about King, Amanda explained that he was the top dog, with a reputation that dwarfed the others. The two earlier prisoners with gray hair had claimed a certain strength, but King was described as leagues beyond them. She estimated King's power in exaggerated terms to drive the point home. Deku noted the information with a smirk. Amanda complimented Deku's smirk, saying he looked good when he did it. Deku brushed it off with a playful remark about being impressive by simply breathing. Amanda continued that there was a tournament every month where the winner got the right to fight King and claim his position. King lived here by choice and could leave any time if he wanted to. This place was his domain. The guards used new arrivals as training fodder, but really it was another form of entertainment besides the tournament. Deku realized the guards had witnessed their exchange and reminded himself to withhold details about his own strength for now. He thanked Amanda for her cooperation. She squealed like a young woman and blushed at the praise. Deku asked whether Amanda entered the tournament. She froze for a moment, then admitted she took part from time to time but never lasted long. Deku said he planned to enter the tournament himself someday, implying they would be opponents. Amanda dismissed the idea, saying she would likely be humiliated. They laughed together and Amanda casually put her arm around his shoulder. Deku played along. Deku observed her closely. She appeared cautious, guarded, and hinted at secrets she kept to herself. There was a tension beneath her laughter that suggested she was far from ordinary. He had clearly struck a nerve. He only smiled wider to himself. Deku asked for her name. Amanda answered that her name was Amanda and added, with a teasing laugh, that her last name was whatever his was. Deku thought the name sounded foreign for someone who seemed local, but it could be a chosen alias. He had adopted similar precautions here. No one was supposed to know his true identity. He had come because he sensed this was a gathering of malevolent forces and he needed a plan. When Amanda finished, Deku introduced himself as Joshua and said he preferred to be called Josh. 2 weeks later, Josh asked Amanda how long until the next tournament. She replied that he had 2 weeks to prepare and asked what he would do until then. Josh told her he would pray not just for himself but, he clarified, for Amanda and anyone else foolish enough to face him in battle. He left Amanda standing there stunned and flustered. She had issues he wanted to unravel, not because she seemed insane, but because she kept something important hidden. Josh resolved to uncover her secrets on his own. She got defensive when I asked about the tournament. She seemed to have some history with it, but I wouldn't be getting all my information from her. I decided to search the so-called prison for myself. As soon as I walked out of the mini-stadium, quirk-proof HNDCFFs appeared and locked onto my wrists. That explained why the door was left unlocked. Escape was pointless here. I burned the cuffs to free myself, but a couple seconds later they reappeared. Curious, I considered raising the heat of my arms so any new cuffs would immediately burn, and I made a note to try that later. For now, I needed information. I headed to the cafe for lunch. The menu listed prime rib and shrimp, surprisingly classy for a special case facility. The people around me looked like the kind of criminals who earned nicknames instead of reputations, but they were here, so they had to be dangerous in some way. Still, I doubted any of them could give me what I wanted. Then I noticed a man sitting alone. The sharpness of his eyes matched an eerie aura that made others keep their distance. His presence felt like it could snap at anyone who got too close. I decided I would be the one to approach. The moment my foot moved toward him, he snapped his head and fixed me with a steady glare. That stare dared me to take another step. I raised an eyebrow and kept going. With each step the space between us tightened until we were face to face. His aura swelled, taking on the shape of a shadowy beast that threatened to overwhelm anyone nearby. I intensified my own presence just enough to dwarf it. He visibly recoiled, leaning back in surprise. I relaxed my aura slightly and allowed a small, satisfied smile. Almost everyone in the room was watching us, but none of them fainted. They were a cut above the rest. The man asked what I wanted. I told him he could relax and that I wasn't there to cause trouble. I wasn't looking for anything like that, either. He narrowed his eyes, clearly not a fan of jokes, and I followed up by asking why he was here alone. He said he was here because the others couldn't handle his power. I thought that was an awfully big claim, but I didn't press it. He asked how a young person like me had ended up in this place. I shrugged and gave a casual excuse about not listening to my mother when she said to stay out of trouble. He didn't seem convinced, but I moved on. I brought up the upcoming tournament and asked if he planned to enter. He answered cautiously, asking what it would matter. I told him I was entering and that I planned to break out of the facility. He stopped whatever he was doing and focused on me, now genuinely intrigued. When he asked if I had just arrived, I confirmed that I had and that I didn't intend to stay. I mentioned wanting to build an army before attempting an escape and asked if he wanted in. He scoffed and crossed his arms, making it clear he did not like the idea of serving under anyone. I laughed and said I had expected that. Then I proposed a deal. If I beat him in the tournament in 2 weeks, he would join my cause. When he asked what would happen if he beat me, I replied with confident certainty that it wouldn't matter. He narrowed his eyes at my confidence, then took a breath and accepted the challenge. I felt a small surge of triumph and mentally patted myself on the back. The man had jet black hair styled spiky like a certain explosive-spirited hero, a scar under his eye and another on his cheek, dark eyes, lightly tanned skin, a dark overcoat, and gray boots. Prisons seemed to let inmates wear what they wanted. The security systems made clothing restrictions unnecessary. Before I left, I asked him about a figure everyone called King. His expression changed immediately, growing serious. It was clear King had a reputation that made people speak cautiously. The man said that most people knew nothing about King, only a select few had real knowledge. What he could say was that King was the top figure here and that anyone serious about escaping would have to go through him. That confirmed my suspicions. The man explained that beneath King there were 4 other high-ranking prisoners, and he revealed that he ranked himself among them. I compared his power in my head to a baseline I had in mind and realized he was far stronger than most, easily among the top fighters in the place. He stated plainly that he ranked number 5. A short pause followed as I took that in and adjusted my plans around this new information. Slade told Deku that if he wanted to break out he would have to climb through the rankings and defeat Slade and the 4 above him. Deku asked if the top 4 had a name. Slade introduced himself as Slade with a smirk, then told Deku he had already given all the information he was going to get, waved him away with his eyes closed, and suggested that if Deku wanted the others' names he should start searching. Slade turned his back and refused to acknowledge Deku any longer. Deku scoffed, smirked, and walked away satisfied with the information he had received. Deku considered whether to prepare for the tournament or to investigate the prison top 5. He decided the tournament deserved his immediate focus. He was eager to fight again. 2 weeks passed, and it was finally tournament time. Deku had spent that time meditating in his cell, preparing for the upcoming battle. He no longer needed to prioritize increasing raw power. His priority was controlling his full strength and becoming the ultimate hero he believed he could be. Throughout his time at UA, Deku had focused on strengthening specific levels of his quirk so he could perform under the handicaps UA imposed. Events like the sports festival and the final exams forced him to hold back and face unfair circumstances to prove his adaptability. Now those restrictions no longer applied. This was about him. Earlier in the year Deku had admitted he could not control his full power in level 3, the true Ultra Instinct, and estimated he could only safely reach 30 to 40%. Behind the scenes, however, he had been working toward control of that level since he entered UA. Obligations like training others and managing other aspects of his quirk had prevented him from devoting the attention level 3 required. Locked up with nothing else to do, he finally had the time. For 2 weeks he meditated and trained without interruption. The meditation helped him unify body, mind, and spirit, allowing finer control of his quirk. The focused practice yielded results far beyond what prior training had managed. Where he had once reached maybe 50 to 60% with limited effort, these 2 uninterrupted weeks allowed him to achieve full control. After 11 years of steady work, Deku had mastered Ultra Instinct. Mastering that level brought unexpected benefits. Level 1 of his quirk now included instantaneous movements and energy-based attacks. Level 2 no longer required sacrificing speed for power. Because Level 3 had become a baseline state of awareness, he could access Level 3 qualities while operating at lower levels. When he switched fully into Level 3, he could use its complete power. In short, he would have a significant advantage over others. Deku left his cell with his eyes closed and hands in his pockets, feeling a tranquility he had never known. He felt ashamed of how he had lashed out during the trial. The red-haired form he had displayed was not a true form but the quirk mirroring his inner emotions. The silver and white colors associated with Ultra Instinct reflected the calmness required to unleash its full power. Without that calm, the form had been only a shadow of its potential. The trial still bothered him. There had been many red flags, a judge he had never seen before and without a nameplate, and a lawyer supplied by the authorities who had been useless. Someone had clearly wanted him out of the picture, someone with influence reaching from the public into the government and with a strong reason to hate him. Only one person came to mind who might fit those criteria. Deku opened his eyes when the elevator announced the desired floor. His expression showed someone who had been through a lot and was neither hiding nor fearing it. He suspected the final battle was approaching. Before he could finish that thought, a chorus of loud voices from other prisoners surrounded him. He took a moment to take in the space beneath the prison where the tournament would be held. The place was enormous, with 2 lines leading into the arena, one for competitors and one for spectators. Deku joined the competitors' line and waited to be called while he examined his surroundings. The walls were hewn from rock and seemed miles apart. In the middle of them stood a huge stadium lit by bright lights, with hundreds of seats and a commentator's box at the very top. The scale of the arena impressed him and made the upcoming contest feel all the more real. It looked a lot like UA's stadium for the sports festival. A staff member called the next person up. Deku snapped out of his trance and walked to the desk. The woman at the desk instructed him to fill out his name and to make sure to draw a lot. He nodded, wrote his current alias in the name slot, and drew a lot. He chose a random crumpled paper. When he opened it, it read 1. Deku asked the woman what the numbers meant. The woman snapped that he should figure it out himself. Deku fixed her with an expressionless stare and repeated his question, lowering the paper to signal his attention. The woman gulped and then explained hesitantly that the numbers represented placement in the tournament. She said the first one represented his bracket, which determined the group he would be fighting in, and that there was a preliminary round before the main tournament, an 80-person battle royale where the last person standing would qualify. The second one indicated his order in the tournament. Should he win the battle royale, he would fight first. Deku mused that he would be fighting first if he won. The woman reminded him that was only if he won. Deku chuckled and walked toward the stadium, repeating the word if to himself as he left. Inside the stadium he found a waiting room full of participants. He remained calm and moved to a corner. Several competitors noticed him and exchanged smirks and muttered remarks about how a kid was here and about King being the real competitor to worry about. One boasted that he would defeat King this time. Another mocked him for past failure. Deku struggled to hold in laughter as they argued among themselves. When Deku smiled, a few competitors turned their attention toward him and demanded to know what he was laughing at. 2 of them stepped forward, glaring menacingly. Deku dismissed them with a chuckle and made a taunting remark. Their hostility intensified and they bristled at his provocation. One of the 2 warned Deku not to test him, and the other threatened to handle him as well. Deku feigned fear by pretending to shake uncontrollably, mocking them with exaggerated trembling. The 2 competitors scowled and left to join the other contestants when the intercom called for members of Bracket 1 to enter. They checked their cards and found they had 1, 3, and 1, 4 respectively. They glanced at Deku's card, smirked, and told him they would settle things in the ring. Deku continued his mocking performance as they filed out. 77 other people followed them into the hallway and then into the stadium. When Deku stepped out into the arena, he was met by thousands of roaring spectators. The stadium floor was covered in grass, and the center of the arena opened to reveal a giant ring for the battle royale. All 80 competitors entered and took their places, the ring resembling the sports festival stage but significantly larger. The announcer's voice boomed from the speakers, louder than anyone Deku could remember, welcoming everyone to the preliminaries for the annual prison tournament and introducing the battle royale for Bracket 1. She noted the obvious tension between some competitors and then signaled for the bout to begin. Combat erupted across the ring as quirks activated and contestants launched into flamboyant, high-energy attacks. The clash resembled a dramatic anime sequence, flashes of power, brilliant displays of ability, and rapid maneuvers rather than anything graphic or gruesome. The arena held the chaos, and combatants collided with force and spectacle. The two competitors who had confronted Deku moved to flank him, but Deku remained still and calm, barely acknowledging them. One of them taunted him, calling him all bark and no bite. Deku mocked them further by pretending to tremble comically. The other competitor began to activate his quirk and transformed into a hulking figure armored in rocky plates. He explained that his quirk, Rock Slide, allowed him to absorb stone into his body and use it as armor, turning himself into a stone-covered combatant prepared to fight. The more rocks he absorbed, the stronger his armor seemed to become. True to that impression, it looked as though he drew strength from the ground itself, his armor growing heavier and more resilient. The prisoner nicknamed PSS shifted next, his arms dissolving into mud. He smirked and explained that his quirk, called Mudman, let him turn parts of his body into mud. If he held someone for 5 seconds, he could absorb them and grow stronger. The two prisoners smirked and advanced on Deku as if ready to fight. Deku, a boy no older than 15, treated them with complete indifference and dismissed them, saying he did not care about their quirks or anything they had to say. He made it clear that they meant nothing to him. Infuriated by the contempt of someone so young, both prisoners lunged at Deku with their quirks. Deku anticipated the attack, but instead of engaging directly, he simply stepped away. Their strikes met only air. Deku moved with such speed that the attackers could not track him. To them, it looked like a blur of dodges and near hits, but in reality Deku had already walked away, letting their fury exhaust them. After a string of futile strikes, both men collapsed, panting and confused, unable to find him. While they tried to regroup, both felt a light touch on their backs. Deku stood behind them, still not meeting their eyes, and placed his hands on them. A fierce burst of energy flowed from him, carrying them off their feet and sending them tumbling out of the contest. When the light faded, they were incapacitated and removed from the fight. Deku continued forward toward the rest of the ring. More prisoners noticed and swarmed him. Deku moved in a calm, precise line through the crowd. He sidestepped a charge and delivered a controlled strike that sent the attacker reeling. He intercepted an incoming blow with his forearm, grabbed the opponent, and launched him clear out of the ring. When someone attempted a flying kick, Deku caught the leg and redirected the motion, leaving the attacker unable to continue. A sweep failed as Deku vaulted and spun, landing a clean kick that knocked his opponent down and out of the fight. From the spectator's viewpoint, the sequence looked like exaggerated, slow-motion action, but in reality Deku had moved with such measured speed and discipline that each opponent was neutralized before anyone could fully register how it happened. He approached the referee who stood bewildered at the edge of the ring. Deku crouched, met the referee's eyes, and insisted that the match be ended. The referee hesitated, noting the contest had only just begun and many competitors remained. He reminded Deku that matches ended by ring out, knockout, or disqualification, and there were still plenty of people left. Deku rose, took a steadying breath, and a brief silver flash passed through his gaze. He extended his arms toward the ring and gathered energy into his hands. A wave of light and force pulsed outward, sweeping across the arena and forcing spectators and officials to shield their eyes. When the brightness subsided, the ring itself was intact but empty of active combatants. Deku then indicated that the match was over and that he had won by default. The referee, shaken and scarcely able to process what had occurred, stammered as he declared Deku the winner. Announcers and spectators alike sat in stunned silence at the sight of the young boy who had just subdued some of the most dangerous prisoners in the tournament. The crowd slowly began to applaud, the applause swelling into cheers as people registered the outcome. Back in the waiting area, most of the prisoners gaped in shock at the sudden, decisive end to the match. They had no idea that a kid could be that powerful, let alone that brutal. Among the crowd, some were less surprised than intrigued. Slade watched and noted that the boy had meant what he said about breaking out. He had seemed powerful 2 weeks ago, but now Slade could not sense anything from him. It was as if sensing him had become impossible. An unknown man observed that he had never seen such effortless destruction and called the display inhuman. Another man admitted that he had been wrong to assume the only real challenges in the tournament would be King and that woman. The boy moved with a skill that suggested he might be a worthy opponent. Amanda giggled and blushed as she watched Deku, thinking back to the power she had witnessed 2 weeks earlier. She admired how much stronger he seemed and revised her earlier assessment to that of a masterful fighter. A large, imposing man with long dark hair and a fur coat examined the boy as the preliminary round ended. He stroked his chin, reflected that the display had been unexpected, and told the boy to keep entertaining him. That man was King. The others who had commented were part of the prison top 5. If Deku wanted to take control of the prison and return to the outside world, he would have to get through them. While the 5 formed their own impressions, Deku smiled at the referee, walked out of the ring, and glanced down at his hands, clenching them into fists. He looked up at the ceiling, closed his eyes to breathe, and opened them as they shone silver. Smirking, he stepped into the hallway leading back to the waiting room, thinking that it felt good to be back. Josh POV. As Josh made his way back to the waiting room, a woman bowed and congratulated him on his victory, addressing him by the alias he had used. He recognized the name, nodded in acknowledgement, and thanked her before moving on. He reminded himself to hurry with his plan. The alias did not satisfy him. He was Deku, and he wanted everyone to know that. When he entered the waiting room, every eye turned to him. He assessed the gazes tracing his movements. Most carried fear, apprehension, and confusion, while some held disregard. Others, especially among the women, flushed with admiration. Josh joked with a smirk about being handsome, drawing glares and a few amused blushes. One female prisoner reacted with exaggerated awe. Slade stepped forward and warned Josh to ensure that his confidence did not become arrogance. Josh rolled his eyes and dismissed the warning with a sarcastic remark about how being called arrogant would not dim his spirit. Slade tightened his expression and explained that his dark demeanor represented inner power and that it was immense. Josh responded lightheartedly, calling him feisty and teasing him about getting a reaction. Slade warned that pushing his buttons would produce a response. Josh replied with a smug insinuation that Slade was merely entertainment to him, then settled into a corner to compose himself. An official voice called for the contestants of the second bracket to come out. Slade cast a narrowed glance at Josh, moved toward the arena with measured steps, and passed close enough to lock eyes for a moment before continuing on. The other contestants followed him into the arena. There had originally been 10 brackets of 80 people each, 800 at the start of the tournament. After Josh's victory, the field had been whittled down to 721. Josh went to a corner of the waiting room and sat alone, focusing on mental training as he prepared for what came next. The other prisoners had left him alone after his earlier display, so he thought he would be safe. He was wrong. He sensed 3 people in front of him and opened his eyes to see familiar and unfamiliar faces. Amanda, the girl he had met 2 weeks earlier, stood before him. She was fairly tall for a woman with dark hair, crystal blue eyes, and small eyebrows. Her figure was slender and she was attractive, though he reminded himself he had little interest in appearances. 2 men stood on either side of her. The man to his left had blonde hair, thick yellow eyebrows, and light blue eyes. He wore a scowl and carried himself with a rigid, formal air, slightly taller than the woman. The man in the middle had red hair, thick red eyebrows, and dark eyes. He wore a confident smirk. Their outfits matched their attitudes. They stared silently for a long moment. He refused to be drawn into whatever they were waiting for and kept his focus on Amanda. The silence snapped when he told them he was not interested. The three reacted with surprise. Amanda covered her cheeks and flushed, while the two men were taken aback. The blonde reacted in shock and disgust, blushing at the rebuke. The redhead demanded why he would assume anything of the sort. He answered that they had been saying nothing, and the redhead shouted for an explanation in return. The exchange grew tense as he ignored their confusion and focused on Amanda. He asked what had brought them and invited them to join his revolution. The blonde replied that Slade had told them about his plans and dismissed them as hopeless, shaking his head in mock pity. The redhead crossed his arms and added that he did not do subordination. He smirked and suggested they were nothing more than obedient pawns of the king. Both men turned their full attention on him and glared with pure hatred. The blonde warned him to watch his mouth. The redhead declared that he took orders from no one, not even the king. Amanda had remained quiet the entire time, watching his every move with a cautious intensity. When he had called them the king's lapdogs, the two men had grown angry, but Amanda had reacted differently. Fear had shown in her expression not ordinary apprehension, but a deep, irregular fear that felt almost artificial. He could not identify it, but it matched the reaction she had shown the first time they met in the small arena. The mention of the king seemed to unsettle her. He set that aside and continued to bait the two men. He accused the king of running the prison and enforcing the hierarchy, reducing others to backups and side characters. The blonde insisted he fought for no one, while the redhead emphasized the absence of proof for his accusation. When the two men paused, the blonde suggested they let someone else demonstrate. An announcer declared the winner of the second bracket, Slade. He turned to see Slade walking out of the arena and into the waiting room with his hands in his pockets and his eyes closed. The ring was gone, and the stadium felt darker than before. As Slade entered the waiting room, he pointed directly at him and warned that he was next. He smirked and rose to face him, telling himself Slade would make a fine subordinate. All the preliminary battle royales had finished, and the actual tournament was about to begin. The rules were simple: 5 rounds with 10 participants. Each match one advanced a fighter to the next round. The winner would be crowned the king of the prison and could command all the prisoners and their actions. Victories came by knockout, forfeit, or incapacitation. The first match of the first round was set, Deku versus Slade. The two prepared in their respective waiting rooms. Slade paced and readied himself, while Deku sat in a chair with his arms crossed and his eyes closed, thinking. Deku reminded himself that the first step of his plan was underway. He had looked forward to this tournament for reasons very different from the sports festival. This would not be fun. Previously, he had fought for pleasure and excitement, convinced no one could ever beat him. Now everything felt like a necessary, calculated move toward a larger goal. Deku had always either held back, let his guard down, or deliberately taken hits in fights just to entertain himself. His goal had been to enjoy combat, but that was no longer the case. As he brooded, the objects around the room began to rise without anyone touching them. Deku produced so much power instinctively that chairs and tables hovered. He realized with a start that he had accidentally let a little of his quirk leak out, then quickly masked it and watched the objects fall back into place as if nothing had happened. He imagined that Ochako would be proud, and sighed at the thought. He left and walked toward the arena with one thing on his mind. Deku resolved to show everyone in the arena what true power looked like. The announcer called his name and Deku stepped into the ring to cheers. The crowd knew he was strong from his earlier showing, but many still underestimated him because Slade had finished his previous match faster. Deku thought that if he had not wasted time on 2 opponents earlier, the others might have understood him sooner, but he told himself they would learn soon enough. Slade stood in the ring with his arms crossed and a smirk on his face. He noted that Deku's confidence had not diminished and that Deku still had not fled. Deku replied with a chuckle that he had briefly considered running and had been trying to decide the least embarrassing way to avoid facing Slade. Slade responded with a glare and said that Deku's mouth was as lively as ever, warning him that they would see how far that attitude got him. The announcers signaled the start and the match began. A circle of darkness formed around Slade and flared into flame-like patterns. Deku narrowed his eyes and observed that Slade's quirk was literally darkness. Slade introduced his quirk, calling it Dark King, explaining that he could emit, control, and even become darkness. Deku made a dry comment about not getting too close to American police. Slade accused him that no one could escape his darkness. Slade manifested a huge sickle-shaped blade of pure darkness and hurled it at Deku at great speed. Deku stepped lightly to the side and allowed it to pass as if it were nothing, never taking his eyes off Slade. Slade gritted his teeth and rushed Deku, firing off many small projectiles of shadow. Each of those projectiles passed through Deku like afterimages, a testament to Deku's blinding speed. Slade leapt and charged a fist infused with darkness, launching it at Deku. Deku caught the fist, held Slade aloft with the same hand, and kept his gaze steady on his opponent. Slade was startled to find himself suspended in midair and could not finish his sentence before Deku struck. Deku delivered a punch to Slade's stomach with such force that Slade was sent flying. He slammed into the ground, tumbled, and came to a stop. He tried to rise, but his limbs wavered and he could not get up. Slade was stunned. His darkness was supposed to absorb physical attacks, so he felt unnerved and frightened in a way he never had before. Deku walked toward him with a calm, almost menacing demeanor and explained that the light jab had been a test. If Slade had died, he would not have been worth the trouble. Slade struggled to believe that the blow had been so light and realized that he did not want to learn what a real punch would feel like. Slade instinctively shifted into fight-or-flight mode, and his body became wreathed in shadowy, flame-like energy as he slowly rose again. Slade opened his eyes wide, gritted his teeth as darkness overtook him, and let out a roar that sent gusts of wind radiating outward. The wind nearly knocked the audience from their seats, but Deku remained steady, casually batting a rock out of his line of sight. When the wind subsided, smoke swirled around Slade and then cleared to reveal him drenched in shadow. His hair stood on end, his frame seemed larger and more muscular, and his eyes glowed a bright yellow that only emphasized the darkness covering him. Slade announced his ultimate move, calling it Elemental Form Erebus. His voice deepened. Deku raised an eyebrow and regarded the transformation with amusement. He noted that Slade now resembled a demon, complete with a tail and horns, but remained unfazed. Deku laughed softly and remarked that Slade had decided to show his full power, along with a dry comment about feeling honored to be its target. Slade ground his teeth, both in pain and frustration, aware that he could not sustain this form for long. He spread his arms and made the ground tremble as the stadium dimmed, then fell into complete blackout. Slade had absorbed the arena's light and turned it into darkness. He declared that he would end it, and then released the gathered darkness into a colossal sphere of energy nearly as large as the stadium. He compressed the sphere into both hands and aimed it at Deku, preparing to fire with all his remaining strength. The dark orb sped toward Deku. Just as it was about to connect, a circle of light appeared within the void. The entire audience, previously blinded by the blackness, heard Deku speak and then saw a small glowing orb rise through the darkness to the stadium's top. When it reached the highest point, it flared brilliantly, momentarily blinding everyone before settling. The light revealed the arena again, clearer than before. Deku had created an artificial sun. With vision restored, all eyes returned to the ring. Deku stood there, one arm extended as if holding a child back, keeping the dark energy from overtaking him. He explained, calmly and with a hint of wryness, that he regretted having to use a signature move but felt it fit the situation. His palm began to glow a soft blue while tiny orange sparks danced around it. Deku assessed Slade's attack with a smirk, calling it both weak and audacious. He announced that he would respond with the bane of his existence's signature move. A tremendous burst of light and force detonated, shattering the dark sphere and sending a shockwave that damaged a large section of the stadium. Fortunately, that area had been under construction and the workers were on break, though the damage meant they would have significantly more work ahead. When the smoke cleared, Slade lay amid the ruined partitions and collapsed walls, exhausted and defeated. Deku stepped forward, studied him for a moment, then extended his hand with a wide grin and tilted head, eyes closed in a playful, triumphant manner, offering a cordial gesture of victory. Slade tried to reach for the offered hand, managing the word subordinate before his strength failed and he slipped into unconsciousness. Deku awkwardly took Slade's finger and shook it lightly to complete the gesture. The announcer, regaining composure, declared the match winner by knockout as Josh. The crowd erupted in cheers for the newcomer who had bested one of the top prisoners with only 2 decisive moves. Deku turned and walked back to his waiting room with his hands in his pockets, eyes closed, whistling as he considered that 1 down and 4 more to go. As Josh walked back, 2 familiar figures charged toward him, anger on their faces. One of them, the blonde, demanded to know what Josh had done and accused him of cheating. Josh met the accusation with a blank look and then deliberately lied to provoke the blonde, answering that he had cheated. The blonde, named Leor, prepared to strike, but the redhead named Agnes held him back and urged him not to be foolish. Agnes reminded Leor that everyone had been checked before the tournament and that cameras and quirks monitored the event, so there was no way Josh could have cheated. Leor erupted, accusing Agnes of having no right to call him stupid and bringing up a past incident they clearly had not let go of. Agnes reacted with exasperation at how obsessed Leor still was over the old mistake. Leor countered that it was the reason they were imprisoned in the first place, while Agnes insisted that it was not the full reason. Leor mocked Agnes and repeated that a single mistake could not explain everything, then recounted their botched deal. They were supposed to meet a client with product for a deal, but Agnes had shown up with cooking pots instead of the expected goods. Agnes protested, insisting it was not his fault. Agnes erupted that he had no way of knowing the other meant weed and demanded why the word had not simply been used. Leor snapped back that the last time he had said that, his friend had shown up with seaweed, and he wondered if the other was being purposely obtuse. The narrator felt exasperated at the bickering. He summarized them in his head: an emo, a JRK, and an idiot. Instead of the 3 musketeers he had the twit trio, led by the dimwit duo in front of him. The arguments subsided and Leor turned his attention back to the narrator. Leor warned that it did not matter if the narrator had cheated. He intended to avenge Slade by beating him in the ring and warned not to underestimate him, claiming to be far stronger than Slade. The narrator could tell at a glance that Leor was leagues above Slade in many ways. There were no mincing words about why the prison top 5 held their ranks. Agnes, the redhead, smirked and declared he had hoped to take the narrator down himself but would let his brother have the honor. The narrator raised an eyebrow and asked if they were brothers. Leor answered with an annoyed look that they were unfortunate twins. Agnes bragged that he should be proud to have been born on the same glorious day, and the 2 launched into a rapid argument about who had been born first. The narrator inwardly wished not to have been born at all. The narrator stepped in to stop their squabble and made it clear he did not plan on losing to Slade's buddies. He told them they would fall just as Slade had, and when they did they would join his army. Agnes refused at first, and the narrator proposed to make it interesting. He bet they would accept if he could beat both of them without moving from his spot. Leor and Agnes exchanged looks, then agreed to the deal. Conditions about who would get the loser as a subordinate triggered another round of bickering, and the narrator quietly slipped away so they could not drag him into it. He thought they certainly had character. The first round ended and all winners advanced to the second round. That included Deku and his next opponent, Leor. Deku expected he would face all of the prison top 5 eventually, which suited him fine. The top 2 received free entry into later stages, which Deku considered unfair but did not care about. Walking toward the arena for his second match of the day, Deku focused on one thought: he was there to prove a point, not to enjoy a fair fight, and he had no qualms about bulldozing his opponents to do it. Leor stood in the ring, smirking and looking down at Deku. Leor mocked the arena's lighting, saying it reminded him of home. Deku thought that if Leor's quirk was as bad as his insult, he would soon be headed there. Leor flipped Deku off and proclaimed that trash like him did not get to speak that way, arrogantly insisting he was a god. Deku raised an eyebrow, briefly wondering if Leor was really that full of himself, then dismissed it. The announcer checked the competitors and signaled the start. Leor instructed Deku not to move, then charged at light speed with a kick aimed where Deku had been standing. When Lior felt no contact and passed through the space, he became disoriented and did not notice a nearby pole ahead. He misjudged the motion, collided awkwardly with the pole, and slid to the ground in obvious pain. The stadium fell quiet at the mishap until Agnes, high in the stands, burst into loud, remorseless laughter, clutching his stomach as he rolled. Deku debated whether to laugh himself but ultimately felt relieved it had not been him. Deku explained that he could not move from his spot, scratching the back of his head. Lior managed to crawl back to the ring, gripping the edge as he pulled himself up. His face darkened with intense determination. The ring trembled as a bright yellow aura formed around him. Light surged up his hair and cloaked him in a radiant armor. Even his eyes flickered with that same brilliant color. He activated an ultimate technique called Elemental Form Apollo. Deku felt a bead of sweat form at the development and thought that the display had only served to anger Lior further. Lior then introduced his quirk, Heavenly Light, his voice carrying an even, emotionless tone as the aura continued to glow. Lior declared that he could emit, control, and become light. Deku wondered aloud that this made him the exact opposite of Slade. Lior confirmed that the light would always overtake the darkness and offered to demonstrate. In an instant, Lior summoned a giant sword of light. Simply holding it caused the ground beside him to fracture into shimmering particles that he absorbed. He lunged at Deku at incredible speed, appearing in front of him and swinging the blade with the intention of cutting him down. Deku stopped the blade between his pinky and thumb. Lior froze in disbelief. In his ultimate form and launching one of his strongest attacks, he could not move the sword from Deku's grip. Even when he tried to pry it free, the weapon refused to shift. Deku met Lior's gaze and asked what Lior's godhood meant in comparison to him. Lior's anger flared, but before he could respond, a powerful strike connected with his stomach. He staggered back, his blade dissipated, and he dropped to his knees, gagging and struggling to steady himself. He managed only to push up onto one knee. Deku closed the distance until he was just inches from Lior's face and told him to start calling him boss. Lior gathered his light to maximum, growing so bright that everyone nearby was momentarily blinded. He absorbed every scrap of light he could find, including the artificial sun Deku had made for the stadium. The arena fell into shadow as Lior drew every particle of light inward. The only illumination came from the radiant figure at center ring. With his arms extended, Lior focused the gathered energy into them. Light streamed through his limbs until he brought his palms together and announced that he had little left after the earlier punch but had gathered everything he could. He unleashed it in a gigantic beam that he called Heavenly Ray. The beam surged forward, consuming whatever lay along its path and feeding on light to grow stronger. Deku watched, assessing the attack's destructive potential. Because the beam contained a portion of his own power, Deku reached out and stopped it with one hand. The torrent could not breach his grip. Deku began to close his hand, and the beam condensed and shrank until it dissipated, the light particles returning to the room. The crowd's vision returned with Deku standing calm and unfazed, arm outstretched. Deku told Lior that he was mistaken about being a god, because Deku himself was one. Exhausted and wide-eyed, Lior could barely breathe in disbelief. Deku said that he would explain everything later and called Lior his trusty subordinate. He brought his elbow back and snapped it forward with precision, releasing a shockwave that outpaced any of Lior's prior attacks and struck him in the gut, rendering him unconscious. The announcer declared that Josh was the winner, and the crowd erupted into cheers for Deku. Deku began to walk away but felt the temperature rise sharply. Although he was heat-resistant, the sudden surge indicated a powerful source. He turned to see a massive aura of flame in the stands and an angry man standing behind it. It was Agnes, and he was clearly upset. He told Deku to stay where he was. Deku sidestepped, just as Agnes traversed the distance from the stands to the ring in a fraction of a second. Agnes proved to be more formidable than his brother, but Deku remained composed. Medics and a stretcher moved in to attend to Lior, but Agnes's heat kept others at a distance. He used a rope of flame to lift Lior onto the stretcher, demonstrating precise control over the temperature and form of his fire. Deku noted internally that Agnes could manipulate both temperature and shape with his flames. Agnes threatened that Deku would not leave the ring alive, his flames intensifying and causing parts of the stadium to warp under the heat. Their power felt comparable to levels Deku had faced before. Deku remarked with a cool tone that he had assumed Agnes was hot-headed and that Agnes had taken the label literally. The announcer tried to interject about procedure, but Agnes's glare silenced him. Agnes reminded everyone that his match had already taken place and that he had reached the quarterfinals, implying he saw no reason to wait. Agnes glared at Deku and urged him to start the fight immediately, flames flaring around him. The announcer hesitated to refuse, but Deku calmly told him it was fine and that a master's role was to de-escalate his subordinates. Agnes answered with a harder glare and poured everything into his flames, forming an aura that covered him from head to toe. He screamed and pushed his power as far as he could, summoning heat that boiled into magma across the ring. Deku responded by shaping his own heat into a barrier that sealed the magma away, proving his flames were even hotter. Agnes's anger intensified. His hair and clothes seemed to warp into living fire as he further evolved into a master of flame. He announced his ultimate form as elemental form, Prometheus. The audience recoiled from the overwhelming heat, forced to shield themselves and step back. The heat made breathing difficult, but nobody could tear their eyes from the display of power. Deku watched with narrowed eyes, growing impatient with these elemental transformations and resolving that they needed refinement through proper training. Agnes reminded Deku that their agreement had been to stand still and taunted him, then unleashed a torrent of fire that swept across the arena, picking up magma and becoming a raging firestorm headed straight for Deku. Deku raised an arm and created a ring of heat that nullified the onslaught. Agnes had expected a defense and was instantly in front of Deku with a gigantic flaming fist. Deku caught the fist with steady composure and countered with a swift, precise punch. Agnes dissipated the fire around his fist and sidestepped, leaving Deku with nothing to grab. Before Agnes could recover, another fist arrived at the exact spot he'd moved to. Deku had followed through with a second strike that landed cleanly and sent Agnes crashing into the ground, cracking the surface and scattering the magma. Agnes staggered with a fresh mark across his cheek and looked dazed as he landed. Deku acknowledged the dodge with cool respect, then lifted his leg as if to finish the fight, but thought it still would not be enough. He stomped the ground, forcing Agnes to leap back and avoid being crushed by the shockwave. Breathing hard, Agnes gathered all his remaining power. He channeled the surrounding magma and his inner flame into his palm, forming a compact sphere of blue-white fire. He announced the attack as his ultimate move, Hell's Gate, and launched it toward Deku. The blast sent waves of heat through the stands and left the crowd shaken. Deku watched the approach with a wry expression and admitted respect for the intensity of Agnes's flames. He then introduced one of his newer techniques and released a pale blue energy across the arena. The blue energy spread along the ground, absorbing the magma and flames and arresting the flaming sphere mere inches from Deku. Agnes recoiled, confused, as the blue energy rose and filled the arena like a towering column of luminous heat. It neutralized the fire and magma, leaving the spectators shocked but unharmed. When the energy subsided, Agnes stood dazed, his clothes singed and his posture broken. He sank to his knees in defeat and lost consciousness. Deku watched with narrowed eyes for a moment, then turned his attention to the frightened crowd. Deku raised his hand, formed a gigantic ball of energy, and launched it toward the crowd. The audience tried to get away but could not. The energy struck with a bright flash that hung in the air for a moment before fading. When the light subsided, the spectators blinked and, to their surprise, found themselves unharmed and feeling better than ever. They looked down at their bodies and discovered that all wounds had vanished. Deku turned to the fallen Agnes, stared at his open hand for a second, then closed it into a fist and declared that he had won. The crowd cheered at the spectacular display and the knowledge that they would live to tell the tale. Deku walked over to Agnes, channeled energy to heal him, and then picked him up and tossed him over his shoulder. Deku welcomed Agnes to the team with a small smirk as he carried him toward the waiting rooms and infirmary to check on the others. Josh sat in the infirmary on a chair, arms crossed and eyes closed, waiting for the three troublemakers to wake. He had given them enough energy to wake fully healed. He counted down in his head. As soon as the moment passed, all three sat up at the same time and screamed loudly, which annoyed him. Josh covered his ears and kept his eyes shut while the trio took in their surroundings. The emo looked at his bandages and asked where he was. The blonde asked what had happened while looking equally bewildered. The hothead taunted his older twin, calling him weak, and immediately launched into a back and forth with the blonde about who was the bigger loser, trading childish insults and one low blow about bandages that set the twins off. The emo sighed and asked them to stop, visibly exasperated. Josh cut them off. He opened his eyes, let his hair flash black and silver to assert his presence, and told them that they had all lost, which meant they were now his subordinates. Slade muttered that he did not care. Leor insisted stubbornly that a god such as himself would never accept a superior, but Josh grabbed Leor by the face, lifted him briefly with a deceptively innocent smile, and pointed out that gods could be open to change. Josh let him go. Agnes grumbled that if he beat Josh one day, he would not become a subordinate, but Josh took the statement as a grudging pledge of loyalty. Josh told them that now that they were his subjects they had to follow his orders and that he wanted information on the top two, Amanda and King. Leor and Agnes exchanged surprised looks and questioned Josh's motives, asking what he wanted to know about Amanda and King. Josh explained that some of them had been uncooperative about providing information in the past, so now that they were together he was going to get as much as possible. He flicked Slade on the forehead as he walked to his bed and the blonde glared and grumbled. Agnes began by describing Amanda's quirk. He explained that her power, called water creation, let her produce water from almost anything: rock, air, even dirt. Her ability was so strong that she had a second form called Amphitrite. Leor added that Amanda's form was innate rather than trained, and because it came naturally, it made her far stronger than the others. In that form, she could overwhelm Slade's darkness, counter Leor's light, and extinguish Agnes's flame matchups that were just poor fits for the twins' abilities. Josh reacted with surprise and asked how King could be ranked above someone so powerful. Agnes answered that Amanda and King shared some history. Whatever it was, it kept her obedient to King. Amanda was always afraid to go against him. A brief memory came to Josh of Amanda mentioning that she entered from time to time but never stayed, which fit with the idea that she avoided confrontation. The pattern made sense. Amanda's fear of King was unusually strong, almost unnatural, and Josh suspected it had something to do with King's power. He asked what King's quirk was, but both twins admitted they did not fully understand it and that whatever King had made him unbeatable against them. Slade had been listening the whole time and had been nodding along, indicating he knew this information already but had not shared it before. Josh considered the new details, then stood and told them that the meeting was over. He left the infirmary to move on to the next step in his plan. He thanked them for their cooperation and began toward the door to prepare for the next match. Agnes asked where he was going. Deku replied that he needed answers and planned to go straight to the source, and he opened the door intending to get Amanda to tell him about her relationship with King. Slade warned him that no one had ever been able to get her to talk, and Deku answered that this was precisely why he was going. His goal was to do what no one else had done. With that, he left the infirmary and headed toward the waiting rooms. So, Amanda, what was her story? The arena had been rebuilt with the help of a few repair quirks, and it was time for the semifinals. The matchup of the day was Deku versus Amanda. Deku walked toward the ring with his goal in mind. The newly rebuilt arena looked stronger and sturdier than before. Across the ring, Amanda regarded him with a confident, teasing smile and complimented his appearance, clearly in high spirits about being in the ring with him. Deku felt awkward as he entered. Amanda teased him playfully about being a pair, and Deku corrected that they were not together. She persisted in good-natured banter, but Deku quickly realized he was getting nowhere and sighed inwardly as she noticed his discomfort. The announcer observed the two fighters and signaled to begin. The crowd erupted, cheering in anticipation of the bout between the number 2 in the prison and the powerful newcomer. Deku announced that he had a proposal. Amanda mistook it for an invitation to join his group and accepted enthusiastically, but Deku clarified that it was something else. Amanda asked what he meant, and Deku replied seriously and carefully that he wanted her to tell him everything about her history with King. Amanda immediately dropped her playful demeanor and went on guard, adopting a fighting stance with a fearful expression. She refused, clearly frightened. Deku recognized that same fear he had noticed before and felt certain that learning her past would reveal the truth he sought. He steeled himself and made it clear he would accomplish his goal. Amanda shouted no and summoned hundreds of swords made of water, each more powerful than the last. She launched them at Deku. He dodged them and sprinted toward her. He leapt for a punch, but Amanda blocked with a water shield. The shield shattered and she was pushed back, yet she landed on her feet without falling. She sprouted water wings to take flight, formed multiple arrows of water, and fired them at him. The arrows were swift and powerful, but Deku avoided them and closed the distance in a blur. In an instant he moved behind her and struck with a rapid combination of blows. Amanda staggered and her expression shifted to unfocused shock. She dropped to the ground, breathing hard. Deku approached while she panted and asked again for her to tell him what had happened. Amanda muttered that she could not. Her hair flashed blue and she cried quietly before unleashing a massive water blade at him. He leapt aside, and they split apart. Amanda then formed several compact cyclones in her hands and sent them his way, her hair now fully blue. Deku raised his forearms to block the spinning water attacks. The blades within the tornadoes were fierce, but he managed to disperse them and surged forward. Amanda launched blade after blade, but Deku evaded the first two and shattered the third with force. He closed in until they were almost face to face, then struck with a powerful elbow to her midsection, sending her staggering and showing clear signs of injury. He followed with a swift spinning kick that drove her down and pinned her to the ground, placing his left foot on her back. Deku reassured her that he would not kill her if she told him about King, explaining that he needed to know and could not ignore a subordinate's problems. Amanda refused again, whispering at first and then shouting a final, panicked no. Her denial detonated into a surge of water that knocked Deku back. He landed on his feet and took in the sudden change. Amanda's blue hair rose and rippled with energy, taking on a wavy, light blue sheen. Water shaped itself into armor over her clothes, and her eyes turned a fierce dark blue. Her elemental form had evolved. She now emitted levels of energy she had not displayed before, powerful and unfamiliar. However, she could hardly tell anymore because everything was going haywire. The only thought in her mind was to destroy Deku and end the fight. She felt like she had to. She raised her arms and water began to form into two dragons. Like her elemental counterparts, she poured all her energy and the moisture around her into them until they became gigantic. The air grew dry as Amanda drew moisture from the arena. She looked drained and gaunt, likely an effect of her quirk, but she ignored it and continued fueling the attack until she had given all she could. Amanda announced her ultimate move, Twin Water Dragons, and launched the two massive beasts at Deku. The dragons were so huge there was nowhere to run. Deku planted himself and faced them, crossing his arms in an X and taking the full force of the attack to keep the stadium and the prison above from being destroyed. Amanda pushed herself harder, using everything she had to strengthen the dragons, even risking her own life force to make them powerful enough to stop Deku. Deku noticed and realized Amanda was harming herself far faster than she could push him back. Deku closed his eyes and grunted while holding the dragons. He warned the king that he did not know what had been done to Amanda but that he was coming for him. When he opened his eyes, they shone silver, and in an instant the water dissipated as if it had never been there. Amanda watched in disbelief, severely drained and barely standing. A hand appeared in front of her face, ready to strike. She looked up and saw Deku surrounded by a shimmering aura of blue, white, and purple heat. His eyes were cold silver, and his dark hair caught silvery highlights. Deku had ascended to level 2, Ultra Instinct Omen. This form was unlike the level 2 he had shown before. It pulsed with far greater power. Everyone in the arena felt the shift in the air. They could sense how outmatched they were just being in his presence, and yet none of them had seen his full strength. Amanda stood in awe. Before she could react, Deku gripped the side of her head. She tried to pry his arm away, but he did not move. His glare made it clear he meant business. Her arms fell limply to her sides, and after a moment Deku released her and let his aura fade back to normal. Deku announced that he was finished. Amanda blinked, confused, but then felt warmth and energy returning as her body recovered. Deku explained that he had erased the curse that had been placed on her mind, saying he had burned it out from the inside. Amanda, disoriented, struggled to form words. Deku shrugged and offered a casual remark about being who he was. He added that he had given her energy to help her heal and reached out his hand. Amanda smiled, genuinely this time, and accepted his offered hand, agreeing to be his subordinate. The announcer proclaimed that Josh had won again, and the crowd erupted. Deku walked toward the waiting rooms with Amanda following, ready to support her. Later, sitting in the waiting room, Deku asked Amanda about her past. She was willing to share. Amanda explained that she had been born in America to Japanese parents who had named her Amanda so she would fit in. It had mostly worked, but children could be cruel. She had been teased. When her quirk first manifested, she gained popularity, but there was another side to it she did not understand then. That second side would surface if she lost control of her emotions, and the other kids grew fearful. They shunned her and called her cruel names. The bullying became unbearable, and her parents moved, but that turned out to be a worse mistake because it was then that she met. Deku asked if she meant Walter, and Amanda corrected herself, saying she meant the king. Deku confirmed that the king's real name was Walter. Amanda said yes. Deku tried to hide a laugh and urged her to continue, and she did. When Amanda met Walter, he had seemed kind and gentle, like many who first appear trustworthy. Over time he changed. She found herself spending more time with him and doing things for him out of fear of what would happen if she refused. She began to offer him constant support and comfort, performing small acts of care and affection to keep the peace. She cooked for him, cleaned for him, handled both his work and her own. She did everything she possibly could for him, even when she did not want to. She had been forced into humiliating situations by Walter. She eventually moved to Japan to escape him, but he found her. Amanda told Deku everything she could remember about Walter's manipulation and how he had isolated her from the others when he discovered her in Japan. She explained that she and the others had formed a group called the Element Four because of their similar quirks, and that Walter had separated her from them and coerced her into crimes so horrific she refused to speak of them. She added that the other members had been imprisoned on false accusations engineered by Walter. Deku listened, absorbing every word, and his face grew harder by the minute. He made a quiet observation that whatever quirk Walter possessed was being used for terrible ends and that such power did not deserve to be misused. Amanda, noticing Deku's reaction, asked him if anything was wrong with concern. Deku dismissed her with a brief motion of his hand, saying it felt like a familiar situation. After thinking for a moment, Deku thanked Amanda and rose to leave. Amanda called after him, asking what he planned to do. Deku told her plainly that he intended to kill Walter, speaking with a certainty that startled her. Amanda protested and urged him not to kill him. She admitted she had no objection to Walter suffering for what he had done, but warned that his quirk must be powerful and that killing someone valuable might not be wise. Deku closed his eyes, stroked his chin, and then conceded that she might be right. He left the room with a determined glare and walked toward the arena. Deku entered the ring with his hands in his pockets and a steady, emotionless stare fixed on the large figure before him, King. He had resolved that the time had come to stop King and, through him, the man pulling his strings. King stood with dark hair blowing and a smug expression. Deku suspected he was acting on orders from someone outside the arena. King introduced himself with a taunting remark that revealed he knew Deku's name. Deku responded by acknowledging Walter instead, implying he knew where the orders had come from. The announcer began to speak to signal the start of the final match, but Deku cut the formalities short and made it clear he wanted no games. The signal dropped and the battle began. Deku transformed into Ultra Instinct Omen and closed the distance in a blur. He struck King with a series of powerful, precise blows that sent King reeling across the floor. The attacks were fierce and relentless, driving King back and slamming him into the ground. Deku followed up with rapid movements and a concerted assault that left King struggling to rise, mocking him for his helplessness. King tried to speak through the pain, but Deku dismissed the attempt as meaningless and prepared a concentrated energy attack, indicating he planned to end the fight. In the instant before he released the blast, Deku hesitated. He pulled back and did not fire, stunned by his own moment of restraint. A confused question ran through his mind about why he had held back, whether fear or something else had stopped him. King used the pause to his advantage, springing to his feet and launching a furious counterattack. He moved with incredible speed, landing blows Deku dodged at first but then allowing one solid hit to connect. Each of King's punches hit like a heavy impact, driving Deku across the arena until one final powerful strike sent him crashing into the wall. Deku lay still, and King laughed loudly, taunting and ridiculing him for being defeated by someone he regarded as a low-level criminal. King mocked Izuku Midoriya, ridiculing the idea that a celebrated hero could be brought low in this way. During his monologue, King briefly opened his eyes in a way that suggested something had shifted inside him. King thought he had seen victory, but he actually saw Izuku standing in front of him as if nothing had happened. King stumbled back in shock, his voice breaking as he tried to form a response. Izuku's pupils were pinpoints, a clear sign of how angry he was. He stared at King with a hard, almost crazed expression. King looked visibly shaken. Izuku transformed into Ultra Instinct Omen, his face still fierce. He gathered a sphere of energy and aimed it at King. For a moment he felt a hesitation, but his power surged forward and the attack struck with overwhelming force. The blast was so large that the careful repairs and reinforcements around them were rendered irrelevant, the energy sweeping away any traces of the work that had been done. When the smoke cleared, King lay on the ground with his coat singed and unconscious. Still unsatisfied, Izuku struck King several times, forcing him to come to. When King stirred and looked up in fear, Izuku made it clear that he wanted answers and demanded an explanation. King, frightened, quickly agreed to talk. He explained that his quirk was called fear. He could manipulate fear in others and use it in many ways: to control people, to amplify existing anxieties, to create fear-based attacks, and even to convert fear into a form of healing for himself. He said that when he disrupted someone's emotional state, their ability to use their own powers could be affected. Izuku found it hard to believe such a quirk could be so powerful, but King confirmed that what Izuku had felt earlier, his reluctance to fight and the pain he experienced, had been the result of fear manipulation. King said his quirk could make a person too afraid to use their power against him. King then told the story of his past. As a child he had been fearful of many things, and when his quirk manifested it seemed to fit that pattern. He had been shunned and mocked, and his life had been miserable until Amanda arrived. She was kind and befriended him, and at first their time together felt genuine. Time, however, his emotions grew harder to control, and with that loss of emotional control came a loss of control over his quirk. Without realizing it at first, he had used his ability to bind Amanda to him in ways he now regretted. He admitted he had done things out of desperation for her attention that he was ashamed of. When Amanda moved to Japan, King was devastated but resolved to get better. He trained to master his quirk and his emotions, then traveled to Japan hoping to apologize and start anew. He found her with friends, but before he could approach he was ambushed and dragged into an alley. Surrounded by villains, he was threatened by a man who introduced himself as All for One. King said All for One claimed to know about him and his quirk through a vast network and threatened to harm Amanda and King's family if he did not obey. King tried to fight back, but he discovered the villains had placed quirk-canceling restraints on him. With no other choice, he followed All for One's orders, which included separating Amanda from her friends and forcing her into crimes that eventually led to her being in custody. All for One also had King fabricate accusations against Amanda's friends and arrange evidence to implicate Izuku. Izuku narrowed his eyes as realization settled in. He had suspected All for One's involvement from the beginning, and King's confession confirmed it. Izuku understood this place had been used as a staging ground for people All for One found useful or troublesome. After hearing everything, Izuku reached out his hand to King and indicated that he judged him to be acceptable for now. King, still shaking, accepted the gesture. "I told him he was not that bad after all," albeit a little weird and creepy, and he looked down dejectedly. I added that Amanda was the one he should be seeking validation from, not me. Someone assured him he would have plenty of time to make it up to her within my army. The announcer then declared Josh the winner of the prison tournament, and the crowd erupted in loud cheers at the sight of someone other than King taking the prize. Slade, Lior, Agnes, and Amanda stepped forward, clapping as they congratulated their new boss. Amanda glanced at King. He turned his face away, avoiding her eyes. It was the first time in years they had seen each other without the other's influence pressing down on the moment. Amanda smiled and told Walter he looked better as a crybaby. King looked up at her with a sudden hopeful expression, about to smile, when someone delivered a swift, comic-style strike to his midsection. He crumpled to the floor, clutching himself and wincing in exaggerated pain as tears sprang to his eyes. Amanda smiled with her eyes closed and said he was better that way. Slade felt awkward at the scene. Lior warned that he would not want King's current state. The narrator nodded in agreement. Agnes laughed and made a teasing comment that set his brother yelling in response. I stood back and took it all in. These 5 idiots had become my top subordinates. They were an emo, a JRK, an idiot, a flirt, and a crybaby. I was truly living the dream. I walked up to the announcer, took the microphone, and addressed my new subordinates and the members of prison. I declared that everyone present had witnessed a new dawn. The era of King was over and a new era had begun, led by me. I explained that my name did not matter for now and that what mattered was recognizing me as their leader. Someone made a joke, and I adjusted my phrasing. I promised to lead them to victory and announced a 2-month training PRD starting the next day, during which every prisoner would be trained by me to become strong. The crowd smiled and cheered at the announcement. I repeated that I was their leader and instructed them to call me Deku. I woke up that morning with revolution on my mind. Changes needed to be made, and I intended to make them. I took care of the necessary morning routine showering, brushing, moisturizing because today was an important day. Today was the day of the meeting. 2 months had passed since everything went down, and it had been a long time coming. Everything we had worked for, everything I had fought for, felt like it was for the greater good. I left my place and went to the meeting spot, certain the people I had invited would be there. I would have tracked down and dragged anyone who did not show. As expected, they were all there. Bakugo sassily remarked that it had taken me long enough and that he had been beginning to think I would not show. I retorted rhetorically that I had called the meeting, asking why I would not be present, and warned him to think before he spoke, suggesting his brain might be slightly fried. Bakugo erupted at the comment, ready to lash out as if he could set the place ablaze with his temper. Ochako quickly urged everyone to relax and reminded them they did not need a fight. That was not the purpose of the gathering. Todoroki agreed tersely that there were better things to do with their time. Bakugo accused him of being full of himself, and Todoroki shot back that at least he was not full of lighter fluid. Bakugo smirked and threatened to change that. An authoritative voice cut through the bickering, and both Bakugo and Todoroki fell silent, glaring for a moment. Todoroki sighed and dismissed the squabble as not worth his time. Bakugo squared his shoulders, but before he could push the argument further, I stepped in and demanded calm. I reminded them of the reason they were there and told them not to make me repeat myself. Bakugo calmed slightly and redirected his focus to the matter at hand. Someone observed that 2 months had already passed. There was a mutual, heavy understanding around the room. It had felt much longer to all of us. For me, it had felt like decades, but I kept that weakness to myself. Ochako thought back over the situation with a heavy heart. She insisted to Todoroki that of course he had not done it, but acknowledged that the fact of what had happened could not be changed. Bakugo reported that he had already checked and that the person in question was not at Tartarus, and everyone wondered where he could be. Ida suggested that the subject could take care of himself physically, but wondered about the emotional and mental impact of recent events. Momo agreed that while physical harm was unlikely, the emotional toll might have been damaging. Kirishima added that Midoriya was strong in both body and mind, but the concern remained. Ochako admitted aloud that her exact fear was that Deku was too strong. The room turned to her as she held her ground, frowning slightly. She could not accept the idea that he had simply surrendered. He was too resilient for that. The worry in the room settled into a quiet determination to find him and to help him recover if he needed it. She thought he had shut off all emotion, that he might have become almost emotionless. Bakugo rolled his eyes and accused her of babbling. She insisted that he had changed, glaring at Bakugo. He snapped back that she had not seen him in 2 months. She reminded them of the look in his eyes the last time they met and insisted something was wrong. Todoroki sighed and said it would be understandable if his mother had been killed before his eyes. Momo asked whether she was dead, and Ida answered that they had checked on her. He noted that the boy did not know that. She argued that he did, that he was fully aware. Bakugo challenged her certainty, and she said she liked to think she knew her boyfriend. Bakugo scoffed that 2 months of silence made that wishful thinking. He listed possible scenarios they needed to be prepared for. The boy could be an emotional wreck bent on revenge, he could have given up on heroism or villainy, or he might have lost all feeling and light. She rubbed her face and agreed inwardly, then felt a surge of intense anger and imagined confronting him in a dramatic, furious way before regaining control. Kirishima called for focus, which snapped her back. She looked at him and saw his tears. The situation was clearly hard on him. When she took in the group, she noticed a common thread. They all looked broken. Todoroki's hair was shaggy and his eyes shadowed. Bakugo's hair had lost some of its spike and stress showed on his face. Ida's hair was uncombed and his glasses were askew. Momo still looked put together, but even she seemed a bit worn. She examined herself and realized she was a wreck too, her hair unkempt, nails untrimmed, clothes shabby, eyes hollow from sleeplessness. The past 2 months had been brutal. She apologized to Kirishima in a flat tone and observed that life without UA had taken a toll on all of them. She remembered, with a chill, that they had all officially left UA 2 months ago. 2 months earlier, the video call had ended and the room fell silent. She sat frozen, replaying every possibility, and reached a single furious conclusion. Someone else had started to speak at the same time and Bakugo's annoyed retort broke her train of thought. They snapped insults back and forth. She called him an explosive porcupine. He mocked her in return. They bumped heads and glared, both tense, while the rest of the group watched in a silence that felt heavy and awkward. She tried to rally everyone by asking what they were going to do to get their friend out of prison. No one answered. She insisted that life without parole was absurd and that they had to get him out. The silence remained until Principal Nizu and All Might stepped forward and delivered a crushing verdict. They were not getting him back. Nizu stated that he would remain in prison. She exploded in disbelief, railing that he was their strongest asset and they could not simply leave him on a phony charge. Nizu replied, cold and firm, that the law had been broken and they could not forgive him. Bakugo shouted that the video evidence was fake, but Nizu countered that they did not know that for certain. All Might intervened, saying that he knew more than the students and should be respected. She reacted with stunned outrage, accusing All Might of turning his back on his pupil. All Might declared that she was his pupil, not the other student, and that this situation was, for once, Gran Torino's problem rather than his. Everyone stood there, stunned and divided, the hope they had clung to slipping away as authority closed ranks against them. Nizu began by saying that they could not afford to take Izuku back in his present state. Ochako asked in a low, dangerous tone whether Nizu was calling him feral. Nizu replied that he would say what he wanted and that his decision stood. Bakugo started to flare up, sparks dancing around his hands as he ground his teeth. Nizu then addressed Bakugo by name and stated that Izuku had killed someone. Nizu continued, explaining that whether villain or not, Izuku had taken a life and suffered consequences. He said they were in no position to interfere and that he would not jeopardize the school's reputation by advocating for a criminal. He described the volume of calls, emails, and reports they received because Izuku had been part of the school, and admitted he had ignored orders and bribes to expel, imprison, or even eliminate him while believing Izuku had once been a hero fighting for the right cause. But Nizu insisted Izuku had crossed a line when he took a life, and that story could be twisted to claim he had no control over his quirk. Ochako burst out that this was nonsense. tears springing to her eyes as she protested that Izuku had the most control over his quirk of anyone she had ever seen. She reminded them that he had always saved people with a smile, that he had always been the greatest and the strongest, and that he was her hero. She insisted there was no way he should be locked up like this. Nizu's phone began to ring, and he answered. After listening briefly, he put the call on speaker and asked the caller to repeat the report. The caller informed them that the student known as Izuku Midoriya had escaped custody and could not be located. The caller added that when they tried to track him down, all they found was a massive crater where the courtroom used to be, a location that was not on their records and far from Tartarus. The caller said the site was gone and everyone who had been inside was unaccounted for. Nizu asked if Izuku had caused those deaths, and the caller replied that it seemed likely. Nizu lowered the phone without breaking eye contact and dismissed the call. He then turned and left the room with All Might following in tow, announcing that the boy was not welcome on campus and would be treated as a villain if he ever appeared there. The other teachers filed out as well, and even Aizawa departed without voicing much opposition. Class 1A was left alone in the room. Ochako looked across at her classmates and saw the same expressions the teachers had worn when they branded Izuku a villain and banned him from his dream school. The realization hit her that the teachers had turned against him, and now many of her classmates had too. She glanced at Tsu, hoping her best friend would take her side, but Tsu cut her off with tears and ran away without a real response. Mina and Hagakure looked the same. Jiro appeared upset and not on her side, and the others avoided her eyes before walking away. The class had split. Ochako turned to Bakugo with a mixture of sorrow and anger, surprised at how they had ended up side by side in this. Bakugo, however, was staring ahead. When Ochako followed his gaze, she found 4 classmates who had stayed with them. Todoroki stepped forward and declared that Izuku had saved him from a darker path and that he owed him a debt. Momo stepped forward as well, saying Izuku had helped her grow more confident and pushed her to improve her quirk. Ida offered a small smile and affirmed that as vice class representative he would stand behind Ochako and the class representative. He vowed they would get to the bottom of what had happened together. Kirishima lowered his head and apologized for how he had acted on the video during the trial, explaining he had not wanted to tip off the authorities and had not understood the situation, but he stood with them now. Bakugo cracked his knuckles and, in a rough tone, admitted that this was not the group he would have expected to side with but that he didn't care. He suggested they should split up. When Momo asked what he meant, Bakugo explained that the longer they stayed, the more unwelcome they would become. If Izuku was not welcome here, then neither was he. Ochako realized that if she wanted to become the strongest hero, she would have to beat him. She noted that UA was too afraid to deal with Midoriya and his power, so staying there was not in her best interest, and it was not in theirs either if they valued pride or privacy. The rest of the room looked surprised at first, then relaxed as the reality settled in. Todoroki agreed that she was right. Ida asked Bakugo what they should do exactly. Bakugo explained that they should split up, go out into the world, get stronger, fight villains, and learn more about themselves, their quirks, and their limitations through real-world combat and experience. Momo asked if they were suggesting they become vigilantes and reminded them that would be against the law. Bakugo argued that if they were caught, UA would have to explain why its students were out of the classroom and fighting villains on their own, and then UA would have to tell the authorities and the world that its strongest student had escaped custody and was on the loose. He said that was precisely why the school wanted nothing to do with Midoriya and that UA would not jeopardize itself, so they were effectively in the clear. Ochako interjected to make that point clear. With the idea on the table, it began to appeal to everyone. They considered it for a moment, then looked at each other and nodded. Todoroki asked what the time frame would be. Ochako answered that they would meet back up in 2 months. Todoroki asked if that was a deal. They all nodded and agreed in unison. 2 months later, the group gathered again. Bakugo said that leaving had been necessary and described the school as effectively a no Midoriya zone. Ochako grumbled as she looked at the ground, wondering why the school treated Midoriya that way and why no one seemed to see how amazing he was. Momo placed a hand on Ochako's shoulder and gently suggested that Ochako might be biased and that she needed to consider how the others felt. Todoroki agreed, explaining that while Ochako might see Midoriya as a hero and a good person, many classmates did not view him as a friend. Ochako raised an eyebrow and turned her full attention to Todoroki, asking him to explain. Todoroki said that Midoriya had never made much of an effort to befriend his classmates and that he had always been stronger than the teachers, which bruised their pride. He explained that training for years only to be outmatched by a student with a fortunate quirk, no matter how hard Midoriya had worked, felt like luck rather than effort to them, and the fact that he was stronger made them uncomfortable. He added that the classmates were even farther behind in strength, and the only thing worse than feeling weak was constantly being reminded of it. Ochako reacted with frustrated disbelief that such pettiness could turn people away from supporting a classmate. Todoroki confirmed that they also did not see Midoriya as a friend. Ochako realized she had never considered it that way and could not recall a single moment when Midoriya had interacted with or befriended anyone besides the people present now. It explained why Midoriya did not seem close to his classmates. Ochako face-bombed at the realization and muttered to herself about falling for someone she now considered arrogant. She then tried to find some positivity and asked about the speech they gave when they became class reps. Ida reminded them why they had been elected. The class had been too afraid to oppose Midoriya, so they had voted him as class rep and appointed Ochako as vice class rep. Ida added that in his speech Midoriya had explained in detail why everyone was weak and why he was strong, urging them to catch up. Momo interrupted to note that Midoriya had knocked the entire class out in seconds using only 15% of his power. Todoroki added that Midoriya had taken much of the credit for defeating the League of Villains at the USJ, which had made others feel irrelevant. Ida continued that Midoriya had essentially won the sports festival by himself, defeating every classmate. Kirishima mentioned that Midoriya had defeated the class' strongest fighters with little effort and even faced handicaps, and in some cases he had not even been tested during the final exams. Bakugo exploded with frustration, reciting more slights. Military-grade equipment had failed to harm Midoriya, an incident with a bus at the training camp had shown how durable he was, and he had handled every villain at that camp in a way that left other heroes feeling useless. Bakugo admitted that if he were a side character treated like that, he would hate Midoriya too, then angrily asked if that meant he was a side character himself. The crowd of complaints made it clear that, to them, Midoriya had become an overconfident figure who often stole glory and made others feel useless. Ochako acknowledged that, grudgingly admitting some of it was true, but she still found him attractive and tried to push the thought away. She lowered her head in defeat, struggling to find hope in a situation that felt hopeless. Tako argued that, despite their grievances, Midoriya did not deserve such unfair treatment just because people disliked him, and she called that childish. Bakugo, who had spent the past 2 months traveling and reflecting, offered a more measured view. He said that many major problems in the world were driven by the same childish behavior, people unable to let go of things they knew they should, and that human nature ensured those problems kept happening. Ochako absorbed this and noticed how much her friends had changed and matured in a short time, some more than others. Finally, Ochako sighed and decided it was time to return to UA. She told the others she wanted to go back. They nodded and prepared to follow. Ochako closed her eyes and took a deep breath, filling her body with resolve. Ochako opened her eyes and the ground beneath her cracked. Everyone around narrowed their eyebrows and braced themselves as gravity shifted. She launched into the air with a sonic boom. The blast of wind pushed at the group, but they only smiled and followed her. Bakugo propelled himself with explosions. Ida kept pace using his legs without engaging his reciprocal burst. Kirishima moved quickly by hardening and using thicker surfaces to push off. Todoroki froze the air beneath his feet as if running on it, and Momo unfolded a glider that flew alongside them. Ochako marveled at how Momo had learned to make it and smiled as they flew toward Yohai. 2 months had shown growth for all of them, and she quickened her pace with the others close behind. They arrived at UA's entrance and paused, nostalgia tempered by purpose. Ochako scanned the courtyard for someone to ask about Principal Nizu. Bakugo, impatient, shouted for Nizu to come out and hurled a few insulting nicknames. The group reacted with a collective facepalm while Bakugo smirked at his own provocation. Ochako shut her eyes and rolled them in a sarcastic gesture. Nizu appeared with all might and several teachers following. Ochako raised her hands to indicate they were there to talk. Nizu replied that their conversation had ended 2 months ago. Bakugo interjected that they could start a new conversation and argued that Midoriya could not be banned when he had not committed the crimes he was accused of. Nizu responded that Midoriya had destroyed a courthouse and escaped federal custody, which made him a criminal. Momo cleared her throat and reported that her family had found no records of Midoriya being detained, tried, or charged. All Might listened while deflecting the glares from Ochako and Bakugo. Momo proposed that either the trial and participants had been simulations or the courthouse and case had been manufactured a setup. Nizu challenged what proving the case false would accomplish. Todoroki explained that Momo was suggesting someone had orchestrated events deliberately as part of a plan. When asked what plan, Todoroki laid out how Midoriya's immense power could make him a target. If conventional means could not neutralize him, someone might provoke him into using excessive force. Villains could be sent to bait him, loved ones could be threatened, and a staged confrontation could be used to make him appear culpable. He could be taken to an unknown detention and an unknown courthouse with an assembled judge and jury. The teachers absorbed the implication. All Might felt a familiar, painful sting at the thought of such a manipulative strategy. Todoroki continued that fabricated footage could be produced to show Midoriya attacking others, even his own mother, further destabilizing him and pushing his emotions and power beyond control. That collapse could be used to justify extreme actions against him and to reshape public perception. Realizations spread through the faculty that they had been played. They had known the trial was fraudulent, but the public had not. To prevent wider damage and to protect the school's reputation, they had opted to remove Midoriya from public view and present it as sending him abroad to continue hero duties, an action intended to limit attention and preserve UA's standing. Todoroki reported that his research had narrowed the likely architect of such a scheme to the leader of the League of Villains. Ochako fixed her gaze on All Might as the truth landed. His arch-nemesis had engineered the deception. The realization struck All Might like a physical blow. He had been outmaneuvered and had been forced to let his greatest pupil go. The room fell silent. Ochako identified the mastermind as All for One. Suddenly, the entire place went dark. The darkness felt unnatural, as if it erased the very idea of light. Bakugo exclaimed that he could not even see his hands or his own body. Momo asked what had happened. A gigantic surge of power raced toward them, the strongest any of them had ever felt, surpassing even the peak Deku had displayed during the final exams. The air grew darker as the power closed in. Then the light returned as abruptly as it had vanished, nearly blinding everyone, and they scrambled to recover their vision. After 2 months, someone had returned. The teachers felt dread, while the students reacted with a mix of shock and, in Ochako's case, fragile hope. When they cleared their eyes, they saw a man dressed in dark clothing with dark hair who had clearly been the source of the strange darkness. The most alarming fact was that he was stronger than Deku, and by appearances it was not close. Ochako barely managed to voice her surprise as she stared wide-eyed at the newcomer. The man smirked and said that he would handle the talking from then on. He introduced himself as Slade and explained that he worked for an organization called Celestial Dragon, formed 2 months ago under a new leader. He declared that he had come to declare war. The announcement of war left everyone stunned. Thunder rolled as if punctuating the warning, and the sense that an army of dangerous warriors could arrive at any moment settled over them. Ochako tried to reason with him, but Slade interrupted and insisted that he could and would carry out his plans. He warned them that they had been given notice before he turned to leave. Bakugo yelled for him to stop and demanded answers with his usual ferocity. Slade looked back and watched Bakugo, noting the trembling hands and shallow breaths that betrayed his fear. Despite that, Bakugo stood his ground. Slade respected the stance and continued to speak, laughing at Bakugo's bravado and calling him amusing. Bakugo, taken aback, briefly ceased preparing his explosive response. Calmed and explained that he was the 5th ranking officer of Celestial Dragon, the weakest among them, and that his name was Slade. Bakugo and the others were overwhelmed by the implication. If the 5th ranked officer was already so powerful, there were 4 others more formidable than him, and a leader above them all. Slade added that their leader might be known to them, a figure who used to frequent these parts. He revealed the leader's name as Izuku Midoriya, and then he departed, disappearing as swiftly as he had arrived. The revelation hit them like a bomb. The teachers were shell-shocked, and the students turned their anger and disbelief on the shell-shocked adults. Ochako addressed the staff with scorn about how they had been manipulated. They realized who stood behind the new organization and that Izuku, their greatest asset, had been turned into a potential enemy. They had found him in this state, and their immediate task was to find a way to reach Izuku and stop him from turning his back on everyone. To do that, they recognized they needed to grow much stronger than they were now. If that was their worst officer, then they could not imagine what their best was like. The students mulled over the level Deku must be at to command such obedience. Nothing would be accomplished by standing there, so Ochako turned her back on the teachers one last time to show their disapproval. The other students followed suit and then scattered to devise a final plan to face Deku. Far below the city, in an unknown chamber, a man sat on a throne at the head of a long table with 4 others seated 2 on each side. Agnes, the fiery-haired man, grew impatient and demanded to know what was taking so long. The blonde replied in a condescending tone and teased Agnes. Agnes and Lior immediately began trading insults and then slammed their foreheads together, growling like rivals. The 2 across the table sighed at the childish display. Amanda, watching the scene, commented on the pair never stopping. Walter, also known as King, reminded her that they had bet on how long the pair could go without fighting, claiming he had won. Amanda grumbled and reached into her pocket to settle the wager. The man on the throne looked at his team with a small, embarrassed smile. Half the room bickered, the other half gambled. The man reflected privately on how proud he once had been. The door opened and Slade returned, and the man on the throne greeted him, though the mood in the room remained chaotic with the brothers still tussling and Walter quietly nursing his loss. Slade took a seat and Deku narrowed his eyes. A subtle ripple of power passed through the room at the gesture. Deku called for order, and the chaos disappeared instantly. Everyone straightened and prepared to receive his words. Slade reported that he had delivered the warning to the heroes. Deku smirked, nodded, and thanked him. Slade then mentioned that he had met some interesting characters during the exchange. Deku agreed and allowed himself a wry comment about having left behind a particularly notable one, which drew a brief protest from Amanda. Walter muttered that he still felt in the doghouse. Amanda offered a small, supportive grip on Walter's sleeve as she tried to lift his spirits, and Walter, unusually uneasy, chuckled nervously. With the formalities handled, Deku announced that, now that the warning had been sent, they could begin the operation. He declared that it was time to go to war on the world. A stunned silence followed. The room stared at him in confusion. Slade, rolling his eyes, reminded Deku that the world was vast and that one could not simply announce war on it as if it were a casual matter. Deku responded sharply, drawing the room's attention by flaring his power. Slade, sensing the shift in tone, fell silent and looked down. Deku asserted his authority, making clear that Slade and the others were his subordinates and that he expected them to respect the chain of command. He allowed that Amanda alone had earned some parity in his estimation, while others remained beneath him. Agnes interjected about Walter's rank, and Walter tried to stay quiet, uncomfortable under the attention. Lior introduced himself with his usual grandiosity, but Deku's glare put him in check. Lior raised his hands in a gesture of surrender while keeping his manner intact. Deku explained the plan plainly. They would declare war on all heroes. Amanda suggested a simpler name for the campaign, but Deku dismissed the idea with a dry remark about previous claims to that title. He clarified that their campaign would not be limited to heroes alone but would target villains and vigilantes as well, anyone who misused their abilities in service of the current society. He declared that they would go to war and rid the world of what he considered corrupting influences. The room, filled with powerful figures, listened and felt small beneath the weight of their leader's resolve. His convictions aimed far higher than anyone present could imagine, and it was obvious. Deku declared with complete seriousness that no one would stand in his way, and therefore no one would stand against them. Everyone understood the message and the purpose was laid out. Anyone who was not with him was against him. Slade chuckled and remarked that, for someone often mocked for claiming godlike stature, Deku's behavior looked similar. Deku denied being a god and laughed, then froze as Leor created an arrow of light and pointed it at Slade's head before Agnes physically restrained him. Leor shouted at Deku to repeat himself, and Agnes tried to calm him, urging him to relax. Amanda and King exchanged nervous glances while Slade sighed. Deku rose, walked beside his throne and turned his back to them as he continued. Deku stated again that he was not a god. As the arguments quieted, a white and blue heat outlined his body, his hair floated and brightened to white, and he turned back to his subordinates with cold silver eyes and a confident, almost serene smile. He dismissed the idea of divinity and instead claimed to be simply the greatest to ever do it. When the display faded and the room could breathe again, Deku allowed that if anyone wanted to see his actions as godlike, he could not stop them from thinking that. Leor acknowledged the message with due respect. Amanda asked what they should do next, and Deku sat back down on his throne, interlacing his fingers, and told them that now the world needed to understand. Late at night outside the remodeled UA dorms, two classmates argued loudly about a hypothetical matchup between two pro-heroes. Mineta insisted one hero would win, while Kaminari insisted otherwise. Their debate grew spirited and petty, mostly teasing each other about who could face which hero, and it eventually dwindled into laughter and friendly jabs before they went their separate ways. Later, the group that had gathered watched the broadcast of the recent battle in stunned silence. Ida noted their shared shock. They had all seen the destruction on national television and none of them could deny how severe it had been. Bakugo stood wide-eyed and briefly speechless. Kirishima looked saddened, Todoroki appeared conflicted, and Ochako's face scrunched with anger as she glared at the screen. Ochako pointed out noticing a woman standing near Deku. The others reacted with disbelief at what she emphasized. Bakugo exploded in outrage, and Momo responded astonished that Ochako had focused on that detail. Ochako admitted she had simply noticed the presence and wondered what else she should have taken away. Todoroki listed the larger consequences they could not ignore: the declaration of war, the crushing of two of the world's strongest figures, the death of one of Japan's most dangerous villains, Midoriya's new white-haired form, the reveal of his new team of mercenaries, his clearly increased power level, and his monumental public speech. Ochako insisted that despite all that, her focus had been drawn to the person beside him. Kirishima warned that worrying about such details missed the gravity of the situation. He said Deku had effectively established himself as the world's greatest threat, and that viewing him with affection risked feeding into Deku's delusions. Ida added that Midoriya seemed convinced he was the hero of his own story, and that anyone who heard only his side might be inclined to believe him. Todoroki suggested that whatever had been awakened in Midoriya during his trial with all for one might have pushed him toward a darker path. Ochako reminded them that they had formed their group to defend Deku's innocence and stand by him as a hero, and she could not accept them turning on him. Ida challenged her, asking whether she meant the side that had brought down the symbol of peace and declared open war on the country. Momo acknowledged that Deku had once been innocent in their eyes, but now she believed the verdict had changed and they needed to face that reality. There could be no mistake. He was a criminal. Ochako unconsciously invoked total concentration. The ground beneath her began to crack as she focused so intensely that everyone around her felt the tension. Her expression hardened and her presence seemed to shift into something fierce. Momo watched with worry and sympathy, convinced that something had awakened in Deku and that it was not good. Ochako broke her focus and the others relaxed. She understood their concerns, but her feelings for Deku were too strong to let her accept their conclusions. She insisted that while they might know Izuku Midoriya, they did not truly know Deku. She had admired him for years and spent much of her time by his side. She believed she knew him completely. She thought he was in trouble and needed someone to pull him back from despair. The others exchanged worried looks and began to suspect Ochako might be in shock, unable to accept the possibility that the person she cared about had changed. Kirishima expressed incredulity at the idea that Deku capable of such tremendous power could be in such a state, but Ochako clarified that she meant emotional, not physical, trouble. She narrowed her eyes at the broadcast and said that the only way she would know how to help was face to face. One thing was certain to her: Deku needed help, and she intended to confront the woman she blamed for his change. The others reacted with exasperation and began to worry that Ochako was becoming obsessed with separating Deku from that influence. They questioned whether she would be willing to fight him if it came to that and tried to persuade her to step back, but for now they could only watch and worry. A month later, chaos had spread across Japan. Deku's destruction of both the symbol of peace and the symbol of evil had repercussions that moved faster than any single event. All Might had been gravely injured and forced into immediate retirement. His recovery required hospitalization, and his career as a hero was effectively over. All for One had been captured at the scene and imprisoned in Tartarus. With his organization scattered and his power broken, those who had once sheltered him cut ties quickly. The world had watched the battle unfold, and many powerful allies withdrew from involvement in Japan. Politicians and heroes with previous ties distanced themselves rather than risk conflict with Deku's growing movement. As Deku declared his intent to punish those he judged unfit and to remake justice by his own standards, many backed away from offering support. He gained influence and followers even as nations isolated Japan. Foreign heroes were kept from intervening. Star and Stripe, America's top hero, was restrained in quirk-suppressing gear and kept sedated to prevent her from acting independently. The countries that had once partnered with Japan now imposed strict limits on involvement. Japan found itself increasingly alone. Within the country, a tense three-way divide had formed. On one side were Deku's supporters, people captivated by his power and persuaded by his rhetoric, convinced that his willingness to make hard choices made him a true hero. They admired the controversial figure who bent rules to achieve what he declared to be justice. In the middle were the tolerators, the largest group. They agreed with parts of Deku's vision but not all of his methods, and they rarely voiced opposition because no one seemed able to stop him. Their caution was as much about self-preservation as about principle. On the other side were the haters: Yue, much of the police force, and a handful of those he had once fought. They opposed him openly, but they were a minority in the new order. The standoff had become a civil Cold War. Deku's supporters were fervent and ready to go to great lengths to protect his image and see his plans carried out, while the rest of the nation watched, divided and anxious about what would come next. Because the Deku tolerators wanted nothing to do with Deku's wrath, whenever the heroes tried to patrol and look for Deku's headquarters, the combined supporters and tolerators rallied together to stop them in their tracks. It was infuriating to be blocked at every turn, and that frustration multiplied across thousands. Deku had a mission, and he had executed it. He stood at the top of this society as its unquestioned leader. There seemed to be no one who could touch him. Except, perhaps, for one person. Momo called out to Ochako, asking if she was certain they should proceed and reminding her that she hated them. Ochako admitted she did hate them, but also confessed that she harbored intense animosity toward the black-haired woman. The group reacted with visible unease at Ochako's bluntness. Bakugo slammed a palm to his forehead, scoffing about Ochako's confidence in her hatred. Ochako replied with a smile that unsettled everyone, saying she did not need to meet the woman to know how things would end. Her tone made the others shiver. The old saying about a scorned woman's fury felt relevant. Ochako lowered her aggression some and argued that, painful as it was to admit, they would be better off cooperating with the other factions than fighting independently. They would only hinder one another without a prior agreement. Bakugo teased that rational thinking was a surprising trait coming from someone he called crazy, and Ochako shot back that Bakugo's own appearance made him no authority on reason. Bakugo erupted with his characteristic temper, his explosions flaring as he demanded what Ochako meant, mocking her. Ochako feigned innocence, teasing about Bakugo's hair while purposely trailing off from a remark she chose not to finish. Ida, flustered and embarrassed, cut in to move the conversation along, and Todoroki asked what Ochako had been about to say. Kirishima grimaced and changed the subject, insisting he simply did not want to hear about how others had handled certain NTMT matters. The remark made some of the others uncomfortable, and Kirishima backed away from the topic. Ida calmed the group and reminded them that they could not turn back now. They were returning to UA. They entered the school and took in the ruin it had become: broken windows, littered grounds, and students with uniforms tattered and dirted. The institution was a hollow shadow of its former greatness. Nizu approached them, his usual smile gone. He did not project the peculiar amusement he sometimes wore. Instead, his eyes looked hollow and exhausted. He acknowledged his mistakes and the monstrous consequences he had helped unleash, admitting that he would live with that regret. The group listened with varying sympathy. Ochako muttered under her breath, and Momo reproved her for kicking him while he was down. Ochako pointed out that Nizu's mistake had been done to Deku, but Nizu straightened and declared that he intended to fix what had happened. When Bakugo asked what he meant, Nizu adopted a more determined expression. He explained that during the past months they had been training and preparing for this moment. They had pushed themselves hard, destroying training grounds and parts of the building in the process to get stronger. With support from Hatsum and the support course, they had developed advanced training gear. They were preparing for war. Ochako reacted with disbelief and outrage at the idea of a school-wide suicide mission, and Nizu, frustrated, countered that they could not stand by and allow that boy to destroy the country. Ochako argued that destroying UA for that purpose made no sense, scoffing at the idea that such measures were justified. Nizu, voice strained, insisted that Deku had become something beyond conventional tactics. There was no simple plan to counter him. Their best option was to outgun him in a fight, and while the odds were slim, it was the only realistic course left. The group stepped back mentally, trying to grasp the desperation behind Nizu's words. Pro-heroes were quitting rather than facing Deku, public sentiment had shifted, and all the defenders had left was their dignity and will to fight. Todoroki, Kirishima, and Ida voiced their understanding and support for Principal Nizu. Ida even expressed puzzlement at Ochako's earlier harshness, pointing out that they had arrived intending to propose the very same plan Nizu had outlined. Nizu's eyes widened at that revelation, and he asked what they meant. Ochako began to explain that without them, the plan would have been an impossible suicide mission. A member of the group warned that planning to take on Deku without their 5 close companions and their close ally would be suicide. Momo explained with a smile that they had gained a great deal of experience in the real world, far more than students could get from training alone. She said their powers had multiplied, and they had come to make use of Hatsum, the support course, and any pro-heroes available to continue growing. Todoroki added that they also had a plan. He clarified that it was not a strategy that would guarantee an instant victory but rather a simple approach. Bakugo outlined the plan further, saying they would coordinate with the police to form a united front, gather intelligence on Deku and his group, specifically the top 5 officers, and divide their forces so they could engage appropriately. He argued that Deku would never back down from an open challenge, no matter how much he had changed, but Ochako interjected that he had not changed. Bakugo waved the comment away and moved on. Bakugo continued that if Deku faced just the others alone, he would not bother. There were no deep connections for him among them. But with this group present, there was someone he had taken to his limits before. Round face. Ochako responded with a light, supportive laugh and a knowing smile. Ida called for focus, his face flushing as he moved to demonstrate control and attention. Bakugo then emphasized that with this group involved, UA and opposing forces could handle Deku's subordinates, while the 6 who knew Deku best, or at least knew Round Face best, would take on Deku and his 5 top officers. Nizu listened and found the proposal sensible, considering how bold it was to confront the most powerful man in the world. He recognized that their goal was likely not only to defeat Deku but to reach him emotionally and subdue him, something the school alone might not be able to accomplish. He agreed to cooperate and asked how they planned to take him down. Ochako raised her hands and clarified that she did not mean lethal action. She reassured Nizu that nobody would be killed. Their aim was to neutralize Deku without causing deaths. Nizu, concerned, said they could not afford to hold back and that they might need to use everything they had. Ochako's response made it clear why they had returned. She did not come back merely to team up with old friends and play the hero. Their purpose was practical: to use the available resources, give advance notice to allies, and engage Deku on their terms. In effect, they were telling Nizu that his role would be supportive rather than central. He was a side character in this plan. From this point on, The returning group would lead the confrontation while UA and the authorities prepared. Ochako then demonstrated the extent of her growth. A steady, familiar aura gathered around her, energy rippling through her as she assumed a form her friends had never seen. It was a transformation she had honed alone, the result of focused training and preparation for the moment she would face Deku. She approached Nizu with calm intensity and made her purpose clear: she would be the one to reach Deku. Nizu, unsettled by the power she projected, acknowledged her determination. Ochako smiled serenely and assured everyone that they could relax and feel safer now that she was present. Her calm expression concealed immense resolve. She turned to her group with conviction, stating that she was willing to go to extraordinary lengths to save Deku and to confront Amanda. Her teammates exchanged nervous glances and a few quiet chuckles. They had grown close over the months and trusted that if anyone had a chance of reaching or stopping Deku, Ochako did. She spoke with quiet confidence, affirming that everything would be all right now that she was there. Later, in a different chamber where Deku sat upon his throne, a messenger announced that a package had arrived. Deku, reclining with a hand to his head, dismissed the fuss and indicated that if it were more fan mail it was hardly worth the interruption, though the room reacted with a brief, deadpan silence as everyone regarded a monumental pile of letters addressed to the new top figure in Japan. Agnes observed that it was surprising how many people still openly supported such a polarizing leader. Amanda commented that it was not unusual for people to gravitate toward a polarizing figure. Leor reacted in disbelief at the sight of all the love letters. One member of the room noted that things could always be worse. King noted that he had seen death row inmates receive some pretty exclusive items, and Agnes sighed at the idea. Amanda rolled her eyes and called the notion distasteful. Leor accused Amanda of being the woman with complicated feelings toward someone and stared at her without flinching. Amanda blushed, narrowed her eyes, and insisted that her actions had been nothing more than a calculated attempt to manipulate him. Slade dryly observed that the plan had not gone as intended. Instead of taking advantage, she had become one of his top subordinates. Amanda shot a glare at Slade, who only shrugged and tossed the fan mail toward the pile before refocusing on Deku. Deku felt a small, awkward sweat at the room's banter, then steered the conversation toward business and asked for an update on the state of society. Slade obliged, ignoring Amanda's daggers, and reported that All Might had officially retired because of injuries sustained during Deku's battle. All for One and the League of Villainy were incarcerated in Tartarus and unlikely to be a factor for now. Japan, Slade concluded, was officially under Deku's control. The 5 subordinates exchanged satisfied looks along with their leader. Deku closed his eyes and lowered his head in thought, a rare frown passing over his face as he remembered All Might. He had faltered for a moment. All Might had meant something to him, and the realization that his actions had ended not only a fight but also a chapter of his life tugged at him. Still, Deku opened his eyes with renewed focus. A brief silver glow flashed across them before fading. He signaled Slade to continue, firm in his resolve to build the future. Slade went on to say that many supporters had been moved by Deku's speeches and had rallied behind him. Deku allowed himself a small, rueful smile and accepted the compliment that he had a way with words. Amanda returned to the conversation with a warm, teasing smile. Agnes muttered a teasing remark about Deku, and Amanda shot back by calling him a hothead. In comic exaggeration, Agnes's pupils seemed to disappear as flames flickered playfully from his eyes. Amanda matched him with a splash of water and bumped heads with him. They traded over-the-top threats in jest, Agnes promising to scorch, Amanda promising to drench, and Deku intervened with a sharp look, his hair flashing white and his eyes taking on a bright silver intensity. At his silent command, the two ended up on opposite sides of the room, hands behind their backs and feigning interest in the walls, whistling nervously while beads of sweat gathered. Leor snickered openly at his twin's predicament. Deku rolled his eyes and turned his attention back to Slade. Slade asked about the people lurking outside, whether they should be dealt with. Deku dismissed the concern with a casual wave, explaining that he preferred measured force. As long as the outsiders remained inactive, they would be left alone. Slade chuckled and suggested that the Watchers were more than simple fans if they had gone so far as to spy. Deku admitted vaguely that something like that had happened and then added that he had a strong feeling about the leader on the opposing side. Amanda's expression crumpled as she processed that comment, tears welling before she composed herself. When Agnes asked how Deku could know, Deku credited instinct with a small shrug and a smirk. Agnes groaned at the joke and complained that they needed a jester. In response, Deku closed his eyes, clenched his fist, and sent a small, non-lethal shockwave that struck Agnes in the stomach. Agnes doubled over and pretended to be wounded, wiping away exaggerated tears while Leor collapsed in laughter. Amanda smirked, King chuckled, and Slade shook his head at his comrade's antics. Left alone with his thoughts for a moment, Deku examined his clenched fist and considered the enormity of what he was about to do. Launch a war on the society he had grown up in and abandon the ideals that had once defined heroism in Japan. He steadied himself, feeling his will harden. Deku then called out to his crew to prepare, his silver eyes still fixed on his fist as he turned to look at them and set the plan in motion. Deku announced that it was almost time to take the final step in their plan as he walked back toward the group. He declared that their enemies could keep their spies and preparations as long as they wished. They were in no rush and would operate on his timetable. He explained that the other side clearly wanted a fight, a direct clash between groups and ideals, and that he wanted them at their best so his side could crush them without excuses and finally take over for good. Leor asked why they did not simply eliminate their opponents now, pointing out that they had the advantage. Deku smirked and explained that the other side held the one missing piece to his plan. He named Ochako as the pivotal factor in his strategy. Amanda responded with a low growl, her hair shifting to blue as she assumed the form of Amphitrite at the thought of Ochako. King looked helpless and unsure how to respond. Agnes was about to speak, but Leor covered Agnes's mouth to keep him quiet. Deku rolled his eyes and added that he could not complete his plan without his partner. It would not feel complete otherwise. Amanda protested loudly, shaking her fist with a comical expression of frustration. Deku pinched the bridge of his nose and reminded them that Amanda's partner was literally right next to her. Amanda turned to King and complained that King had not yet asked her to be his partner. Agnes muttered that it had been the smartest decision King had ever made. Amphitrite stirred again, and Amanda glared at Agnes. Agnes summoned defensive flames in response, the display fierce but non-graphic and anime-like. Deku said tiredly that King would ask when he was ready and cautioned Amanda not to make herself unlikable by picking fights with comrades or speaking disrespectfully about their leader. Amanda sank into disappointment, a small cloud of sadness forming over her as she looked down. Deku chuckled at the group's antics before returning to the main point. He emphasized that, as impressive as everything was, he needed his partner at his side to share in the outcome, otherwise it would not be worth it to him. He called for everyone to mark the day when Ochako and her group would come to face them. Deku began to pace slowly among them. With each step, waves of raw energy and aura swept outward. The silver in his eyes gleamed as his hair lost its color and turned bright white, spiking upward and rimmed by flickers of blue, white, and hints of purple heat. He opened his arms slightly, looked up toward the ceiling, and closed his eyes. He inhaled deeply with a serene smile, then lowered his head until he faced the group and revealed a cold, silver glare. Someone declared that the day marked the official commencement of their war on the world. Meanwhile, outside the compound, two operatives felt the pressure of a mind-bending power. One grimaced and noted that the sensation had been punching him in the gut since he arrived. His companion returned the expression and confirmed the same. The first man began to call the mission suicidal. The other corrected him, insisting it was their final plan, but the first insisted the whole thing was pointless. He argued that this was the same man who had defeated not only All Might but All for One, the most feared villain, and yet he now sat imprisoned in Tartarus. He added that All Might had been forced to retire after taking a brutal beating and looked defeated. The second man offered a hesitant counterpoint, pointing out that during the fight All Might had appeared skeletal and badly hurt, and some theories suggested there was more to the story. The first dismissed those ideas as ridiculous. The second shrugged and said that Prime All Might would not have fallen so easily. The first insisted the All Might of today had fallen, and he could not see a way to win against such raw power. The second tried to encourage him by reminding him that many factors determine the outcome of a battle, not just strength. The first challenged him to go down and use those other factors himself. The companion paled at the suggestion and reminded him that he was a spy, not a hero. He pleaded for a little faith in their side, but the other only grumbled that his faith was that they would die, and then he turned his gaze back toward Deku's place of operation. They speculated that, if Deku noticed them, perhaps he did not consider them worth the effort to eliminate. Their shared conclusion was to leave while they could, and they soon slipped away from the compound before Deku could respond. At UA, Ochako stood in a training ground facing her opponent with calm concentration. Todoroki was moderating the sparring session. Across from her stood Bakugo, still fierce and fiery but changed over time. He had learned to channel his rage more constructively. Bakugo insulted Ochako in his usual aggressive way, shaping small explosions in his hands and flashing a fierce smile. Ochako shook her head, looked to the ground, and chuckled, thinking that old habits died hard. She returned the taunt with a confident smirk and readiness. Todoroki signaled the start of the match. Normally Bakugo would have used explosions to boost his speed, but he simply ran and reached her faster than expected, then jumped and launched his signature right hook with explosive force. Ochako met the attack with her forearm and countered with her own strength, creating a massive shockwave that whipped up wind and dust. Todoroki shielded his face to keep his eyes on the fight. When the dust settled, both combatants remained connected. Ochako released a long breath while veins showed at her temple. Ochako grabbed Bakugo's forearm and threw him away. He spun in midair and was about to land when she closed in with her own right hook. Bakugo produced a tiny explosion intended to produce a shockwave rather than damage, forcing Ochako's hand aside. He landed, followed with a front kick to her midsection and a back kick to her side, then turned and detonated an explosive blow into the ground beneath her that blasted her clear across the arena. The blast created much more force than the previous exchange, filling the area with smoke and dust. When it cleared, Ochako stood with her arms crossed in an X formation, positioned to protect herself. She focused, steadying her breath to recover from the light abrasions. Bakugo watched with a smirk and sparks at his hands, but his expression faded the instant Ochako opened her eyes. In less than half a second she moved to Bakugo's left side in midair, preparing a precise kick aimed at his head, her face calm and concentrated. At that moment Ida rushed into the training ground, making mechanical motions and announcing that their spies had returned. Todoroki looked at Ida, acknowledged him with a nod, and then returned his attention to the match. Ochako planted her left foot on the ground to hold her balance while her right leg remained poised at Bakugo's side. Bakugo froze in place, his hand raised and palm turned toward Ochako's leg as small sparks danced at his fingertips. Their eyes locked, both still in a fighting stance even as the tension eased. Todoroki called for them to move on, prompting Bakugo to scoff and lower his guard. Bakugo then dismissed the moment with a glare and a biting nickname for Ochako. Ochako dropped her leg, exhaled, and retorted that whatever helped feed his ego was fine. Bakugo rolled his eyes and turned to join Ida and Todoroki. Ochako glanced at her hand for a second, allowed a small smirk, and hurried to catch up. The group moved with purpose toward the school's entrance, where two spies were waiting. The first spy greeted them with a nod, and Todoroki asked the pair to report what they had learned. The second spy explained that Deku commanded a large number of exceptionally strong men who were unusually unified under his leadership, with no internal factions to exploit. The first spy added that their greatest threats were Deku's top 5 officers. Knowing what they could do did not mean they could be stopped easily. The second spy introduced the first officer they had already met, known as Slade, and described his darkness-based quirk. He could emit darkness, absorb light, and form weapons from shadows. Ochako made a dry comment comparing him to Tokoyami with enhanced abilities, and the second spy warned that Slade's rank did not reflect his power. Bakugo listened thoughtfully. Slade was dangerous, but with the special help the group had recently received, Bakugo felt the threat had lessened somewhat. Still, as the spy had said, Slade was only the lowest ranked of the 5. The first spy then described a man named Lior, saying that his light-based quirk allowed him to emit, shape, and absorb light, and that although powerful he was overshadowed by his twin brother Agnes. The second spy explained that Agnes wielded a fire quirk of monumental strength. His flames and the resulting heat were nearly unstoppable and could melt surroundings if one got too close. Todoroki listened with heightened interest at the mention of fire. Kirishima and Momo had joined the group and listened as the first spy continued. He introduced Amanda next and explained that her quirk was water, allowing her to draw water from any source and shape it into complex, dangerous constructs. The spy emphasized that she was one of the strongest and someone they would need to be careful around. Ochako reacted with immediate fury upon hearing Amanda's name, shaking her fist and visibly seething as she imagined confronting her. Her anger manifested in fierce determination rather than violent detail. Momo advised that it would be a disservice to rush into their territory without better understanding the enemy, and Ochako forced herself to take that advice to heart before stepping aside to let the spies continue. The second spy introduced the final officer, King, and the group grew curious because his ability was unlike the elemental quirks of the others. The second spy explained that King's quirk was the manipulation of fear. He could plant fears in people, use existing fears against them, and even shape fear into tangible forms. The spy described it as the most unsettling quirk he had ever encountered. The students absorbed the gravity of this revelation. A quirk that manipulated fear presented a problem they had not expected, and the presence of someone like King under Deku's command made this confrontation far more dangerous than previous fights with their former classmate. The stakes suddenly felt very real, reinforcing the need to focus on training and preparation. Finally, the first spy said he had heard a great deal about Izuku Midoriya, known as Deku, from the times he had watched Deku in UA events and incidents. Deku had always seemed quite powerful. The spies reported that the boy they had encountered in that organization was leagues above the one they had seen long ago. They explained that his defeat of the two top quirk users in Japan marked him as the most dangerous man alive. Regardless of what happened with the army or the 5 commanders, the spies warned that anyone who wanted a chance at saving Japan would have to go through him. Their objective had been set out clearly. They would have to occupy Celestial Dragon's many soldiers. They would have to confront and subdue the organization's extremely powerful commanders. Most importantly, they would have to solve the one problem no one had yet managed to solve: how to defeat Deku. It was a task far greater than any exam, and everything now felt like an all-or-nothing mission. Ochako thanked the spies for their invaluable information. The 2 agents scratched their heads and blushed before taking their leave. Ochako then turned to face the group. Ida confirmed that their decision to come to UA to train had been correct and asked what the plan would be. Bakugo smirked and suggested they head to Deku's place and tear the house down, igniting small controlled explosions in his hands as emphasis. Ochako, smiling with understanding, rejected the idea for now and explained that if the spies' descriptions were even half true, they had a lot of work ahead. She noted that Deku rarely moved first. Like his quirk, he reacted first and would likely wait before launching anything. In short, he would wait for them. She proposed 1 more month of preparation before they made their move. The group agreed. Bakugo and Ochako headed back to the training grounds to continue sparring while the others split off to focus on specialized training designed for the upcoming battle. 1 month later, at Celestial Dragon headquarters, Deku sat on his throne with a small bead of sweat at his temple as he watched Lior and Agnes argue and spar. The fight had started because Agnes had lost at rock, paper, scissors. Tempers flared. Agnes accused Lior of cheating and hurled a blazing ball of fire that Lior blocked with a sudden shield of blinding light. The two traded insults and blows in an exaggerated, energetic way that felt more like a heated performance than a serious duel. Deku called for payment, and 3 subordinates grumbled as they reached into their pockets and handed over the money he had won on the bet. Deku had wagered on whether Agnes and Lior would start fighting during rock, paper, scissors, setting the over-under at 5.5 seconds. Some of the others had joined in on the bets. One of them later admitted he had taken the foolishest wager and berated himself as he face-bombed while Deku eyed the money with amusement. Agnes and Lior were preparing to escalate when a sharp spike of power interrupted them. They had expected the leader to be the source of such surges, But when they turned they saw Deku looking upward toward where the sky would be if they were not underground. His expression had shifted into focused determination. His eyes gleamed with silver intensity. He rose from his throne with a confident smirk and ordered the group to move out. They moved to the surface. When they reached the compound entrance they found the place full of men drinking, talking, and enjoying whatever entertainment was available. For a moment the soldiers did not notice the approaching figures, but then people began to look up. By the time they registered what was coming, the 6 attackers were already in view. A tall blue-haired runner closed the distance with astonishing speed that seemed almost effortless. A red-haired, muscular man ran in powerful strides that cracked the ground with each step, using the recoil to propel himself forward. Beside them, a black-haired woman glided in on a streamlined glider, keeping pace with elegant control. A dual-haired boy moved through the air by freezing small patches of air beneath his feet, using them as temporary platforms to maintain speed. An ash-blonde youth rocketed forward with small, precise explosions, a sharp grin visible on his face. Leading them was a woman with a brown bob and rosy cheeks, flying with focused, efficient control of her quirk, looking determined to reach her goal. The 6 arrived in an instant and formed up directly opposite the 6 top figures of Celestial Dragon, ignoring the other soldiers. The tension in the air was palpable. For the 6 former UA students, seeing their classmate in person again felt almost shocking. Deku took a single step forward, his eyes fixed on Ochako. He greeted her with a calm, easy smile and spoke as if picking up a conversation from long ago. Ochako felt the urge to cry at hearing his voice but kept her composure, hiding the emotion that rose inside her. The objective was clear: save Japan, save the world, and most importantly to her, save Deku. Ochako called Deku's name, then hardened her eyes and centered herself with resolve. She took a steady breath. Her muscles tensed and determination radiated from her. The air around her seemed to shift as gravity itself responded. The effects of her training were visible where she stood, and she tightened her fists, declaring that it was finally time for their final battle to begin. Deku raised an eyebrow and laughed, asking if that was really the final battle. He then sighed, smiled serenely, and told her that the real battle had only just begun. Ochako did not answer immediately. She held herself steady, her presence almost tangible, and stared at the man she cared for. What he had become now was greater than anything she had ever seen, but she was not afraid. It was her duty as a hero to face the impossible and try to make it possible. Deku looked at Ochako with genuine happiness. He was proud that she had stepped up to face him. In his view, he had done nothing wrong. He believed he was delivering justice as he saw fit, and now that he had power and freedom, he was taking advantage of it. Veteran UA deserters saw him as a new and improved threat, but to Deku, it felt like any other day. Ochako instructed her team calmly to take care of Deku's group and stated that Deku himself was her responsibility. Ida looked at her with understanding and nodded in agreement. Momo gave a bittersweet smile and agreed as well. Bakugo exploded into the moment, objecting loudly that being in a relationship did not give Ochako first dibs. He rushed Deku, explosions crackling from his hands, but Deku remained unbothered and kept his eyes on Ochako even as Bakugo closed in. Just as Bakugo neared, he froze mid-attack as if an invisible force had halted him. He stopped emitting explosions, looked stunned, and his whole body seemed to shut down, the aggression drained from him. He managed only a shaky attempt to turn his head before coming face to face with the cause. King stood there in a hulking stance, clearly in battle mode. He stepped forward and warned that anyone who wanted to touch Deku would have to go through him first. Bakugo stammered that he did not fight to be second best. King chuckled darkly and suggested he enjoyed testing the confident. Bakugo fought to stare him down, shivering but stubbornly holding his ground, which caught King's interest. King told them it would be interesting, and then quirk energy began to radiate from him in waves. Fear spread through the crowd under that pressure. Ochako's group shivered and had to look away from him. Even Deku's officers, usually steady, were reminded why King held his rank and could not help feeling a chill. Amanda felt a different kind of stirring, remembering just how powerful and confident King could be. Before Bakugo could recover, King moved in, seized Bakugo by the face, and fixed him with an unblinking, severe stare. King warned him that challengers should be careful not to miss when they came at the king. With a sudden burst of energy, wings of bright power formed at King's back and he carried Bakugo northward, both of them disappearing in an instant and leaving Deku and his forces, along with Ochako and her team, behind. Amanda used the distraction to strike. She leapt forward, dark hair streaming in the wind, and formed her hand like a pistol to fire 3 powerful water projectiles, declaring that Deku was hers. Ochako did not look Amanda's way. Seeing Deku there after so long left her somber and focused. Everything else could wait. As Amanda's water projectiles streaked toward them, a pillar of ice suddenly rose from the ground and dispersed the shots before they could connect. The ice formed beside Ochako. She barely reacted, keeping her attention fixed on Deku. Amanda scowled and turned toward the source of the interruption. She looked and found a dual-haired boy with an emotionless gaze. His piercing eyes made his intent clear. Todoroki made it known that she would be dealing with him. Amanda scoffed and taunted that he was third. Todoroki slowly raised his left arm as icy mist flowed smoothly down it. He narrowed his eyes, moved with blinding speed, and launched an ice-powered punch straight at Amanda. The blow met Amanda's forearm, but she had raised it in time to block. Both of them stared at one another with equal conviction. Todoroki told her she could call him whatever she wanted, then opened his fist and formed an even larger ice pillar that struck and sent Amanda flying east. He warned that his title would not matter once he had taken her down. He pursued her by freezing the air beneath his feet and using it as footing, disappearing into the distance and leaving both groups to continue without them. Agnes cracked his knuckles with a satisfied smirk and announced that it was time to battle. Heat and flame began to gather around him as he planted his feet and assumed a fighting stance, demanding to know who would go first. Someone volunteered to take him on. Momo Yaoyorozu stepped forward and declared that she would be the one to face him. Agnes dismissed her, saying she did not look like much and ordering her not to waste his time. Momo faced him without fear and, with calm precision, closed the distance. Agnes dashed forward and covered his fist in scorching flames before launching his attack, calling out the name of the move as a massive wave of fire surged forward. The fireball was enormous, far more than anyone had expected. Agnes watched its impact, sniffed the air, and remarked aloud that he smelled no burning flesh, wondering if she was heat-resistant. Thick smoke billowed from the blast and soon hid the battlefield. A sudden gust of wind swept the smoke away, and when the air cleared, Momo stood revealed, holding a sword in her right hand and a sturdy shield on her left forearm. She stared at Agnes and explained that while she herself was not heat-resistant, her creations were. Agnes scoffed and began to ask if she even knew how to handle such an attack, but Momo moved first. She rushed forward with uncanny speed and swung her blade in a hard diagonal strike. The swing was so fast and precise that Agnes was caught off guard. The blade grazed him, startling him and leaving a small cut on his nose. Momo met his eye and affirmed that she did know what she was doing. Agnes immediately sent another flaming punch, but Momo sheathed her sword and assembled a device in an instant, catching the blow with the contraption. Agnes stared in disbelief that she had intercepted his attack. Momo activated the device, commanding it to repel, and the force propelled Agnes westward at alarming speed. Momo followed after him, both of them disappearing from the area. Lior, watching the exchange, commented that Agnes should rename his attack because it sounded awkward. Before anyone could argue, a tall man with dark blue hair and glasses stepped forward and fixed an intense gaze on Lior. He introduced himself as Tenya Ida and announced that he would face Lior in the upcoming fight. Lior sneered and attempted to belittle the newcomer, but Ida remained steady. He suggested that the area was unsuitable and proposed they relocate. In an instant, Ida moved with astonishing speed, placing his hand on Lior's shoulder. Lior stammered in surprise at the sudden proximity. Ida told him to hold on tight, then secured his grip on Lior and rushed south, disappearing from view. With several main participants gone, the field felt suddenly emptier. The remaining members of the resistance exchanged glances, stunned by the displays of strength and realizing the battle was only beginning. Slade surveyed the dwindling group and said he preferred to stay put rather than chase someone across the grounds. The last opponent, a spiky red-haired member of the resistance, grinned and cracked his knuckles, announcing that he felt the same. He teased Slade by calling him an off-brand version of Tokoyami, which drew a narrow-eyed response from Slade. Kirishima apologized to Uraraka by name as he claimed a place on the field and told Slade that he would be taking that spot, implying Slade should move his confrontation elsewhere. Ochako Uraraka said she had already planned to follow the figure of Deku, who was drifting northeast, and rose to follow him in that direction. Meanwhile, Slade looked at Kirishima with a developing dislike. Slade warned that there was no one left to save him, his dark hair falling over his eyes. Kirishima replied that it was fine. He did not need anyone defending him and was the best defense there was. Slade smirked at Kirishima and prepared for battle, his arms shrouded in dark energy. Deku flew for a short while at a measured pace before stopping over an open stretch of land. He hovered, turned toward the direction from which Ochako was coming, and gradually descended. Ochako arrived shortly after and lowered herself to the ground beside him. Deku studied her without distraction. He observed that she still appeared to be maintaining total concentration from when she had first activated it. Even through the introductions and the flight, she had held the form with only minimal strain. He thought that Ochako had truly grown. The entire group had grown in power and above all in speed. They were leagues faster than when he had last seen them. He believed this was no coincidence, but he had little reason to fear their speed was nothing compared to his own. Deku smiled at Ochako and told her that they met again and asked if she had missed him. Ochako examined him carefully, noting how much he had grown. It was clear from her vantage there was more than the spies' reports had indicated. Still, she was not afraid and had expected to see a difference. There was no reason to fear Deku. Ochako admitted that she did miss him. Deku responded calmly, spreading his arms and telling her not to fear, that he was there. Ochako frowned and, with disappointment, said that she missed the real Deku. She explained that she could not understand him now and did not know where the Deku she loved had gone. Deku dropped his arms and let his smile fall away, exasperated as he asked what she meant and whether she thought he was a ghost. Ochako answered that she did not think him a ghost but rather a shell. Deku relaxed his frustration and remarked that suddenly changing what one wanted in life did not make a person completely different. Ochako denied that comparison with fierce conviction and narrowed eyes, arguing that changing tastes was one thing, switching from a pork cutlet bowl to ramen, from hoodies to quarter zips, from slippers to sandals, but what he had become was not a simple change. She insisted it was a distortion, not justice, and declared that he was no longer a hero but a villain. Deku narrowed his eyes at her. Ochako grit her teeth and continued to stare into his cold gaze, demanding to know why he had become the person the world feared, why Japan had been split into factions and cut off from the rest of the world because of him. She asked why it had to be him. Tears formed and she finally closed her eyes. The brave front she had carried for months began to crack. She had always defended him when others questioned him, but standing face to face with what he had become, she could not help wondering what truly happened. It was painful to admit, but she recognized now that he was a danger. Deku listened and, in a flat tone without breaking eye contact, told her that her concerns were appreciated but that she was too late. He informed her that it had always been him. He had always been the most powerful, always the most feared. He added that if she asked any of her fellow Class 1A members, they would say he had always been the villain.